Hey, what's up? How are we doing? I think we're almost there, boys. We're close, okay? One more day. Community notes are about to become a battlefield. Are they? Wait. Hold on. I'm sorry. Wait, are Turkish people aren't Arabs, right? Aren't Turks like their own fucking group of people or whatever? Or am I crazy? Do they count as Arabic? Turks aren't Arab? Okay, wait. Okay, can you make sense of this tweet for me then? Wait, what the fuck? The same guy who thinks Gusano and Cracker, I'm sorry, I like looking at Hassan's liked tweets every now and then to see how mad he is, you know? The same guy who thinks the words Gusano and Cracker are slurs is simultaneously being extremely racist towards Hassan, Muslims, Arabs, and brown people in general. Okay, Hassan is not a Muslim. I don't believe Hassan is Arabic. And he sure as fuck isn't brown. What the fuck does this tweet even mean? What the fuck? What are we talking about? I believe he considers himself culturally Muslim. Hey, heads up, fuckwads. Ready? Hey, listen up, okay? I haven't heard many people do this. Okay? But I have heard a few. And if you do this, you're cringe, okay? Culturally Jewish can make sense if you, like, don't really believe in God, but you do like all the Jewish holidays. You do Sabbat. That's the one where you take off every Friday, Saturday, or some bullshit. If you do all this shit, it's like, okay, fine. Yeah, okay, culturally Jewish, whatever the fuck, right? If you just don't usually eat pork, you don't get to call yourself culturally Muslim. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Can somebody in chat break down for me? What the fuck does it mean to be culturally Muslim? What is that? What is that? That sounds like the most virtue signal shit in the fucking world. Can I convert into cultural Islam just for like virtue credit? Is that what Sneeko did? What does that mean? Sorry. Stop. Okay. Anyway. Culturally Muslim usually means you celebrate Eid, and maybe, is it Eid? I don't know what EID stands for. Maybe Ramadan, but also shit like Christmas. Okay. If you find me a person who's culturally Muslim who actually, isn't Ramadan supposed to be like 40 days of fasting or some shit? If they actually did the full 40 days, that means no going out to eat, none of that bullshit 30 days. Yeah, okay. Then fine. Then you can be culturally Muslim, okay? But I feel like people would be like, I'm culturally Muslim, and then they would go out to eat and they'd be like, oh, it's Ramadan, so I can only order like 3 things instead of 5, you know? Fuck you guys. Fuck all you guys. Okay. How are we doing today, guys? I feel like I don't even think my throat is fucked. I think I just have like I got weird boogies on my vocal cords. I think. All right. What are our dailies? Let's farm some more Twitter clips. Oh, Lebanon to Liechtenstein. Okay. Lebanon is like completely surrounded by like fucking Syria, right? And then Israel. I think it has to be Syria next, right? Okay. There's nothing between Syria and Turkey, right? No, Turkey flies during the whole civil war. They were like flying bomb shit in Syria. There's no countries between these two guys. Okay. All right. Oh, now it gets tricky. Is the only way into Europe through Turkey? Do you have to pass through Greece? Or there's not going to be some weird like go around through Russia shit, right? I think it must be Greece. I think it must be Greece, right? No, there's another country. Fuck. It's like Bulgaria? Is that the one here, I think? Yeah, fuck. To Liechtenstein. What touches Bulgaria? I think there's above it must be Romania, and then to the west is maybe Serbia. Romania's a big boy. Do you think we would touch? But we gotta go west more. I'm gonna guess Serbia. Let's try it. Maybe. Okay. All right. From Serbia, we're probably going through. Come on, guys. Let's think. I actually have no idea. Am I allowed to guess countries in the middle? Do you have to pass through like Germany to get to Liechtenstein? Will it show up as green if I... Oh no, that's way further north. Fuck. Bro, I've never been to Liechtenstein before. Fuck me. Does Austria come all the way over here? Or do I have to go through Hungary? Oh my god. Oh, at least there's part of it. Okay. Well, it could have been worse. 2 wrong guesses. Whatever. Okay. Boom. All right. Guess which exports. Which country exports these products? Okay. 8.5 billion. So we're on a smaller country. We've got rice, legumes, coconuts, Brazil nuts. Gold is our biggest export. Is gold gold can't only be found in the New World, right? I know there's like the gold rush and everything. There's no way no, that's not possible. It's not like, is the New World like rich in gold compared to the rest of the world? Like I'm leaning towards like South America. Let's go ahead and throw up a good old Paraguay. See where we're at. Okay. All right. Okay. Africa, baby. Okay, that's why we colonized them. They got the golds. Equatorial Guinea. That was a small country over there. Oh, Southeast more. Bro, I don't know. What else is down here and small? It's not Mozambique, is it? No shot. I don't know why I'm saying no shot, like it would obviously be one thing or another. Okay. North of Mozambique is Tanzania, and then it's going to be the next country probably, right? Kenya? Uganda, Kenya, Uganda. Doesn't Kenya have a fuck ton of people? No. Fuck! What the fuck? Is it that B country? Burundi? Oh my god. What am I missing down here? Rwanda and Burundi they both border. What is this stupid fucking country called? It goes Madagascar, and then Mozambique, Tanzania, and then is it Ethiopia? That's near Somalia. That feels like it's way further north. It's not Ethiopia. Fuck, I'm not gonna get. Wait, oh my god, I'm gonna fuck this one up. Hold on. Okay. There's a blank spot in my mind where a country should be. Let's scroll through and check. Okay. Anything ringing any bells here? Oh, I can't scroll through. Bro, I can't think of. There's a big ass. I feel like there's a big ass country there, but I'm not. Okay, let's think. It's not the Congo. It's not the Democratic People's Republic Congo bullshit. It's not any of that Guinea or Ghana or any of that bullshit. It's not Niger, Cameroon. It's not Chad. We know it's none of those. If we go south more, okay, we got South Africa. We've got Namibia, Botswana. Okay, from South Africa, it goes Mozambique, Tanzania. Bro, I don't know. It's not Tanzania. I think there's another country. It's not Tanzania. It's not this one. It's not this one. It is this one. What? What am I? It was this one. It was this one the whole time. Why did I think there was another country here? Or there was like some, this was like further south. Okay. You were thinking Rwanda? No, Rwanda and Burundi are both super small, and Rwanda's not the Burundi. Happy Thanksgiving, Deuterino. Thanks for arming with talking points from the dinner. Thank you. Okay. Okay, we got that. We got this. Ha 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 ha. That's not Argentina, is it? Isn't Argentina a little bit thicker? Ain't it got that thickness? Ain't it got that thickness? I don't know. We're going to guess it. Fuck. Bro, are we on some crazy African shit again? No shot. It is. It totally is. Bro. It's not one of these like fucking thin... Oh, wait. Maybe it's not. Hold on. Oh, no. Is this the archipelago or whatever over here? This is like Stockholm? Please don't be Sweden. Oh, no. Don't do it to me. Don't do it to me. Fuck. I should have stopped. How do you pronounce it? Archipelagio? What the fuck is it called?
Archipelago.
Oh, archipelago. Close enough. How do you not recognize the penis shape? Bro, there are like 50 countries that are shaped like a fucking penis, okay? There's a lot of them are really small, all right? Don't look at that. You're going to tell me Benin over here is not the perfect cock and balls? You're going to tell me this isn't... You're going to tell me Togo here isn't a little rightward sloping penis over here? Fuck you. There are dicks everywhere, okay? There are dicks all over the map. You're going to tell me Madagascar, all right? Don't have a dickish shape? You're going to tell me Vietnam doesn't look like a... slightly fucked up dick. Dicks everywhere. Dicks on his mind. Yeah, they are everywhere. I can't help it. The east coast is marked by the Gulf of Bothnia, which separates Sweden from Finland, and the southern part features a less jagged coast compared to Norway's western coastline. Bro, I ain't gonna remember all that shit, okay? I'm not remembering all that bullshit. Okay, final one. We're going from Rhode Island to Wisconsin. Oh. I feel like Massachusetts is going to get us. Yeah, because I could do Connecticut, but like it's the same shit. Does Massachusetts touch? Oh, bro, the border's up here. Does it touch Pennsylvania? Bro, I don't know how any of these dumb fucking states connect. Probably not. It's probably cock-blocked by like New York. Okay. Because Pennsylvania's here. Okay, from New York to Wisconsin. Does New York count as touching Michigan through like the lakes? Or is this going to be some bullshit? It's not going to give it's not going to let me do that. It's not going to let me do Michigan. It's not going to let me. I know it's not going to, and I'm going to do it anyway. Okay, at least it's part of the answer. From New York, Michigan. Do you think it's just going to be like, this is Indiana? Illinois, Indiana. It's going to be like Pennsylvania, Indiana. Wow, Kitty Cat, thanks for the 10 gifted subs. It's going to be Indiana, Pennsylvania. No. Is there another state in between these? Indiana and Does Indiana touch Pennsylvania? They sound like two states that shouldn't be touching each other. But maybe they do. They must. I don't... Oh my God. No, it's Ohio. I've been here so many times, regrettably. Ohio sounds like a state that could be touching Pennsylvania. They sound like states I should touch. Fuck. It's gotta be here, right? Yeah. Fuck. It's Illinois is here, Indiana.
I don't think that's
When will you have a fall from grace? Never. I'm an internet con.
Bro, don't link me old clips of myself, okay? I don't know what the fuck.
I don't think that's
When will you have a fall from grace? Never. I'm an internet content god, okay? I will only grow and grow and grow until I consume all the other political streamers around me. And then I will become...
Why? Okay. XQC doesn't believe that Pokemon is bigger than him. Does read chat? Probably not. I never read chat. I hate my chat.
I think outside of Ninja, she's probably the most famous streamer alive. I would argue more famous than XQC. Maybe not after the recent drama, but she definitely...
Oh, true, actually, check. I recognize all the time in chat. I had some guy ask me to flex on him, dude. So that happened. I had some guy pull up chat with a Snapchat and said, "Yo, dude, can you flex on my friend?" And I did it, bro. I don't give a fuck.
was, all right? And
I
that's
flexed on
further
that bitch
backed
ass,
up.
yeah.
If you look at Google Trends,
Yo, I flexed on that bitch ass.
there was 1 week in the past...
Wait, hold on. I just noticed this. I saw people bring this up in chat yesterday. I just noticed it. Wait, why does Ludwig compare his full name to Pokemon? What was the point of this? What was the point of this Google Trends thing? I'm sure they're really close friends, right, guys? Oh yeah, the Ludwig graph is pretty squarely ahead of Poke. Her boyfriend asked him to do it. He's in the back laughing. Oh, okay. Okay. Guys, the creators of Blue Eye Samurais Blue Eye Samurai are Zionists and are retweeting Israel propaganda. Please don't stream. Please and thank you. Wow. Go read the Mossad article about you. And listen. Originally, I didn't want to do it because I'm like, George, you know that people are going to realize that I'm on your guys' fucking payroll if you're actually having me like do media rotations in Jewish media. And he's like trying to tell me that the only way that we can actually show solidarity and earn our fucking new shekels, okay, is to start making commentary to the fucking Jewish media. And I'm like, all right, George. So yeah, you know, I did one. Okay, what do you want me to say? Am I supposed to fight against my handlers? Soros isn't super pro-Israel. Wait, is that true? Asset activated, yes. 2 years ago.
Billionaire hedge fund tycoon George Soros is best known in the UK as the man who broke the Bank of England by betting against the pound. In the US, he is known as a major Democratic political donor and one of the foremost philanthropists focusing on democracy, with lifetime giving that tops $16.8 billion. Born in Budapest, Hungary in 1930, Soros survived the country's Nazi occupation and emigrated to the United States, where he began his career in finance. In 2020, Soros gifted his birthplace over $1 million to help prepare for the coronavirus pandemic, as part of a $130 million commitment for COVID-19 aid worldwide. With his personal experiences influencing his philanthropy, Soros...
Wow, thanks Forbes for the nice video. Okay. Well, I don't care about these, okay? Listen, I don't think we need to know the fucking regions of... Bro. Also borderless? Who the fuck cares? Fuck you. Okay. I'm trying to think if I can read today. Where was she contacted for that article? Yeah, they emailed me. Okay. You got a Daniel Clancy? Bro, this guy, I don't think he cares. I don't think he cares, my duders. All right. Daniel Clancy, Twitter. FY, ever since I started watching, I can't watch videos at one time. It's good. A Jewish lawyer got the trademark from river to the sea and will sue people who use it. There's no shot you can trademark phrases like that. I don't believe that. I don't believe it. Feel free to reach out to me on Discord. This guy's probably got 1 million friend ads. There you go. I sent it. All right, and we'll see what happens. All right. You're fucking... Okay. I really don't care about Soros that much. What is this?
I was speaking to a hostage negotiator this morning. He made the comparison between the 50 hostages that Hamas has promised to release, as opposed to the 150 prisoners that are Palestinians that Israel has said that it will release. And he made the comparison between the numbers and the fact that does Israel not think that Palestinian lives are valued as highly as Israeli lives?
That is an astonishing accusation.
Wait, what? No, who said that? No shot.
If we could release one prisoner for every one hostage, we would obviously do that. We are operating in horrific circumstances. We're not choosing to release these prisoners who have blood on their hands. We are talking about people who have been convicted of stabbing and shooting attacks. Notice the question of proportionality doesn't interest Palestinian supporters when they are able to get more of their prisoners out. But really, it is outrageous to suggest that the fact that we are willing to release prisoners who are convicted of terrorism offenses, more of them than we are getting our own innocent children back, somehow suggests that we don't care about Palestinian lives. Really, that's a disgusting accusation.
Okay.
Speaking to a hostage negotiator this morning, he made the comparison. I was speaking to...
Sverige och EU står enat i att Israel har rätt till till försvar inom
Har Israel rätt att begå folkmord? Vi hörde det!
Brutal misspeak. Will anything ever top? Damn, how does this guy who doesn't use his cell phone and doesn't know how to do digital anything, how does he set up all these Zoom interviews? Can somebody figure this out for me? Crazy how he's able to do all these random Fox 11 Los Angeles.
By all the great powers.
Really makes you think.
That's crazy. 6 spins, 20 spins is 6 fucking, Scatters. Oh my god, please do it there. Please do it there. Nice. 50x, that's 50,000.
Almost put it there.
However, you never called out your
Okay.
own destiny for calling Arjan and I quote, literal, terrorist. Why not? Maybe you agree or don't care.
It's not really a slur.
Well,
Nice.
don't know. The other day you were calling out streamers for their hypocrisy, and yesterday Azan for using a derogatory slur. However, you never called out your homie Destiny for calling Azan, and I quote, literal terrorist. Why not? Maybe you agree or don't care. Damn.
Scatter.
Oh, I watched a Walking Dead clip last night. I don't know anything about that show. Now I have Walking Dead clip recommendations. Demanding my wife to get me something.
Monica, get me my water.
Excuse you?
You heard me. I said get me my water.
Number one,
Oh.
never ever call me Monica again. Number two, why
Number
don't we
two.
try that again?
Okay. My darling wife, get me my water.
You know what? I'm actually parched. Go get my water.
No. No, okay. Monica.
Wow, domestic abuse
Get me my
situation.
water.
You could tell by the way she looked at him.
In contrast,
You look up shit about Nicholas Cantu, who was on The Walking Dead. Nope. He applied for it, but he applied for it. You can look up on the official trademark website. Oh, I'm sure you can apply for it, but there's no way that you can prevent people from using like a slogan like that just by trademarking it, right? That'd be wild.
in contrast,
This is so good, dude. Oh my god.
in contrast, Russian elections are rigged. Political opponents are imprisoned or otherwise eliminated from participating in the electoral process. The result is an absence of checks and balances in Russia and the decision of one man to launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of of Ukraine. Iraq, anyway. 75.
Hey, thanks for watching. If you like this video...
Jesus. Did he say Iraq too? Yeah, but I think he was trying to spin it as a different, like... I'm not even sure what he was referencing there. Yeah. Because I think when you go back, just based on some of the interviews I've seen Bush give, I don't know if Bush actually recognizes that the invasion of Iraq was a mistake. I'm not sure. Oh, Bush is 75. That's what he meant. Okay, gotcha. Are you going to continue our talk tomorrow? I feel like my voice... I think my voice is fine now. Fuck it. Let's talk. Let's chat. Go ahead. Maybe he's talking about Iraq as in Saddam Hussein invading Kuwait. I mean, it doesn't really make sense or work. So, but... or kind of, maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's what he was thinking of. Yeah, who knows? Actually, no, it actually does kind of make sense. It actually makes more sense to assume that's what he was talking about. But it's funny because it's George Bush. STV Philly debating Willie Mack about his Hassan debate. Oh, shit. Does it start with STV Philly spending like 5 minutes caveating about how he's not trying to imply anything?
STV Philly. Hey, what's up?
What's up?
How's it going, man? Oh. Yeah, I
I
can
hear
hear you. Go on.
Good. Okay. Good. What's up, Willie?
Hey, how we doing?
I'm chilling. Of course, Tom, what's up, bro? We talk a lot more often, I'd say.
Yes, sir.
So, Willie Mack, we got you here. I figured it would be best to ask you these questions myself because a few nights ago, Tom was going over your debate with Hassan, and I called in and sort of got in a quasi debate with Tom over, you know, how well I thought you did in that debate.
Yeah.
But so if you got a few minutes, this might take like 10 minutes or so. I'm not going to keep you on, stay on here forever, but there's two main points I wanted to make. And the first one is about the video that like jumped all this off, that precipitated, like the one you released like a week ago, right?
Oh yeah, there was 2 videos, but yeah, I think it was the hour-long one was the big one.
Okay, shit. Well, I wanted to talk about the one called Hassan's horrible response and his radicalized audience.
Okay.
Yeah, that so there was a few points you made in there that I didn't agree with, but just to put all my cards on the table, like I've been called it. Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, my bad. My audio cut out for some reason. I don't know. Would you say there's a few points I made there?
Yeah, so there was a few points that you made in the video that I disagreed with.
Okay, what is it?
Yeah, so it's not so much your conclusion I disagree with, but there was a few points that kind of had me, you know, just with a few questions. So let's start out like this. So what was your purpose with the whole Hassan saga? Like, what were you trying to bring to light about Hassan, and like, I guess like the 3 main points you wanted to kind of.
The purpose was he was a big streamer that was covering a lot of that has a history of covering breaking news, and he's gotten at least on the geopolitical side, it wrong consistently, because the sources he's citing is like all this weird alt media that really is not that credible. Usually it's just tweets. And I guess I just wanted to document being like, hey, look at this guy, you know.
And would you say that's like dangerous?
What's dangerous?
Like spreading misinfo.
Oh yeah, if you're, dude, hold on. If you're a big source of news and you got 20 or 30,000 people watching you for your news coverage, and you're constantly getting shit wrong, and your framing is entirely based around.
Then you say, then Hassan says the part about how Gideon is whitewashing history, and then you say that Hassan's moving the goalpost, right? And then, so just so we're clear of what we're talking about, Gideon made a response video to a video called "The Most Racist Town in America," and Gideon's point was to go to that town and show that, look, guys, not everybody in this town is racist. Look, I've come across this person.
No, hold on. That's the point of, that was the result of Gideon's findings. I don't think his point was like to set out and do that.
Okay.
You know, for instance, if he went to that town and everyone was calling him N-word, like the original video claimed, then I think Gideon would have made a video about that. Just the result is research.
Fair enough. All right. So, and then Gideon comes to the conclusion, like, I cannot put that connotation on this town. But the
Okay. Oh, hello.
Oh man, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Okay, what was our last point / question / thing?
Okay, so before we start, do you have like a notepad or something open just to kind of... I want us to just agree on a few things before
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Before you disagree with me on any of these things, I'm just going to list them out, and then you can fight me on any of them.
Okay.
First, Palestine is a state, as recognized by, I think, to date, 139 countries, based on the 67 borders. Like, it's a state. The second one is occupation since 67 of the West Bank and Gaza is illegal. Third one is the settlements in the occupation, mainly the West Bank now, are illegal. And yeah, those are the main ones. So, do we agree on those 3?
So for the first one, I would say absolutely not. The idea that Palestine exists and is like universally recognized as having like 67 borders, I don't think it can just be asserted. I think that's argued for. For the occupation since 67 of the West Bank and Gaza is illegal. I don't know like what illegal by what standard, I would have to ask. And then the settlements in the occupation are illegal. I'm also not sure like illegal by what standard. I don't know. When we say illegality, I'm curious what we're appealing to here. Yeah.
So for legality, I would say the legal occupation, I believe it's Resolution 3314, that kind of outlines how it's illegal. I can send you a link if you would like.
Does a UN resolution confer legality or illegality of a given action, or is this just condemnation by UN members?
I do not think this is just condemnation, but...
Where is it? Also, real quick, you said it was Resolution 3314?
Yes.
Maybe a different number, or...
Yeah.
Or am I? Hold on, maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing. Hold on.
I can send you a link if you'd like. And the part I'm referring to, it says reaffirming also that the territory of your state shall not be violated by being the object, even temporarily, of military occupation or of measures of force taken by another state.
Oh, okay. Why is this formatted so fucking weird? Okay,
I guess by illegal, I mean consensus, world consensus. Maybe I shouldn't say illegal, but the world consensus is that Palestine is a state. Is recognized by a lot of countries.
I guess I can see what you're trying to construct here. I mean, I guess I could buy it if you want, but I think it holds no weight. It influences no argument if this is how we're doing our definitions.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm just saying that there's an occupation. Like, we don't even have to call it illegal. There's an occupation if you're fighting against the illegal part.
Mhm.
And the settlements, I believe, are clearly illegal, as agreed on almost everybody. And you can refer to, I think there's a resolution 2334 for that one.
You said 254?
2334.
2334. Okay, hold on.
And like, we can disagree with what's written in Geneva Conventions, international law, UN resolutions, but that's not what I'm trying to, like, you can disagree with their conclusions, but you know, it is what it is.
Sure, hold on. Yeah, I probably wouldn't even necessarily disagree with like the opinions and everything stated, but it's just especially now as international law gets brought up, if we say something's like legal or illegal, I'm just trying to have an understanding.
Forget
of, like,
those words.
Oh, yeah, if we want to say like wrong or like it shouldn't be happening, I probably agree with you on this. Yeah.
Okay, sure. And I think the Fourth Geneva Convention also prohibits the transfer of civilians from an occupying territory to the occupied territory. Article 49. But
Okay.
Anyway, I think you don't really heavily disagree on these points.
Not in terms of like what's right or wrong or anything. Probably not. No, I don't think so.
Okay. I also, are you familiar with resolution? I know this is the last one I throw at you. 194. In regards to specifically the refugee problem.
Let me check.
It's a pretty important one just to keep in mind if you're going to.
The United Nations General Assembly adopts Resolution 194, resolving that refugees wishing to return to their homes and live at peace with their neighbors should be permitted to do so at the earliest practicable date, and that compensation should be paid for the property of those choosing not to return or for loss of damaged property, under which principles of international law equity should be made good by the governments or authorities responsible. Sure.
Okay. Okay, like we can talk about how practical that is or not, but it's there. Okay. So first, I saw a tweet of yours the other day, and I want to know if you were just like trolling or you believe that. So let me look up that tweet. You pretty much said something like Palestinians just like always walk away from deals and are influenced by like terrorist orgs or something like that.
Yeah.
So can you give me the list of deals that the Palestinians have walked away from?
The big ones that I'm most familiar with are going to be the Camp David Accords. It's the Camp David Summit, and then Arafat's negotiating past that. Are the big ones that I'm familiar with. You could arguably say the Partition Plan of 47, although you could argue maybe they didn't have good reason to accept that. And then for like terrorist orgs, I would say definitely from like the 60s and onwards, I think the Palestinians have been more concerned with like fighting for like an entire state than trying to negotiate any sort of two-state solution. Yeah.
So when you say that, we need to look at the evidence. Like, let's start with each one, right? You said 47. I agree that there was no good reason to accept that. You can look at that as
Well, I wouldn't say there was
Palestinians
no good
rejecting-
reason to accept that, but I can understand them not accepting it.
Sure. I would start with Oslo, if that's fine with you, in terms of like real peace attempt.
Sure.
Or do you think there was others before then that were missing?
Let's see. Let me think.
Because I know the Madrid conference kind of led to Oslo, and but prior to that, I don't think there was any even recognition of like.
Let's see. I think at 74. I think 74 is when the observer status was granted to Arafat and the PLO for Palestine to be able to talk at the UN.
I don't know. Okay, yeah, I don't know what that means because I know in 2012 there was they were recognized as a state, but maybe they recognized them as just like the voice of the Palestinians. I don't know.
Yes, that's what I mean. Like, I think that was the first time Palestinians had a voice. I have this written in November of 1947. I mean, we can check what this means.
I accept that.
Okay. Granted observer. Yeah, I don't think they were like. I don't think they were recognized as a state or anything like that. But at the very least, the PLO had a seat for observer status.
I agree.
So that yeah. Okay. So.
Yeah, representative of the Palestinian people. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Let me see. I'm just trying to think of like where any other two-state or any other peace with Palestinian peoples thought of post. My guess would be nobody's really thinking about that at all until post 73. My guess is going to be that. Okay, I'm just going to talk a bunch and cut me off if you think I'm wrong at some point. In 48, Palestinians are not looking to be recognized as a state. They're trying to expel the Jewish people from Israel because they don't want to ever separate that.
I disagree.
What?
I disagree. I think Jews lived in Palestine and Arabs there weren't trying to expel them.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about all the new ones that showed up, right?
Okay, yeah, just the Europeans. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
well,
they wouldn't have won. Which would have been like 90% of the Jews at that, or 95% probably the Jews there at that point would have been from Europe, right?
Sure, but I wanted to push back because this isn't like a Jewish thing. It's a European, colonizing thing.
I agree with you.
Go ahead.
It feels weird to say Israelis because it wasn't a country yet, but I agree with what you're saying. It wasn't. Yeah. So in 47, 48, obviously they're not looking for two states. In the 6-Day War in 67. They're not looking for two states. They're still trying to push them out.
Agreed.
For Yom Kippur, they're obviously not looking for two states. They're looking to push them out. And then
wait. 73. I don't know if Egypt's goal was to push them out as it was to like kind of get their shit back. We can talk about that in more detail. I don't think it's super relevant, but I don't think there was an attempt at two states between Palestine and Israel at that time. So at least that we could probably agree on. I think that didn't start until, like you said, the PLO was recognized as a speaker in 74. And then the first real peace attempt at the Madrid conference in 91 led to Oslo in 93.
Sure, yeah. I'm just trying to think of like what Palestinian attitude and surrounding states' attitudes would have been. And in 73, it was still very, 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 very hostile towards Israel. I don't think people are thinking at the same like, okay, we're going to Yom Kippur, we're going to get them on this day, and then afterwards maybe we can negotiate it too. Like, that's not, like at that point, Egypt, I agree with you. Well, no, hold on. I'll say this. If they would have won harder in Yom Kippur, if they had the opportunity to conquer the entire state of Israel, they would have, right? Do we agree with that?
Maybe, yeah, I would agree with that. And like, as the Arab states as a whole, you're saying during 67. Or sorry, during Yom Kippur.
73 they would have, yeah. But they obviously...
They would have taken it over. I would push back on they're going to expel the Jews argument. I would say maybe, because at that point, I don't know what the percentage of the Jews in Israel were.
I would say that at this point...
Ashkenazi versus...
I would say that at this point, there is enough like global violence against Jewish people from Arab states as a result of Israel's victories in prior wars.
It would have been bad. It would have been bad.
I
it would have been bad. I don't know. I don't know if there would be like a mass expulsion. I
also
don't
really
see that happening.
you're still in Yom Kippur. I don't even think you're 30 years away yet from like the Nakba, right? So the idea that, and we've got pogroms across every Arab state following the 48 victory, following the 67 victory. If the Arabs would have conquered all of Israel, I think there'd be a big explosion. I think it would happen.
You're narrativizing this a lot.
What part of that do you disagree?
I don't think that every Arab state expelled Jews. I don't think that's a factual statement. You can find me examples of where that happened, but I think there's other examples where that did not happen. So
Sure.
you can't just blanketly say every Arab state.
Yeah, if you
One
want,
takes
we
both.
can go back and look. But my understanding is that yes, in every single Arab state, there was a mass, there was like a mass departure of Jewish people. In response,
Departure, I agree. Push and pull, as Benny Morris kind of cites, that happened, and I don't doubt that there was a lot of violence post 48 against Jews in those Arab countries. I don't want us to be like super like blanket statements like that. Like, okay.
well, sure, but I'm
every
guessing
country
you would
wanted
make
to
a super
expel
blanket statement about Al Nakba, right? That was just a mass expulsion.
I think probably 95% were expelled, and 5%, or I would say 95% were expelled or were fleeing violence.
Well, hold
and
on.
maybe
Yeah, oh
5
yeah, because that second part is really important. Because from the Nakba, my understanding is maybe 10 to 15% were actually expelled tops. I think, but like
no, that's not right.
So hold on.
I
When
understand
when I say expel, I mean like Jews going into the village and like kicking them out or destroying the village or whatever. My understanding is the majority of those 50% plus left because they heard of violence in other villages and they were like, we need to get the fuck out because Jewish people are about to come fuck all of our shit up. Is that not true? I'm curious.
A large portion did flee violence, like you say. I would
wait. When you say large, quantify, because my understanding is 50% plus they fled because they were worried that they were going to get fucking.
Let's say 50%
massacred.
for argument's sake. I'm not like it's 50%. Let's just say that. So
sure, okay.
Are you saying that? Are you fine with saying 50% got expelled? In that case, like I
know
know
if
we
that's
don't have
true.
the exact numbers. I don't know if that's true either. So it doesn't. I don't think
At the end of the Nakba, it was over 700,000 Palestinian Arabs were displaced ultimately from where they had resided. That's a huge number. Where over 300,000, like actually, they went into villages. That's just so many people.
Dude, Ramle and Lid alone, those two villages that are near Jerusalem, a little bit west of Jerusalem, were completely expelled, and they were like 60 to 70,000 people. Like that's 10% alone. That's why I don't want to say, oh, only 10% were expelled. Like those two where they were like essentially death march towards the Jordanian army is already 10%. So if we're gonna go to every single
hold on,
village,
can you link me that story or whatever? Death march to the Jordanian army.
Ramle and Lid expulsion. Let me see if there's a Wikipedia article on this. This could be from some like book that I've read, to be fair, but yeah, there's a Wikipedia article. I'm pinging it to you.
Oh, sorry. Okay. At the very least, I can show this guy my notes. Okay, hold on. Give me like 3 minutes. Let me just like read the intro to this.
Take your time.
Okay. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Hold on. My bad. Okay. I didn't know about this particular marching event. I will say if 700,000 plus were ultimately displaced, 50 to 70,000 residents in this town technically still fits within my estimate. I don't know how many other explosions occurred, but okay, sure. I don't, maybe it doesn't change any of our arguments significantly much, but like the majority, initially you were like, the Jews weren't mass expelled. They were,
so I stopped
push
you.
pulled.
I stopped you at saying 10%. Or 10%, and I'm saying like this is an example of at least 10% from like this one example.
Well, wait, hold on, wait. To be clear, this is an example of at most 9.5%, not at least 10%. It's at most 9.5%, right? Because the outcome.
This is
This is 50 to 70,000 residents who, and this even says fled from or were expelled by the IDF, and the total number of expulsions was 711,000 by the end.
Yeah, but this is one village. Like, this is just 2 cities within Israel proper. We're not even looking at every other. So that's why I'm saying at least 50 to 70,000 people.
Sure, but I'm guessing this is probably like the largest one, right?
This is the largest, like, one-time one, for sure. But I think we're getting into, like...
Yeah, I agree. It could be 20, it could be 30% of people were expelled. It could be 40% of people were expelled. But,
yeah, sure, I don't think it changes the argument in any way that there was an expulsion and there was, like, people running away.
No, we don't disagree on that, though. But what I'm taking issue with is you saying that all the Jews that left all the Arab countries after the First and Second Arab-Israeli War, to say that that was just them immigrating to Israel because they thought it was cool, I don't think that's for either.
No. I think a lot of them left fleeing violence. Okay. 100%.
Oh, okay. Wait, then what do we disagree on?
I'm just saying, I don't think there was like a policy where Arab countries, and maybe there's some Arab countries like Egypt did this, but I don't think, like, let's say Morocco had an explicit policy of expelling Jews. I think them fearing persecution, escaping. But I also believe that some countries, like, they weren't fearing persecution and getting pogroms. Like, it didn't happen in every single Arab country.
Can you give me
an 20-some Arab countries.
Yeah, can you give me an example of one you think where it didn't happen? And then we can look it up. I'm curious. Because my understanding was it was basically ubiquitous across the Arab world.
I mean, we can look up the Exodus in general, the 800,000 Exodus. Like, there's a Wikipedia article on the Exodus, and it kind of covers every single every country, and not every Arab country is listed in that
Jewish Exodus. Not from fucking Egypt. What would I be? Arab-Israeli wars.
Yeah, the Jewish Exodus from the Muslim world.
I see. Gotcha.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
In the 20th century, approximately 900,000 Jews migrated, fled, or expelled.
Again, I don't know if we're even arguing anything here. I'm saying that every Arab country did not expel Jews.
Every Arab country. Hold on. Okay. I'll just read. Okay. So I see Exodus by country. I see we've got Morocco, Yemen, Iraq, Egypt, Lebanon, Iran. I feel like...
I mean, look, the fact that there's even pull factors at all, to me, is enough to say that they weren't all expelled or fled violence. I think that a lot of them were, again...
Sure, but I can't think of a single Arab state that I'm trying to think of that wouldn't have had violence against Jewish people. My understanding is pogroms were basically ubiquitous after 48 and after 67 because people were so mad at the wars going on in the Middle East.
Look, if you can show me pogroms every single Arab country where Jews existed, I have no problem conceding that point. Look, if you have evidence for any of this stuff, dude, I will switch my thinking. No problem. I'm not like
sure. I mean, I guess we can. Stance. Yeah, I mean, we can start. I mean, we can think of like every Arab country and just go country by country. I guess we can start in the Middle East, right? So,
wait, before we do this, because it's going to take some time.
Sure.
What are you arguing that I disagree with? I want us to like.
Yeah, my understanding is that I guess if you want, I could say not every Arab country, but like 95% of them. I don't know of any Arab countries where it was like, even though like here's what I would feel like would be the case. I could be wrong, by the way. I feel like if there was like 1 or 2 Arab countries where it's like the Jews here were actually like pretty chill and nobody cared, then I feel like, oh, okay, that would have stuck out to me. But I felt like after 48 and after 67, it was basically like ubiquitous that every Arab country started to experience violence against Jews, pogroms, and then the Jewish people, obviously they saw, Israel, and they're like, fuck this, we're just going to leave, this sucks. And then they started fleeing.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what I would say, and I think we can both agree on, is post 48 and post the expulsion / flee of the Palestinians from the region, there was a lot of violence against Jews in the Arab world, which led to a lot of them fleeing to Israel. I think we can just agree on that statement. I don't know if it's necessary to go into like exact semantics for how many in which countries. Like obviously there was violence in like 50, 51, and obviously a lot of them fled there were some pull factors, right, that
Sure.
Benny Morris talks about, but there was some shift in population due to violence.
Sure.
I'm
Okay,
happy
yeah.
to concede that point, so we can just move on.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, so I don't know where we were talking about Oslo and jumped to this, but do you believe that Oslo was undermined by the Palestinians, or it didn't work out because of the Palestinians or because of the Israelis, or both?
I'm leaning towards both.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't think the Palestinians are at fault for the end of Oslo? So
Something. This is my intuition right now, and I could be. It's just an intuition, I could definitely be persuaded. It feels like I'm trying to think. 93 was Rabin, right?
93 was, I believe, Rabin. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I think he
So
got
Oslo
massacred
Accords under
because of
Rabin.
Oslo, or killed because of Oslo.
From 95 to 2000, was that Sharon, or was that Netanyahu's first turn?
I think Sharon came in 2001. I think Ehud Barak was right before Sharon.
Israeli prime ministers. Let me look up the dates on this. Let me just hold on. Oh no, okay. Some of these names I don't remember. So, okay, Begin was here for a while. Wait, what the fuck? Term in office. Wait. This is my fucking earlier. My bad. This is earlier Begin. Okay. All right. Netanyahu's first term was from 96 to 99, and then Barak was for a couple years, and then after that we've just been fucked. Okay. Okay. So from my reading and the vibes, that I have is that Netanyahu didn't really want peace to work. He didn't really want any of those negotiated things to work. So like the Oslo Accords, he was like not a big fan of them. However, when I'm pretty sure that if we go to from 96 to 98 or 96 to 99, if you look at the amount of settlement expansion in the West Bank, I think it slowed down dramatically, even under Netanyahu. I believe that process was still happening. That's one number that I remember. We can go and look up that specifically. So even though Netanyahu might not have wanted it to happen, because secretly he's like, fuck the Palestinians, I hate these motherfuckers, it still basically was. But my understanding is that like Arafat was like intentionally sabotaging it and didn't want anything to be permanently settled. So whereas Netanyahu might have passively been like, fuck this, whatever, we're doing this shit. Arafat was like, oh no, absolutely fuck this, we're gonna fight. That was my understanding of this. So I would say both are kind of sort of at fault, but if both of them would have acted like Netanyahu, it probably would have been okay. But Arafat is the one that's like tanking a lot of these deals. I could be heavily aggressing against Arafat right now in an unfair way as well. Maybe there's better stuff out there that I haven't seen of him, so, but okay.
Yeah, I would say you're absolutely, like, you have a narrative, and I think you're sticking to it. So I want to push back on that narrative.
Yeah, go for it.
One, both before, during, and after Oslo, the building of Israeli settlements in the West Bank never stopped. To me, that alone undermined the entire peace process. Because if you're planning on withdrawing at some point, as agreed on, from Area C, you wouldn't be continually building settlements. And I can tell you the consensus at that time, the consensus in the Arab world was like, these motherfuckers are trying to make peace with us, but they keep building in our land. How does that make any sense? And that's what gave power to
Wait. Let's be
like
real quick. Let's be very clear here. When we talk about settlements, are you talking about like brand new settlements, or are you talking about like construction within settlements?
So if you go to the Oslo Accords Wikipedia page, and you just look through continued settlement expansion. Before Oslo, 91 to 92, 13,960. After Oslo, 94, 95, it was 3,840.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so these numbers are what I was talking about before. Yes. So these aren't new settlements. These are constructions within settlements, right?
But Destiny, this completely undermines the perceived plan to eventually withdraw. It makes absolutely no sense. It's like we're deciding on splitting a pizza, but you still keep eating a part of mine. Like, part of my half. It makes no sense and it undermines it. I agree with you on one thing. I think Ehud Barak absolutely wanted peace. I think Netanyahu absolutely did not want peace. I think Ariel Sharon did not want peace.
Let's be very clear here. We can just read this paragraph. We can dig more into this if you want to, okay? While Perez had limited settlement construction at the request of the U.S. Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright, Netanyahu continued construction within existing Israeli settlements and put forward plans for the construction of a new neighborhood, Har Homa in East Jerusalem. However, he fell far short of the Shamir government's 91 to 92 levels and refrained from building new settlements, although the Oslo Agreement stipulated no such ban. So, in terms of building new settlements, even under Netanyahu, my understanding is that didn't happen. And then when you look at, like, prior to the Oslo Accords, right, you had 14,000 new houses constructed from 91 to 92. After Oslo, in both years, even under Netanyahu, the number of new houses constructed in existing settlements fell to below 4,000. That's like a 60, 70% reduction. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Wait, hold on. Okay, so in 2 years, you said 14,000, and in 2 years, so it's not 1 year. And then 2 years after.
No. I'm sorry. From 91 to 92 is 1 year. It's 13,960 houses were constructed.
So 94 to 95 would be 1 year too, right?
Yep, 3,840. And then from 96 to 97 was 3,570. Yeah.
So you're saying they were just being less shitty during that time?
No, hold on. I'm saying there's one is the construction of new housing has dramatically fallen, which is good, number one. But number two.
This isn't new housing, Destiny. This is illegal, this is illegally building land on what you know is still being negotiated on. Whether or not they even agreed to pull out, there were still things to be negotiated through.
Sure, hold on. Let's just so we can understand what we're talking about here. Because I'm trying to make sure we're on the same page. If you have an area, okay, if you have, let's say we've got an area with four settlements, okay, in occupied territory. All right, we can either build a fifth new settlement. This would be building a new settlement. Or we could build more houses in our current settlements. These are two different things. Do you acknowledge that, or is this the same? Okay. So
I acknowledge yeah.
So there are no new settlements made post Oslo Accords for several years. There were no new settlements, number one. And number two, even the amount of construction in existing settlements dramatically fell. It's not going to go to zero, right? They're probably still, if you've got an existing city, you're probably going to be renovating, bulldozing houses. You've got zoned for more houses or whatever. Like, it's probably not going to fall to zero. But the fact that this number fell from 14,000 per year about or whatever to under 4,000 per year shows that there was a dramatic decrease in construction within settlements and no new settlements were being made, even under Netanyahu, right? That's what
I would push back in the whole, like, I agree, right? Housing units were being built, still illegal. Like, I think
hold on, wait.
would stop building of new house. Like, a good faith negotiation is stopping of building new houses. And the final point I'm actually trying to make here is not that, there was. I think there was just, like, lack of agreement in this negotiation. So it wasn't the Arabs ever walking away and saying, "Fuck Israel, we don't want to make peace." That's what I'm saying. Because according to your tweet, Arabs have constantly walked away from negotiation table, and I'm trying to find
wait, let's go back. Okay, wait. Just on this particular argument, what I'm trying to show you is that, or what I'm attempting to argue for, is that even though Netanyahu secretly, or not secretly, openly was like, I don't want to do peace with the Palestinians, blah, 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 it seems like his actions were still showing follow through on trying to maintain the Oslo Accords. He didn't try to disassemble the Palestinian Authority. He didn't try to take power back from them or anything. My understanding is that all that transference and everything was still happening, even under Netanyahu. Whereas on the PLO side, Arafat was consistently walking away from a more permanent deal at the end of Oslo. Because remember, Oslo was supposed to be temporary, right?
Which deal he walked away from at the end of Oslo? I'm very curious.
Sure, fuck. Okay, I have to do better notes on this. I don't know if you've been, and also I totally admit, okay, it could all be like lies and fucking propaganda or whatever.
No. I'm just asking for, like.
No.
I'm happy to be convinced.
Yeah, no. I'm saying that because this is coming. Some of this is starting to become single source because I'm drawing a lot of Arafat's personal stuff from the interview series that I watched with the Saudi Arabian foreign minister to the United States. I think. Have you watched any of that on my stream? Have you watched me watch that guy?
I have not.
So one of the things that he talks about is that multiple times. Him and other Arab leaders are trying to bring Arafat and I think.
Oh, you're talking about the Saudi guy?
trying to bring them to the table to get them to like negotiate deals. And consistently, Arafat will take a jet and disappear for a month, or fly somewhere else and go talk to somebody else, or just dip on discussions. And there never really seems to be real follow through on anything to actually get anything solid in writing. And so I'll say on one end, right, it's literally coming from arguably a Saudi propaganda channel, okay? So, and it's the Saudi Arabia foreign minister, right? So those could be biased. I totally admit that, number one. However, number two then, what I would look for is, has there ever been a point in time where Arafat or the PLO or any Arab leader was like, look, we had a really good deal on the table and Israel walked away? I have never heard that claim in my entire life. Has that ever happened? Or I'm through a little bit of that, but go for it, yeah.
Okay, yeah, first of all, I agree on that one source you're calling is biased. If we go through this Wikipedia article, I'm curious to see at what point Arafat walked away. I think what happened is there was like disagreements about Jerusalem and some other things, and they just never came to an agreement. I think to say that that's them walking away is disingenuous. That's one. Two, I would say every single Israeli proposal and Israeli proposal for peace that has happened, that has come from the Israeli side, has never been defined as 67 borders, no settlements, and a just resolution to the refugee problem, which is what the world consensus is based on 242.
Well, so, okay, on that thing, what you just said is that's never happening, right? That's a non-starter probably.
It doesn't matter whether or not it's a non-starter. Like, look, I'm not trying to negotiate what the international consensus is. Like, you can disagree with that all you want, but it is what it is. Okay, so for you to say, oh, they're rejecting, Israelis aren't making concessions.
They are, they are making concessions, kind of, in terms of like land swaps and everything. But if you're saying that like the conversation...
That's not a concession, Destiny. That's not a concession. Like, those land swaps are happening because of the settlements that are being built. Palestine wasn't building settlements within Tel Aviv, and they're saying, okay, we'll keep this and give you a piece of Ramallah. That's not happening. That would be concessions on the other side.
Sure.
Concessions are...
If we're going to treat this like Israel is just a hostile occupier and took over random land for no reason and now holds it indefinitely with no other extenuating factors, then fine, I can agree with you. But
no, we're talking post-67, post-60, or even post-73, after the wars are over, right? Israel that becomes a hostile occupier.
Wait. You can't just say it becomes, well, after all of the other times where we tried to completely ethnically cleanse and eradicate you, now you guys are just occupying us hostily. That's kind of an unfair... Yeah.
Who was ethnically cleansing who, right? In 48, who was ethnically cleansing who? Who came
Everybody was ethnically cleansing each other. What do you mean? There were Arabs.
Exactly. So if everyone was ethnically cleansing each other, like...
Sure, and then in 48 and 67, the stated goals from, at that time, Nasser would have been to cleanse fucking Israel of all of the people that had come from Europe. So that was the stated goal, right? They failed like 3 times. Which is fine, by the way. I'm not even like an anti-ethnically cleanse. I think ethnically cleanse is based sometimes, okay? When Israel ethnically cleansed all their fucking people from the Sinai, when they gave the Sinai back to Egypt, I think that was based. When Israel pulled and ethnically cleansed all their people out of the Gaza Strip and they pulled them out, I think that was fucking based, okay? I'm not even saying it's necessarily a battle thing. I'm just saying that, like, it's weird. This is, and I feel this, okay? Because every day, okay, my blood becomes 2% more Jewish, okay? I can feel the inner Jew in me cringe when people are like, we just want peace. After we failed to eliminate you in 48, we failed to eliminate you in 67, and we failed to eliminate you in 73. Now you guys are just big bullies occupying us, and we just want peace. Like, well, yeah, no shit. You failed murdering them 3 times. Sorry, God.
Okay. First of all, let the record show that I don't agree with any ethnic cleansing. Okay, I just want that.
Wait, hold on. Do you want all the settlements removed from the West Bank?
I don't want any ethnic cleansing.
Wait. Do you want all the settlements removed from the West Bank, though?
I want one state. So we can talk about that later. Okay.
Wait, so you don't think any of that? So you would, if Israel today was like, we're going to remove all the settlements from the West Bank, you'd say, no, I don't like that. That's ethnically cleansing.
I would want that if the Palestinian people want that.
So then you support some kind of ethnic cleansing, then, right?
No. Let me be absolutely crystal clear.
Okay.
I have no problem with Muslims, Jews, Christians living from river to sea, with no one getting ethnic cleansed, everyone having equal rights.
Okay, but this is a fantasy.
Is that ever going to happen? Yeah, exactly. So let's start with fantasy.
I mean, in that case, like, my goal is fuck one state. My goal is one nation. I think the entire world should just be one country, and we could all live together happily ever after.
I'm on board. Okay. Anyway, so back to your like, they tried to like eradicate us.
Oh, also, hold on, wait, real quick, and then you can do this. I just want to clarify, I'm sorry, because everybody doesn't know, I didn't know the definition of this until like a month ago, I'm going to be totally honest. What does ethnically cleanse mean to you?
I think ethnically cleansing is expelling population based on ethnicity.
Yeah, or nationality, or I think religion can count. Yeah, okay, just so we agree there. Okay, so ethnically cleansed doesn't mean genocide. Okay, ethnically cleansed could just be like I want all of the Jewish people to leave us here. Right? Okay, yeah.
I think those are two different things.
Yeah, they are.
Okay,
I'm just making sure people, because some people
right?
in chat, like when I say ethnically cleanse the West Bank, I don't mean genocide everybody in the West Bank. I mean like take all of the Jewish settlements out, which would be an ethnic cleansing. But okay, go ahead. I think, but okay, go ahead.
Okay, so again, and I know you keep saying that 242 is a non-starter, even though like you can say that, but when you say that, you're in a very small party of people saying that.
No, I don't believe that.
Okay, you're in a small party of people. I mean, let's just look at the votes, right? The yearly votes by the world. UK is 4242. The majority of the world is 4242.
Hold on. First, wait. Number one, fuck the majority of the world, okay? Because they have no say even in this question. But number two, let's look at when 242. You understand that 242, okay? For this resolution, it also required the recognition of Israel as a state as well, right? You know that most of the Arab surrounding states, they didn't want to recognize Israel as well, right? Because I think it was not true. Wasn't it after 67, which is when Resolution 242 came? Wasn't it after that the Khartoum conference happened and they were literally like, no recognition, no negotiation, no peace with Israel? Those are the same people. They're like, well, they all supported Resolution 242. How can you say that? Sorry.
Okay. All right. So let's step back a little bit. When 67, the 242 brought down, and it's been pretty much renewed every single year since. Look what both sides have to say. This is the international consensus. That's my argument. This was the international consensus. I don't disagree with you. The Arabs are like, no, fuck this. Well, too bad. This was the international consensus. Okay, that's one.
Wait, what do you mean too bad?
As of 2002, the Arab League has proposed. We want security for Israel. We want everything for Israel based on 242 and 67 borders. This happened in 2002, where the whole Arab world was like, all right, enough's enough.
Yes, after failing to eradicate Israel like 4 times, they were like, okay, all right, guys, we got you. But I'm saying, for you to keep hearkening to
48 war isn't an eradication war.
Wait, okay? Of course it was. What do you mean?
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
48 war is fighting over land. Now, did they want to expel the colonists? Probably.
Yes.
Right?
Okay.
The colonizers probably. Okay,
yeah.
I'm not doubting that. But for you to say, oh, Arabs, they just want to keep eradicating Israel, as if it's just like these like tyrants that just hate Jews, is just.
Whoa! Hold on. Whoa. Okay. I'm the guy here, okay? I'm like the only motherfucker that talks about this conflict. I don't think religion had fuck all to do with anything in before like the year 2000, okay? So it had nothing to do with wanting to eradicate the Jews. It didn't even have to do with the fucking Jews, because like you said, and I think we all agree, it was like 12 or 13,000 Jews already lived, like Palestinian Jews lived in that land for fucking 200 years or whatever anyway, right? Nobody gave a fuck about them. But they did want to get rid of all the European settlers that had come in, of which by that point, what were there, 350,000? 400,000, other less than I think the Palestinian Arabs. They absolutely wanted to expel all of those motherfuckers. Do we agree with that or not? Like, do you think when you say they wanted to fight over land, well, yeah, of course, the land that all of the European Jews had come and settled, or the European people had come and settled, right? And they wanted to kick them out afterwards, right?
Yeah. I don't know if they wanted to like kick out every single European Jew. I don't know if there was like a written policy, but I do agree that they wanted to like essentially destroy the state of Israel and create a state for either them, like a whole, like a bigger Arab nation state or a Palestinian state. We can argue that, but
okay, sure. Wait, we have to agree on this. Hold on, because I'm conceding in good faith what I need to. Okay, there had already been. You've got boatloads of Arabic people, fleeing their villages. You've got people walking down roads. You've got all this shit, and then you've got all the other Arab states who feel like, rightfully so, the Brits said we could have an Arab state here. And now you brought all these Jewish motherfuckers here, okay? The ones that happened to crawl away from the fucking Holocaust. Now these motherfuckers are coming down here to steal our shit. I think it's reasonable that they wanted to expel them all. Like, I'm not even saying that they're not justified. Like, bro, they should have fought as hard as they could have. Like, fuck, I don't even necessarily disagree at that point. It's 48. They're literally losing land to settlers. Yeah. I'm just saying to pretend. I'm just saying to pretend that no, they just wanted to live with them peacefully. Yeah, as much as like Pocahontas wanted to, suck John Smith's dick, and the natives wanted to live with settlers peacefully. No, of course not. They're being invaded by a foreign fucking European colony, right? So I'm not even saying it's unreasonable, but I'm saying to pretend.
Why do you use that as an excuse, as like, oh, the Arabs, they've been trying to eradicate? Like you like put this narrative in a way that, like you just said, it was just what they were trying to do in 48, right? It's like the way you way you tell the story, it's like the way the other side tells the story. Like, oh, they were trying to eradicate them, and you imply that it was for no reason at all. You don't specify that it's just they justly tried to defeat them and expel the colonizers, right? Then we can agree on that.
Yeah. Okay.
That
Hold on.
let
me. I don't know how much of my shit you watch. Okay. Listen. Okay. I think that your
I
take.
haven't watched a lot.
Yep.
So,
and that's
so
fine.
please
And I think that
me.
your assumption of what I'm saying there, I actually think is totally fucking fair. Okay. Because when I hear people say certain things, okay, my assumption would be like, oh, you're saying that, oh, they tried to eradicate him 3 times for no reason, Destiny. Well, why are they so fucking mad? I agree with you. Okay. That if you just hear me say that, you're probably grouping me in with like the Ben Shapiro's or whatever. Listen, I think probably up to fucking 73 at least, I can sympathize with the Arab states. Definitely up to 67. Okay, I can sympathize with them being like, ha, we're gonna fucking kick you motherfuckers off this land. Okay, they had area that was promised to them by the Brits that they'd lived in it for a really fucking long time. Okay, that they backstabbed the Ottoman Empire, hoping to gain control of, and all of a sudden, a whole bunch of fucking white people start showing up from Europe to resettle the land. I can totally empathize with that. I think in 48 that first war happens and it sucks, and I think that there's still 20 years later, not even, of course, in 67, I'm also empathetic towards them trying to go to war. I think that Saudi Arabian, what's his name, Badnir or fuck, I should remember his name. He said it really well. He said that throughout all the history of Israel-Palestine, Palestinians had a really good cause with horrible advocates, and Israel had a really bad cause with amazing advocates. And I think especially from 48 to 73, you see that, where the moral authority probably was with the Arab states, but Israel just did a good enough job at defending their shit that like eventually they've established themselves, and now we're here today and we need to deal with what's coming after. The only reason I'm saying all this though is I'm just saying that like it's not fair, much like me saying, oh well look, all the Arabs are trying to kill the poor Jews for no reason. That's retarded. I don't even bring up anti-Semitism. I think it's retarded. But it's also not fair to say like, oh, like Jewish people won't even settle peace with the Palestinians and all they've ever wanted is peace. That's bullshit too. Both these groups of people have been at ends with each other for at least the first like 50 years of Israel's existence. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. The reason why I brought up what I brought up is because when I mentioned the 2002 proposal by Arabs, you were saying, yeah, well, after they tried to eradicate Israel 3 times in 48, but according to you, those times were just. So to use that as a way to say, well, why should Israel accept them? Like you said, you said that their proposal was like, well, yeah, well, it's because they failed. Yeah, they failed. Like, what are we supposed to like, keep going wars forever? You said that those.
Well, I know that's a difficult thing.
Attempts were. Yeah. You said those attempts were just, right? To 48 and 67. That's what you just said. Right?
Sure.
Okay,
well, but hold on. But also, I've said this before too. People can feel just on both sides, and I think there is a strong argument that Jewish people or I wish there was a better way to say it, because I don't mean Jews. I'm not talking about fucking Jews.
No,
I'm talking about Israelis. Yeah.
Zionists.
Zionists, sure, yes. I think that unfortunately for the Arabs, okay, Hitler kind of fucked a whole bunch of shit up, because I think prior to the 40s, when you've got these Jewish people moving in and, you know, Herzl and all these other people, but even he was dead by then, right? All these Jews saying, listen, we're getting persecuted all over the world. Like, can we please have a place to live and blah, blah, blah. And like, maybe, right? But, you know, like the first and second Aliyah, I don't even think we're that successful. The first one fucking like, it was like 12,000 poor Jewish farmers showed up and like died. Like nothing happened. No one gave a fuck. But once anti-Semitism and shit, I know that the Russian Empire sent a decent amount of Jews down to Israel, and then the fucking Holocaust happens. I'm sure at that point, Jewish people are like, okay, well, holy shit, the Zionist argument is not just Zionism. It's like, do we want to survive as Jewish people or not? So I feel like if you're a Jew coming down to like a little place that now some Jewish people have carved out, and you're like, well, fuck me, I'm running from the concentration camps. Yeah, again, I think that the people moving down, I empathize and I can feel their justification. That doesn't mean that it's like universally right. And I also understand the Arab justification for wanting to fight back. I don't think that one side here is like clearly in the right and clearly in the wrong. That's all I'm saying. Sorry, go ahead. My bad.
I think, and I want to be very clear on my position.
Yeah.
I think because when I grew up, I had a very one-sided view on this conflict.
Sure.
I think once I tried to like be more like impartial and think like, why do Israelis just want to kill all of us? Like, it makes no sense. There has to be like so I dug the history, and I understand like they needed a refuge, right? They're getting persecuted all around the world. They needed somewhere to go where they were safe. It's hard to argue that. And I think Finkelstein, even though you push back on a lot of things he says, I think he does a good point trying to grapple with that, because he actually believes that there needs to be a Jewish safe haven. He said it before. So I don't disagree with that. I think at the same time, it is unjust to do it on other people's land that had nothing to do with that conflict. Now, moving past that, when I said the 2002 Arab Initiative, you immediately pushed back and said, well, they were trying to eradicate. And I feel like that was an unfair pushback. I think
for that 2002 proposal also, was this an Arab League proposal?
Yes, this is, and it was unanimously voted on.
Okay, hold on. Was this Arab, because I don't think I've written all these down, but was this proposal including an infinite right of return?
I think there was one that included a just resolution to the refugee problem. But before we get there, I don't want to skip over Camp David.
Sure. Yeah, you're fine. Okay.
Let's just go in order. So my point for Oslo was essentially the Arabs didn't just walk away. I think there was mistakes probably made on both sides, and I think there was fundamental disagreements. And again, I think, and maybe you disagree with me on this one, 242 is the basis, as the majority of the world has agreed on. You can say that 242 is bullshit and unfair. I'm not trying to argue whether or not it's fair. I'm trying to argue that's the world consensus. Okay, there's a distinction here. And every single negotiation has begun with 242 as being the starting point. That's why whenever I say Palestinians have always had to concede in every single one of these negotiations, it's for that reason alone. This is the starting basis. If Palestinians were saying, okay, well, give us a piece of Haifa, right? Then I'll be like, okay, now we're asking now the Palestinian side is asking the Israeli side to make concessions. That's not what's happening here, right? And the land swaps, again, I don't believe are concessions because it was forced upon the Palestinians.
Okay, you know what?
By these settlements.
You know what? Here you go. You know what? I will agree with you in the strictest sense of the word, okay? I would accept UN Resolution 242, okay? However, we have to go back to, okay, you know the meme where the guy's like, show me a car, no, a real car, no, and then it's like that meme? We need to go back to the real 67 borders, which means Israel withdraws everything from the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, and the Golan Heights, and the Gaza Strip goes back to fucking Egypt, and then the West Bank goes back to fucking Jordan, because those are the 67 borders. And then once they've re-annexed those territories fully, then they can figure out if they want to separate those into a country or have the Palestinians declare whatever, and then they can figure that shit out. Because it feels weird to me that Israel.
That's not what 242 says. 242 says that 67 borders are with Palestine.
But Palestine didn't exist in that doesn't make any sense.
See, you're arguing again. You're now arguing 242. I'm not here to argue 242. I'm saying 242 is there and it's the world consensus.
I don't care. Then the world consensus is wrong. This is a fact of the matter. I'm sorry, wait. You don't even disagree with this. In 1966, who owned the West Bank? In 1966, who owned the Gaza Strip?
Jordan owned the West Bank.
Yep.
Gaza,
that they conquered in 48, and Egypt owned the Gaza Strip that they conquered in 48, right?
Okay. So you're saying give the entire thing back to Jordan, but Jordan has already said, okay, we want to give it to the Palestinians. Egypt says we don't want Gaza, give it to the Palestinians.
Wow.
So
wait, hold on. So now, 75 years later, now that they lost the territory, now they want to give away what's not even theirs to give away anymore. Do you see how this sounds like a little bit fucked up?
Wait. Okay. Again, we're getting lost in the sauce.
No, I don't think this is lost in the sauce. I think this is really important, right?
Dude, you can be against 242. That's fine. You can be anti 242. It's there, okay? Like, I'm sorry, it is what it is. It's there, and every single peace negotiation has started at this starting point. Like, you can't argue that. I'm not going to argue every single term within 242, and I agree that within 242, all the Arab states have to acknowledge Israel and its security. And I actually believe a majority of Israelis, if they were guaranteed safety and protection, they would want 242. So
I'm curious, do you have the text of 242? Does the text of 242 actually say Palestine in it?
Let's look it up. It's more of like I think it's more of like Arab Israeli, like an
Bro,
Arab
this
state,
Jewish
an
virtual
Israeli
library,
state.
this website is so based. Okay, all right.
Again, so like
the Palestinians are not mentioned anywhere in Resolution 242. The resolution applied to states in the area. It kind of seems like the territory needs to go back to Jordan and Egypt. Then no.
Okay, I mean, I'm happy to read through 242 with you if you would like. Whether it's like a non-Palestinian Arab state, it's an Arab state, right? It's borders for 2 states is what I'm arguing.
Oh, wait,
okay?
hold on. Wait, now they're all Arabs? I thought before the Palestinians were a unique and distinguished people. Don't you call yourself a Palestinian American, not an Arab American?
Yeah,
Sorry, that was
Palestinians
personal.
are, yeah.
But I'm just saying, hold on, let me back up. I'm sorry, hold on. I'm sorry, that last attack was super personal and uncalled for. My bad. That was really dumb. Okay, let me back up a little bit, okay? All I'm trying to say is that, like, the wheeling and dealing that's happening past this point, okay? There are ways that I can understand how it's being done. I understand it, but god damn, it feels so slimy on one end. Like, even this conversation of, like, we need to go back to the 242 borders. Oh, you mean back when Egypt and Jordan's conquest was good? Because Jordan, I don't even think Jordan, which I don't even know Jordanian history, but they seem like the most pussy country in that entire region. Jordan, I don't even think they fought against Israel. I think they just conquered up to the Jerusalem and they stopped. They were like, all right, good luck.
One thing that both sides can agree on. I think this is like the one. Like,
yeah, I don't even think Jordan cared about it. They were like, oh, we're gonna take some land. Egypt conquered up to the Gaza Strip, and then they stopped because they couldn't go any further, right? So they conquered their territory. In '67, Israel got it back, and then after that, like, okay, guys, this isn't fair. Let's go back to the prior borders. That, like, first of all, Palestine wasn't even a country yet. So now you've got countries that have lost territory in war 60 years later saying we need to go back to the prior borders and give these people a state from territory that we'd already conquered and lost. Like, why didn't they give Palestinians their own state in 48 when they conquered it? What happened in those 20 years?
I think that the conflict had shifted from more of a Arab-Israeli war, because at first it was the Arabs that were promised by the Brits, blah, 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 right? So it was like the whole Arab world. And again, like, this distinction between countries, even though the people were different, they were still, like, all under Ottomans, but obviously they weren't Turks. But I'm just saying, I think it shifted from Arab-Israeli war to more of a Palestinian-Israeli conflict. At some point, we can argue about when that timeline happened.
Sure.
Because the Arab states just kind of were like, fuck it, we want to make peace with Israel. At least Jordan and Egypt did. We don't want anything to do with this area. And I think you can't argue, you can disagree with it, but you can't argue that 242 hasn't been the agreed upon world consensus. Actually, I believe at some point Israel even agreed to 242. And that's why every single negotiation that has ever started begins with that as like a... And look, 242 doesn't call for the return of all refugees. It calls for a just solution to refugees.
Well, whatever that means, though, which is always up for debate.
I mean, which is like, I think Taba was like very close to coming up with that resolution.
Taba had such a good... Yeah. My issue is that, like, when we talk about some of these Security Council resolutions, okay, and maybe it's not fair for me to pick and choose. Like, maybe I'm just, like, choosing the ones I like and disregarding the ones I don't like. However, you said you're un-American, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes in Congress, you ever notice how... this happens a lot with, like, the squad. You ever notice how there's, like, a bill that will pass the House and it'll pass with, like, comfortable margins, but there'll be, like, 10 people that vote down on it from, like, the Democratic side because they disagree with, like, the climate change. It's some ridiculous shit. But, like, people will look at that, and I think non-politically savvy people will look at it and they'll go like, oh my God, like they voted in opposition to their party. That's some crazy shit. But if you know what's actually happening, they're probably talking with Pelosi back when these votes were happening. The squad is talking with Pelosi and like, listen, you have the votes to pass this, right? Okay, we're going to dissent because it's important to signal to our base and our voting record and blah, blah, blah. But like if it came down to it, they would have voted. If they needed those votes, they would have voted with the party, right? For some of these Security Council resolutions, the reason why I'm not as concerned with them sometimes is sometimes they feel like a virtue signal. Like when you're getting Security Council resolutions that are clearly non-starters, that involve a lot of states with like no understanding or interest in the region, and then like even the text and everything is like kind of ambiguous or weird. So for instance, in 67, this resolution 242, I don't even think it mentions the state of Palestine. All of the language is like very vague. I don't know that like appealing to, well, look at 242 as like some codified legal doctrine in terms of how to separate out the Middle East. I just don't think it carries much weight. Is like my feeling on it. Not to say that I don't think Palestinians should have a state, but yeah, go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
242 is it's not like was like a one-time vote. It gets renewed, to my understanding, on a yearly basis, and it's not like this like just some banana republic states that are voting with against two. It's like a lot of Western countries, right? Even America, I can try to find where they've agreed that 242 is the starting point of this conversation. But again, you can disagree with the content of 242 being a non-starter. I'm not arguing whether it's a non-starter or not. I'm arguing it's there. That's it. And that's the starting point of every resolution or every attempt at peace that's happened. And I'm also saying, kind of going back, because I have like one more hour.
Oh, yeah.
Oslo, the Arabs didn't just walk away. I
Okay.
can't say that.
Okay.
I think there was a disagreement on both sides on the final pieces, and it never came to fruition. Okay, that's one. Camp David, fast forwarding a bit, and just stop me from saying anything that you seriously disagree with and want to discuss.
The only thing,
Camp
here's what I
David-
would love to see, okay? And I'm being so serious, okay? Because I'm a centrist, okay? And that's where all of my credibility comes from. So it sucks that I'm standing this hard, okay? Unironically, as a Zionist dick suck, okay? If I could find statements or evidence or something that's showing me that Arafat is working hard from 93 to 2000, he's really making a good faith effort to try to figure out, like, what are we going to do? Like, why isn't Israel working with me here? Why can't we make any progress here? I would love to see that evidence so that I can at least say, well, look, you can't deny that in 95, 96, 97, like they really are trying to do this. They really are, doing their best work, because all I see is, now obviously still, there was more construction settlement on settlements, but the construction of settlements stopped. The construction within settlements dramatically declined by like 70%, even under Netanyahu. But when it came time to finalize Oslo, I feel like every single person I'm listening, what?
Dude, there was just disagreements, and the disagreements, like if you look at what those disagreements were, they were all, like
where
none
show
of
me
them
those
were outside of. Hold on, none of them were outside. Like if you look at why 242 failed, if you go through that, I don't know what you're reading, what this like source that you're reading is. I feel like you can just read the actual 242, like if you wanted to get information about it. But
wait, what source is for what? What do you mean?
I think if you're reading through 242, I don't know, your stream might be delayed. If you're reading through 242, I think we should actually look through 242, the actual resolution. I don't know
if you
this
want
is
to, yeah, but it's like a virtue signature. There's like nothing here. Here, I'll link you the actual text. There's like nothing. It's like 20 lines. We can read this in like 2 minutes if you want. Resolution 242, expressing the continuing concern with the grave situation in the Middle East, emphasizing the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by war and the need to work for a just and lasting peace in which every state in the area can live in security, emphasizing further that all member states and their acceptance of the Charter of the UN have undertaken a commitment to act in accordance with Article 2 of the Charter, and then 1, we affirm that the fulfillment of Charter principles requires the establishment of a just and lasting peace in the Middle East, which should include the application of both the following principles. Subsection 1, withdrawal of Israel armed forces from territories occupied in the recent conflict, and subsection 2, termination of all claims or states of belligerency and respect for and acknowledgement of the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of every state in the area and their right to live in peace within secure and recognized boundaries free from threats or acts of force. And then 2, it affirms further the necessity for guaranteeing freedom of navigation through international waterways in the area, B, for achieving a just settlement of the refugee problem, and C, for guaranteeing the territorial inviolability and political independence of every state in the area through measures including the establishment of demilitarization zones. 3, requests the Secretary General to designate a special representative to proceed the Middle East to establish and maintain contacts with the states concerned in order to promote agreement and assist efforts to achieve a peaceful and accepted settlement in accordance with the provisions and principles in this resolution. And 4, requests the Secretary General to report to the Security Council on the progress of the efforts of the special representative as soon as possible. So when this was adopted, clearly, they're talking about giving land back to Jordan, Syria, and Turkey. That's unequivocal. That's what we're talking about here, right?
Lebanon, but yeah.
Lebanon for the Golan Heights, yes. But we're not talking about like making Palestine. They're not even mentioned in here, right? So when you say over and over again, like, oh, they all keep reaffirming 242. First of all, after 242 came out, next month was the Khartoum conference where all the Arab League said no peace, no recognition, no negotiations, I think, right? With the three guys.
You're really sticking on that. Okay.
Of course, they all said, yeah.
Sure, but like you said, you thought they were just, right, in those wars. And I think the same year of a war, obviously, after being defeated, you're not going to be super for peace. That's why I think we're harping on history when we don't need to. Okay?
Sure, I agree. We can back away from this if you want, but I'm just saying that you keep harping on. Everybody keeps agreeing to 242. Yeah,
it is what it is.
It is, but 242 is the ass pain of 3 Arab countries losing a fucking war to Israel and wanting their land back. That's what 242 was. This recoloring of 242 is, no, 242 is about making a Palestinian state. That's bullshit. That's not what 242 is ever about.
242 is the starting point for a resolution between Israel and Palestine.
No. It's not. It has nothing to do with that. Hold on. I need you to know that 242 had nothing to do with Palestine. 242 was to give land back to Jordan.
Give the land back to Jordan and Egypt, and whether they want to give it to Palestine, you're saying, okay, that's fine.
That's up to them at that point, yeah.
You're getting to the same, so like if Israel didn't believe that 242 was a starting point, they wouldn't start there at all, like as those borders and land swaps. Like everyone, that's what I'm saying when I say everyone agrees with it. I'm saying that's what has been the basis of every negotiation.
Sure. If you want to talk about like the borders and everything prior to that, then yeah, of course, that's about the starting point. I would agree with that. But that's different than saying 242 is the starting point. That just the borders of pre-67 are the starting point. I would agree with that for sure.
So the borders of 67 are the starting point, if you like that terminology more.
I'm saying that's where some of the talking points is. Realistically, for negotiation, no, that's never happening. But everybody knows that. Not even the Arab states expect Israel to go back to 67 borders. Nobody on the planet is expecting this except for Iran, Hezbollah. No, I'm sorry, not even those guys, because they just want a one-state solution. Nobody on the planet is expecting Israel to go back to 67 borders. Nobody.
What are you basing that off of?
On the fact that there were so many people were telling Arafat that, bro, the deal that you have at the time. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Like you clearly are like stuck in this like point in time in your research, right? During because when you were saying some of these things like that, no one in the world wants 67 borders. I don't know what you're referring to because it's like almost the exact opposite even today. So. It's just a weird claim to make that no one wants 67 borders.
Did any negotiation ever between Israel or Palestine start with even Arafat saying the 67 borders are the starting point? Even Arafat's expressed goal before Camp David, I think, was 93% with land swaps. Right? Nobody, not even Palestine, starts from the 67 borders. Who in the world is saying? I mean, you might be able to show me speeches that say in public or whatever.
Let me sit.
Yeah.
If you want sources for where countries have stated that that they recognize Palestine based on the 1967 borders, I can show you that.
Well, but okay, so I understand that some Arab leaders will make.
So if there's 100, not Arab leaders. If 138 countries recognize Palestine based on the 1967 borders, you can't say that nobody expects.
I don't care about random countries. They're all virtually speaking cucks.
It is.
They're random countries. I don't give a fuck about them. Israel, if you show me 140 countries that agree on something, and Israel sees that 140 countries agree on something, but the dissenters were Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia, do you think that Israel gives a fuck that the other 150 countries on the other side of the world give a fuck about what their consensus is? That's not what matters. What matters is who your neighbors are and who's trying to fucking kill you. That's the only thing that matters to Israel when it comes to negotiations, right?
Wait, who's Israel? Who's Israel's neighbors that are trying to kill them right now?
Today, it's just Iran, I would say, and the Palestinians. But
I think neighbors is a little bit of a stretch. One, and two, to say Iran's trying to destroy them, it's like a topic I don't even want to get into, honestly.
Okay, I think it's pretty important, but go ahead, yeah.
All I'm saying, as of 67, for you to say that no one wants 67 borders is untrue. Full stop.
Okay, then here, you can shut me down.
No one wants 67 borders is a full stop untrue.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, let me clarify my statements further, and then you can tell me. And listen, I seriously am. Okay, and I understand it's hard to have all these sources right off the top of your head. But if you can find me shit here, okay, I would love to see it. Okay. There might be countries, okay? Greta Thunberg might say, hold on. That's not a fair summary. I'm sorry. There might be a consensus in the UN saying, 67 borders, we recognize this and blah, 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 okay? And there might even be some Arab leaders that in speeches go, we respect our brothers, bless them, whatever. They can have the 67 borders, okay? But when it comes to actually negotiating any of these deals, I have never in my life heard any Arab leader talking to Arafat. I haven't even heard Arafat himself. None of the Israeli, nobody has ever started those negotiations with, all right, guys, we're starting with 67, goddammit. Now let's go from there. It's always been.
Why would there be, okay. Why are there land swaps? Why would there be land swaps if that's not the starting point? Why would Israel agree to give pieces of Israel to them for that 6 or 5%?
Yeah. If they're agreeing to land swaps for a couple reasons, okay? Yeah, and you can tell me if I'm wrong on any of these. One is the West Bank needs to be a contiguous state. okay, this autistic fucking roadmap for peace or whatever the fuck came under Kushner and Trump, this crazy smattering of like cum spraying onto a fucking map is ridiculous, okay? So contiguous land is important, number one. Number two, okay, because Jewish people are fucking insane and they've built so many fucking settlements past like the Greenland or whatever, they've clearly encroached on some of that West Bank territory. Israel should be willing to offer back some land, good land, not Negev desert bullshit land. They should be willing to offer back some good land to Palestinians
Why
for
does
development.
it matter if they build? I mean, according to you, there's no 67. Like the 67 border is not the starting point. So what is the starting point?
The
Like, what
starting
is your
point,
starting point?
well, Arafat's starting point initially, I believe, was 91% with like 5% land swaps. And by the end of the Taba summit, he either got up to 95 or 97%, I think. It might have been 97, but I know 95 at least. And then he walked away with no counteroffer because he just wanted to fight in the second Intifada.
So for another resolution, sorry, I didn't want to throw another resolution.
You're good, go for
at
it.
You, but
Keep throwing them,
resolution
the more the merrier, yeah.
67/19, where it says reaffirms the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and to independence in their state of Palestine on the Palestinian territory occupied since 1967.
Give me, bro, this is a 2012 resolution. Hold on, let me check.
That's when I say that 138 countries recognize Palestinian based off those borders. I think that's a resolution you should look into if you plan on debating people on this. And I don't want this to be like a debate, more of a discussion and understanding your viewpoint, my viewpoint, and trying to dig through what the facts are. I'm not trying to get you, and I'm happy to move where needed based off of facts.
Bro, get me all you want. I don't listen. I have, as long as you're not getting offended, even though I made one or two personal so I shut up. You can get me as much as you want. I want to be God, okay? I seriously don't mind. If you throw resolutions at me and shit to read, I have no problem with that whatsoever. It's totally fine.
Dude, I hate the pro-Palestinian voices, advocates that are just yelling, right?
I don't care if you yell. As long as you're not retarded. I don't care if you yell. You can yell all you want. Just don't be an idiot.
No, I'm just saying, I want to convince you based off of facts, not just yell genocide.
Yeah, that's fine.
We can negotiate whether a genocide is happening right now. That's fine. Discuss whether it's happening. All I'm saying is for you to say, and I think you're going to get a lot of pushback on this, at 67 borders isn't the starting point and isn't recognized by a majority of the world. You can say the majority of the world is wrong. You can say like only the 7 countries that disagree with it are right, but you're in the minority. Full stop.
That's
quick question.
Go for it. Real quick question.
Yeah, real quick question. So the one claim, the 1967 borders being like a consensus among the United Nations, I don't think anyone's disputing that. I don't think anyone disputes that, there's this 1967 ideology. Like, sure, yeah, that completely agree. I don't also think anyone's disputing that the 1967 borders, that there's an ideological consensus among the UN that should be what is people strive toward. I think the point of contention is what is that exactly meant by this term starting point? When you say starting point, do you mean that when Israel negotiates with the Palestinians, be it the PLO, or if they plan on negotiating with Hamas or whatever, with any land swaps, is the claim that what Israel is going to do and what they have been doing and what they've always been doing and what they will continue to do is say, oh, well, when we look at all of the land swaps, well, we give you this land, you give us this land, we're just going to redraw the starting point, as in before we agree to anything, we're going to pretend that we have this land, you have that land according to the 1967 borders, and then make the land swaps. Is that what you're saying is the starting point?
I think...
Sorry, go ahead, Disney.
Well, I was gonna say, I think when he says starting point, he means like this is your moral starting point. So if your negotiated starting point is 91%, you're already like morally super in the wrong, because you should recognize that the entire world is saying the 67 borders are what we recognize. How can you say you're approaching a conversation in good faith when we're ignoring the fact that you want military installations, you want air control, you want no blah blah, you want no land armies, you want demilitarized zones that you patrol, all of that, and you're not even starting at the 67 borders, which the whole world recognizes. You're starting at 91%. You're out of your mind morally. I think it's like the argument that he's making.
So to be clear, then, it's by starting point, we don't mean that's where we start. We pretend that's, or like we act as if the controlled land is at the starting point of the table, and to negotiate from there. By starting point, we just mean this is what the international community considers just, and so that's the thing that we're trying to strive for.
Right. That's my case. Yes,
because that's a very different, because it gets confused a lot, because like when I was hearing this, it sounds like, oh, this is just the recognized consensus of starting point for negotiations, and it's like starting point, just like the starting point is the current situation.
Sure, but you'd have to recognize that if your starting point for negotiations is super far off your starting point for where you're morally supposed to be, that if there's too much daylight between these two positions, negotiation is not only impossible, it would be immoral to do so. It's literally the MLK quote of you can't put a timetable on another man's freedom. That you can't begin a negotiation so far behind, you would lose all moral authority and you'd lose the ability to expect the other people to even come to the table for negotiations, I think.
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine to say, like, okay, the starting point is just really, like, the literal starting point is just really far off from where it is, and so in order for things to be taken seriously, there needs to be something, if not at the 1967 borders, something a lot closer. At least according to the UN, at least according to the international community. Of course, pragmatically, I have doubts about how close to the 1967 borders things will get, but that's a different discussion.
I mean, we got close in Taba. And we'll get to Taba too. I just want my whole thing was like, yeah, like 67 starting point. It's not who controls the land right now at this very moment. Obviously, that's not the case. But I think the reason why Ehud Barak was willing to give the Palestinians so much of the land is because 67 was kind of seen as, okay, this is what the international community recognizes as Palestine and Israel.
Stop.
Blah 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 blah.
That's not what 242 said. We have to agree on that. That is not what.
No. That's not what 242 said.
Okay.
I'm looking at like what you're. Go ahead. I don't know. You're gonna read what the 67 /
Oh, I saw this. I see this is a General Assembly resolution. Was the partition plan a General Assembly thing, or was that like a commission?
I think this specifically was for the vote on recognizing Palestine as a state that like 130 some countries agreed on. If you look up 2012 non-observer state, something like that.
Sure, but I'm just saying I'll say, because I'm trying to poke you a little bit, okay? That you're harping very big on this this UN General Assembly resolution, but you also told me before that Resolution 181, which was the partition plan, that was a bullshit resolution that they should have accepted, right? Even though I think that had a majority vote, right?
Sorry, 181. I think was sorry, what are you saying? You're saying that I think that they shouldn't have accepted? Well, I think this 181 was like the first UN General Assembly resolution when the UN was created. Like this was like their first problem.
How can it's called 181? There must have been 180 before this, right? Is that not how it works?
I have no fucking idea. I just know that like Arabs, in my mind, and this can be biased on my side, you can push back on me if I am, had a just reason to push back on this. Now you can say, well, Israelis have a just reason to push back on the other one. I would say like this is like we're in the midst of a war at this point, and a colony has just been removed in Britain. Though this is a little different.
Sure, but then don't you think
that the other one has been renewed for decades?
Yeah, right? But don't you think Israel might feel like that resolution is bullshit? So, first of all, trivia question. Do you know where do you think the borders pre-46 even came from? Or not pre-46, pre-67 came from, right? Those weren't even real borders at that point. Those were just armistice lines after 48. And I'm pretty sure they were explicitly armistice lines because nobody even wanted...
49 armistice line.
Yeah, 49. Yeah. I don't think anybody even wanted those to be permanent borders. Probably because Israel might have thought they could have gotten more, and probably because the Arab states thought they could have pushed them to less. So those borders from 49, those weren't even real borders yet, right? Because those Arab states were like, fuck you, they're military lines. Then later on, they get invaded again. But then they managed to push back and take more land. And I'm like, okay, hold on. Let's go back to the pre-67 borders. So just to be clear on all of this, right? So one, the pre-67 borders were not for Palestine. They were for conquered Arab territory, number one. And number two, the pre-67 borders, even those weren't real borders. Those were just armistice lines that the other Arab states had bilaterally agreed for each one. I believe there were 3 or 4 different armistice agreements with the surrounding Arab states that they would be temporary military lines. So to go back to all of this and now today, like, okay, well, obviously, guys, this is the border of the new state of Palestine. Do you understand why on the Israeli side you're like, okay, now I'm going to go back to my other narrative. It is, right? But when they're saying like, okay, well, you tried to eliminate us in 48 and you failed. Then you made military borders. You tried to eliminate us again in 67. And not only did you fail, we conquered more land from you. You tried to surprise attack eliminate us in 73. And we got even more land. And now you're trying to say, well, we want to go all the way back to 67 and we want to play PCs
do you
there.
know why?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know why we're going back to do you know why that like this conflict is even ongoing? It's because there's a group of people, like if Israel wanted to just take over the entire land and make everyone citizenship, then it's like, okay, yeah, well they fought militarily, they won the war, everyone is a citizen. But they don't want that. And that's why this situation is so unique. They don't want the people, they want the land. Right? This isn't like Israel wants the whole land. No, they don't want the whole land.
Well, hold on. So here's where I'm going to fight you on two
remove...
things. I'll fight you on two things on this, and I welcome you to prove me wrong, okay? I've heard this given a lot. Okay, and the only two good examples, or the only two, really one thing is like this Plan Dalit being drawn up in 46, I think. Plan D being drawn up in 46, okay? But I will say there are two really strong pieces of evidence to the contrary for Jews and Arabs living together that Jews would have been willing to do it. One was they accepted the 47 partition plan, which I believe had Arabs as 45% of the Jewish state, number one. And number two, when Israel declared independence, as part of the declaration, they literally invited to build a peaceful state with Arabs, I believe, in their country. But then obviously all the wars and everything happened. Now, there was already some expulsion happening in 47. I understand that. But like, it's hard for me to look at what happened at the start and be like, yeah, Jews were definitely going to kick everybody out initially, 100%. It's hard for me to buy that. Do you have a more compelling piece of evidence saying that, like, well, that was always going to be the case?
No. Okay, wait. I think we're talking about two different things. I'm talking specifically right now about the West Bank. If Israel wanted to, they can annex the whole thing, as well as Gaza, and just make the whole thing Israel. And guess what would happen? Everyone had to become citizens. Why will that not happen? I mean, this has been discussed by, I think, the last prime minister of Israel. They wanted to annex Area C because they said, oh, we will only have to take in 90,000 Palestinian citizens. That's why they wanted to annex it and kind of further enclave the Palestinians into whatever is left. That's why they don't want to, because the demographic problem.
Yes,
right?
probably. Most likely, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they call it in the Knesset, like, demographic time bomb or something like that.
Yeah, that's why they pulled back. As much as people want to give Israel credit for it, my understanding is the whole reason for pulling back the settlements from the Gaza Strip were to shore up the demographics, possibly in preparation for annexation of places in the West Bank. It wasn't. They didn't leave the Gaza Strip to be nice to the Palestinians. They wanted to shore up. I think Sharon and I think Netanyahu. I think there's a whole bunch of people on record saying that, like, yeah, of course, this is our goal, is to shore up our demographic strength in Israel. Yeah.
Okay, so we agree on that then.
For sure,
and I think that's what makes this conflict unique. It's because you can say, well, they lost the war, get over it. Well, okay, they lost the war, make them all citizens. Imagine the Native Americans in the U.S. like not getting American citizenship. It wouldn't make any fucking sense.
Well, hold on, wait. When you say that, because we have to talk to the uniqueness of the situation. Has there ever in the history of all of mankind been one country that conquered another that had a demographic majority over them and then made all of them equal citizens?
Well, there's never been a minority. I don't think there is. Which
because I don't know if that would ever happen ever. Like when the German Empire was expanding, I could be. I'm trying to. Hold on, I'm thinking about this. I'm really retarded. When Hitler was expanding, because technically they weren't even a real democracy at that point, I guess. So maybe not. Because I was gonna say, let's say that like Hitler expanded and he conquered the height of the. I don't know if you call it the German Empire. At the height of Hitler's empire, he had a whole bunch of fucking land. Let's say that the borders like ended and it stopped there and he won and all that. Do you think he would make all of those other countries equal citizens in terms of like their like huge federal elections or whatever? If they were all subjugates of the Third Reich, do you think that would happen?
Not familiar enough with
sure,
that.
That's kind of a bullshit question. I understand, but like I don't think anybody would ever do this. I don't think anybody would ever be expected to do this. That if they took over some territory, if there was like a country of 1 million and they conquered a country of like 3 million, and then they made all 3 million people citizens like the 1 million. Like I don't know if that's ever happened ever in the entire history of all the world. So I think it's a little bit strange to accept like, oh well, obviously Israel should just annex the West Bank and make them all citizens when they've all been terrorist attacking and trying to kill them for 75 years. Right.
Which I would push back on so heavily. Okay. Trying to kill them 75 years. Okay, so. Like again, I want us to get back on track.
Yeah, go for it.
In this like last 40 minutes.
Wait, can I grab I want to grab a Red Bull real quick, like 15 seconds. Okay.
Sure. Okay, go for it.
Okay, go for it. Hit me up. Smack
And if
me.
we don't have any, if we don't have enough time, I'm happy to do this again. I don't want to like suck up all of your time, but it's like I really want to get to everything eventually.
I have no
including
problem doing
Gaza,
this. We can do this
including Hamas.
for days. Okay, I have no problem. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So then I'll try not to rush as much, and whatever we don't get to, we can just talk about other time.
Yeah, sure.
So going back to what you had tweeted, pretty much said that Arabs always walk away from and I just feel like that tweet was, you were narrativizing a little bit something that
100%
wasn't actually the case. Like, Arabs didn't walk away from every single deal. There was a disagreement in negotiations, like in 2001 in Taba Summit, where all the negotiators said this is by far the closest we've ever come. What happens? I think you've actually alluded to this before. It's hard to negotiate with democracies. There's a change in leadership, and Ariel Sharon was like, "Fuck this shit. We're not going to give them a state," and it kind of ended negotiation there. That was the closest they came.
Wait.
Let's go to Camp David. Actually, let's go to Camp David.
Yeah, sure.
Because
we can do that. Okay, yeah, because the timelines on that are really important. Because I thought
100%.
Yeah. Okay, we can do Camp David if you want. Right
there was a walkaway, and I think I know what you're talking about. So for Oslo, do you think that there was just like disagreement on the negotiations? Yes or no? Or do you feel like Arafat just walked away and said, "Well, actually, fuck it"?
Okay, I might need to read these better. Okay, tell me if I'm wrong. The Oslo Accords was, I think, it was supposed to be a 5-year transition process where slowly,
within that time they negotiate the
yes,
final points.
Exactly.
They never agreed on those final points.
Yeah, that's the issue. Yeah, and so that's when the Palestinian Authority was created. That's when more security and everything was handed over to the Palestinians.
Correct.
But everybody was hoping or expecting that by the end of the Oslo Accords that something is going to be negotiated. Yes, and then my understanding, and then this is where I settle everything on to Arafat, is it seems like Arafat was unwilling to seriously approach negotiations ever, to the chagrin of every other surrounding Arab leader. That's my narrative. That's my understanding right now. Yeah.
You're going to have to prove that, because I know you probably like got most of this from that Saudi Arabian guy, and I challenge you to actually like go through what the negotiator said at the time, why both sides obviously blame the other, but I agree. I recommend you actually read through that first before saying Arafat just never wanted to negotiate. Because if every single thing that Arafat wanted, maybe we can both agree was like unreasonable, was given, I would say there'd be a Palestinian state right now.
Hold on. Say that one more time. Say what you just said one more time.
I'm saying if Arafat, every single thing he had asked for, right, that they were negotiating on, was given to him, I think there would be a Palestinian state.
Okay.
Maybe we can say what he asked for was too much.
Well, I don't disagree. If I am to understand the negotiations, I don't think there's conflicting viewpoints around this, but you can tell me if I'm wrong. My understanding is what you just said did happen, and that's why there was so much frustration. That I think initially, when he went into Camp David, I think he was looking for either 91% or like 93% with like 3 to 5% land swaps or something. That's what he went in. But as the negotiations progressed, every time Arafat got more, he wanted more, and the goalpost would move on what he ultimately wanted. And that by the end of, I think it might have been the end of Taba Summit, maybe we don't want to jump out there, but by the end, the offer was so unbelievable, in terms of what he had gotten, that the fact that he still walked away made everybody feel like this fucking piece of shit. He's not negotiating good faith. He's not actually looking for a deal, because he came in, he's getting way more than he even initially asked for. I don't even know if Jerusalem had been gotten up to yet. And then he didn't make a counteroffer and he walked away. And I do have like 6 or 7 different quotes around other people that he was basically, I don't want to say planning the second intifada, but planning the second intifada. That he was always planning on like going to war basically with Israel at the end of Taba Summit, after Camp David.
Okay, I don't think. Okay, I don't know about moving the goalpost. I'll have to read into that, but I'm not going to disagree with you on that.
Sure.
I'm reading through like criticisms around why this failed and how it undermined Israeli security, how it undermined Palestinian security, how it seemed like, from what I see, both sides just disagreed.
I don't get that. My understanding is there's a really big deal that there was no counteroffer made by Arafat, that he just walked away at the end.
Let's table this as a point we need to get back to. Oslo, did Arafat just blankly just walked away and did not want to negotiate, because I don't think that's true. I think there was just a disagreement on a few things, and even if he was moving the goalpost, and you're gonna probably get annoyed with me saying this, it probably still was within the 67 border agreement. So
for sure.
I don't think he was asking for a part of Tel Aviv. I think he was asking for, maybe less settlements in the West Bank and more of that land given back. Now, moving on from Oslo to Camp David, I do believe that Camp David, they got really close. There was some disagreements, and there was a few months later, they had the Taba Summit or something, and Taba Summit, they got very, very close. I think you mentioned this, 100,000 refugees would return, all that stuff. I don't know if East Jerusalem was going to be seen as the capital, but it was very close. And in my opinion, probably the most ideal outcome for this conflict.
After Taba Summit?
Yeah, I think Taba Summit was the closest they got.
Oh,
and
maybe.
I think there's quotes from negotiators on both sides saying, this was super close. And if we had 6 more weeks, it would have been a done deal. It happened at the fucking worst time because democracies suck, and there was a change in leadership in Israel, and Ariel Sharon said, "Fuck this." So in my mind,
wait, hold on, wait. Let me real quick.
Yeah, let's go to it. Let's go to it.
Well, I was gonna say, I believe Sharon was after Taba Summit, a couple months after that, because I think it was the failure of David and the Taba Summit that is what ushered Sharon in, because people are like, this is fucked, nothing is ever gonna happen, and that was basically the last real stab, I think.
I believe
Summit.
I think Ehud Barak is the one that actually suspended the talks because of the upcoming election. But we can look into that.
I will say though, however, okay, and I'm gonna be totally honest here, okay. I need to find more sources. I'm basing a lot of this because this is coming directly from that Saudi Arabian guy's talk, okay. I will say that according to that guy, Arafat had a history of playing on incoming administrations to fuck around with the deals that they were negotiating. That this is something he'd done back in, was it with Reagan or was it with Bush Senior? I think Bush was Reagan's. What?
This feels like hearsay because I can give you some Arab negotiators that are probably going to accuse Ehud Barak of being, a piece of shit too.
I'd love to see that if that's true.
Ariel Sharon being a bigger piece of shit. And
well, hold on, wait. We're not just talking about being a piece of shit, okay? Sharon, keep in mind, Sharon's prime ministership was during the Second Intifada, okay? That was a wild fucking time in Israel, okay?
Yeah.
But the issue, it's not about who's a piece of shit. The only reason why I'm likely to believe that Saudi Arabian guy is because he references so many big names in terms of conversations he's had. If he was lying, holy fuck, I feel like there would be so many people coming out, especially people around these administrations, being like, bro, why are you lying about this shit? But he would talk about how Arafat would draw out conversations to the end of a presidential term, hoping that when the next guy comes in, he could make a better agreement with him, and that shit would get scuttled and fucked so many times because of Arafat playing these games. I noticed that when I looked on the Wikipedia page of that Camp David, I think there was even a little comment there, it was there was a guy on the Ask History subreddit that wrote about this, that Arafat would wait, somebody would ask, can you give us a clarification on this? And he would wait 4 days to even respond for simple clarifications on things. Arafat's letter was not a pragmatic step at peace. It was an attempt to say that he'd responded to the parameters after taking 4 days to ask for clarifications on the terms of a deal that would fit on 2 or 3 sheets of paper. I say this colloquially in handwritten notes. I'm telling you all this so much because I want you to come back and say, actually, look at all these guys that I'll take a fucking Assad, I'll take a Syrian leader even that is saying well, no, he says that, Arafat was good. Anybody but Saddam Hussein, show me anything that shows. I would love to see it. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I would say to this piece is I don't necessarily think Arafat was the best faith. Okay. What I'm saying, and so I can agree with you on some of those points. I still think that everything Arafat had asked for, even if the goalpost was being moved, let's say I believe that. I haven't read that, but I'm just going to take that as fact. I still think it was within, it wasn't outside of the parameters of the 67 borders. And
yeah, but that's not relevant to anything. Sure, but that's not relevant because that's not what any of the real negotiations start at, our 67 borders, right? We don't.
I don't know if you can say that. I honestly don't.
Well, even
know if you can
Arafat
say
didn't
that.
go into Camp David. Hold on, have you ever seen a
Yeah,
part?
because they were desperate, dude. They were desperate for something, and I think Arafat fucked up not going into Camp David asking for the whole thing. These people are desperate for a fucking state.
Okay, well, okay,
And
so here we are today. Okay, I'm skipping ahead a bit. I'm just curious, just before you have to go. I'm curious. Okay, so today, the Arab world has largely turned its back on Palestinians. Okay, most of the leadership doesn't give a fuck anymore. I don't know if any leadership gives a fuck about Palestinians anymore, except for terrorists. So their position is only weakening, in my opinion. And I think that even at the time, it doesn't require supreme prescience to know this, okay? Past 79, when Egypt signed the peace deal, the dominoes were beginning to fall, and Palestinians needed to figure their shit out ASAP. Because since 79, it's just been one country after another basically saying, fuck you guys, figure your shit out, we're just gonna work with Israel now because this is some gay shit. And just moving past it. And now the situation is more dire than ever. Would you say today that like the Palestinian conversation needs to start at 67 borders? Like it just seems like a so far out there delusional take to me. Like it's not even, they have no friends anymore. Well, okay, go ahead. Yeah, tell me.
I disagree on first of all, I think the consensus in the Arab world is very much still supporting Palestinian cause. I'm not saying the Arab leaders. I'm saying people, right? The people are very much pro-Palestinian. I mean, Algerians and Moroccans have been saying like we wish we were on the border of Israel, blah 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 blah. So I don't think the consensus among the people is fuck the Palestinians. I think very much the opposite.
For the people, leaders, I would agree. Yeah.
Leaders, we can probably agree on. Like Egypt for sure doesn't give a fuck. Jordan tries to give a fuck politically because 70% of the population is Palestinian. The king's wife is Palestinian, so they try to like pretend they care. And I think they do it with like the agreement of Israel, like, hey, by the way, we're gonna say this, but we're still cool, kind of situation.
Yeah. I think that the leadership is walking a tightrope right now, where they're trying to appease their population with these statements of like I think some of them withdrew their ambassadors after October or after the Israel. Yeah, but like largely, I think the leadership is over it. They were signing deals, they're doing shit. They're like, this is fucking retarded. We're like moving past it, unless. Maybe in the next like month or two, Israel happens to kill 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 more Gaza citizens, then maybe you'll start to see leadership change because the public pressure becomes untenable. But I mean, they're all fucking monarchs, so who knows? But
pretty fucking wild that we're almost at 20,000 dead in Gaza. That's roughly 1% of the population there exterminated. Pretty crazy. But I want to talk about Gaza as like a whole separate thing.
Sure.
So, yeah, I mean, you don't agree that 7 borders are the starting point. Next time, I'm going to come with you with like much more clear evidence on why it's a starting point. I still think it's a starting point. I think the resolution we saw in 2012, clearly the countries think it's a starting. Other countries believe that it's a starting point, and they recognize Palestine within those borders. From what I understand from that resolution.
Wait, which resolution? Say that again. Sorry. In 2012.
67.
Oh, the 67.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, my bad.
Yeah. I think most of the countries still recognize Palestine as a state within those borders. You could say, well, fuck those countries. Those countries are just trying to virtue signal, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But it is what it is. It's there. You said you don't believe the occupation is illegal because I remember last time you had mentioned that, well, it's not technically a state, so what are they occupying? My pushback to that is, well...
Or sorry, I'll let you finish, go ahead, yeah.
I was going to say, well, when a majority of the world believes that Palestine is a state and recognizes them as a state, so I think that counters the argument to, well, what are they occupying? And I don't know if you were just like thinking or trying to like, I don't know if that was your actual stance that it's not an occupation of.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The only thing I'm focusing on, I'm being a huge legal dick here, is just because we've done now a little bit of international law. When I hear somebody say illegal, I'm looking for like an ICC ruling or like an actual, not just like a UN resolution. Although UN resolutions can indicate illegality or whatever. But like, I think I largely agree with you. Obviously, the occupation is wrong. There probably should be a state. When I hear terms like illegal, I want to be really, really, really careful. Yeah.
Okay. But there is an occupation at least, whether or not it's illegal.
Of course, yeah, obviously, yeah.
Okay, and
the occupiers are Palestinians on future Israeli territory. No, I'm just kidding. I'm saying, go ahead.
And the settlements are illegal. You would agree on?
I've read I think I've read legal arguments on both sides. It seems to me like it should be illegal, but I don't fucking know. It seems like it should be.
Fourth. Okay, I want to read the Fourth Geneva Convention for you. Prohibits the transfer of civilians from occupying powers' territory into the occupied territory. Very clear, like close, like open and shut. case to me.
Okay.
If you can find me references to international law saying that these settlements are illegal, would love to see it.
Okay.
So settlements are illegal. There's an occupation in West Bank and Gaza. You agree that Gaza is still under occupation, or do you disagree with that?
I don't know if that's illegal. To me, like it seems like in all but name, it's an occupation. It seems to me like it is. Some people say that since they put the actual military out, it's not. But I mean, like it. I mean, yeah, it seems.
Yeah, the argument is there's three components for an occupation. One of them being military presence. So the people that argue it's not an occupation is because the military presence is gone. So there's like arguments going back and forth on that. But there's definitely a blockade, and according to international law, a blockade, as was the Suez Canal by Egypt, is an act of war. Okay. So
well, but you need but there. I mean, you can have a justification for a blockade, right?
No, I disagree.
You can never justify any blockade ever.
Well, it depends what kind of blockade, right? I don't think there's a justification for blocking food from entering somewhere.
Well, if there are other ways for the food to get in, then that would be just the justification, right?
Sorry, you said if there's other ways for food to get in.
Well, yeah, it's not like the only way.
So you're saying because of Rafah. So you're saying that since there's like food can get in via Egypt, do you think?
Wait, hold on, not just Egypt. There's like 7 different crossings. I think Egypt is just one of them, right? Into the Gaza Strip.
No, there's I believe 3 crossings. 2 are Israel, 1 is Egypt, and the one through Egypt, I believe Israel bombed the Rafah side of the Gaza side of that border. And they don't just allow as many trucks as they want to go in.
Gotcha. Okay, sorry. I think maybe initially there were 6 or 7. Since 2011, apparently there are only 2. Crossing points on the Israel-Gaza border and northern Erez crossing, or maybe there's 3. Okay, did you say 3? You just said 3.
Yeah.
Okay,
there's
sorry.
3. Yeah.
I thought initially there were 6 or 7, but yeah, the argument being that Israel makes was that they allow food and aid in through the crossing that they control. That they're allowed to do that.
Okay, so we're gonna fast forward a bit.
Okay.
Because I wanted to kind of hit on like we were talking about this last time, the right to resist an occupation. What does that mean? And when international law states that in resolutions 37/43 that includes the right to armed resistance. Now, civilians are protected, right? Any attacks against civilians is not considered resisting occupation. Okay, that's my position. I think attacks on military outposts is a different story. Now, do you disagree with that? Do you agree with that in the West Bank? Attacking any kind of military infrastructure is legally allowed under, I don't want to say legally allowed, but like considered armed resistance according to international
My understanding
law.
is the answer to that is yes. That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, so then any attacks on Israeli soldiers, so there was a debate about whether settlers are fair game or not, and I think the consensus is that settlers are not fair game unless they're participating in hostilities.
Sure.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
If they're like
hold
burning,
on. Okay.
burning homes, like
do you ever do any utilitarian shit or whatever?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of like how this plays out in the macro sense, because I'm saying yes to this, but I feel like this can't be the case. Okay, let's say that the military, we'll say in World War II, let's say we're occupying Japanese islands or we're occupying German territory or whatever. Let's say that as we go in, since the United States would be occupiers there, the civilian population has an internationally recognized right to resist militarily. Doesn't that mean that if you're moving in, you're basically incentivized as a military to start killing all the population or cleansing them or rounding them up and putting them into camps? Because why the fuck? Because if you think that they've got like an
why would you let them? Yeah. If they're allowed to attack you, like why would you like let them live? Is kind of what you're saying, right?
Yeah. Can I get a link to the language of this? Because now I'm curious. For when we say resistance, does this mean like random acts of I don't want to say random acts of violence against an occupier, or does it just mean fighting against like an invading army?
Let me try to find something on this.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll have to give me a second.
Yeah, no problem.
I see. I just gave you a link. Something I just found. I believe this specifically calls out the armed resistance piece, and that had given an example as well.
Jesus, fuck this website. Come on, UN.
I think there's a good PDF, the English PDF that you'll have to download that first one. Yeah.
I'm an idiot. Don't watch my stream. Hold on. I'm sorry. I thought I was more Jewish than I actually was for a second there. All right, or Arabic, I guess I was. Okay.
Did you open the Did you just open the Espanol one?
No. My mom is Cuban. Okay. Okay. I forgot my stream that was mainly English, so. Okay. Control F. I can't. Oh, it's 3 pages. Can you?
I think just start from like 3743.
Okay.
Or just look up armed. I think if you look up armed, you'll
I can't.
see.
I don't think I can Control F this. Can I? Oh, I can. Never mind.
Should be able to.
Including armed struggle.
We're both not lawyers, so I don't want to like harp on this too much, but I think there's a justification that can be argued, at least, to attack military infrastructure in the occupied territories.
Well, hold on. This is a very vague. So I'm curious. At least in U.S. law, usually these terms are defined elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
What does the UN define as armed struggle? Because armed struggle could just be like soldiers are invading and you can shoot back at them before they take over your town. But it sounds like you're making it sound like they would have the right to like pop out of their houses and like shoot soldiers in the back who've been occupying a city for a month, right? Not just I made yours sound extreme. Yours might not even be wrong. I'm not sure. I'm just curious. I'm just curious if there's like a definition for this somewhere.
Okay, you like personally, do you feel like if people are under occupation, they should have the right to resist via like, attacking the military that's occupying them?
Oh, dude, I'm gonna be so honest with you. When conflicts arise between different states, I have a really hard time figuring out like what's right or wrong, because I feel like there can be so many conflicting things that I don't know what to like. I can appeal to like either the U.S. legal system, or I can appeal to a moral code, but I have a really hard time doing that between multiple countries.
Yeah, I'm saying I think this has been debated for a long time for the Palestinian case, and we can go through like the findings of or the people arguing on both sides and or what that specific clause in that resolution means. I know that Hamas continuously will say like we have the right to resist occupation under international law, or another group will say like we have the right to, the Palestinians have the right to resist. So it's important to like know that okay, they're not just like saying some random shit. There's like something that's at least acknowledging a right to armed struggle. Now we can define that, we can argue about the definition of that, but they are making a case to fight. Now, it's very important to know, I'm not condoning or justifying or anything. I'm just trying to like explain one side's.
I'm also curious for this right to resist thing or whatever. Is this something that's like explicitly called out in some international law or in the UN, or is this like something that's being derived from another charter? Kind of like
let's see.
Yeah, like the right to privacy in the United States doesn't exist in our Constitution. It was kind of like a constructed right coming from several other amendments.
Yeah, I'm trying to see.
Because I see here like Fayez Sayegh, I don't know if I'm saying, derives a right to resist from the Charter of the UN's recognition of an inherent right of national self-defense in the face of aggression. Resolution 2625 explicitly endorsed a right to resist subjugation of people to alien subjugation, domination, and exploitation. And then based on this, many scholars argue that the right to resist exists in customary international law where self-determination is at issue.
Okay, before we get stuck again.
Yeah.
And we're gonna come back to all this. In-laws are having a Thanksgiving dinner, and
you're fine
to go to it. But so I want to want to make sure you understand how brutal the occupation is. Like let's say when there's no conflicts going on, because it is so brutal beyond what a lot of people understand. Like, for example, there's military codes that the settlers don't have to live by that are living in the West Bank. They live by Israeli law, whereas the occupied live by it. It includes Military Code Order 101, where if you are gathering with a group of people, 10 or more, you need a permit from the Israeli military. And if you don't have that permit, it can be seen as some kind of political participants, and you can end up going to prison for it. Another one is throwing stones. You can end up going to jail for 10 years in Israel. So when we're seeing this hostage negotiation unfold, you have to understand that the 150 that are being released, many of them first have never gotten a trial, right?
I thought all the ones being released right now had been convicted of crimes. Am I wrong on that?
So none of them have been. So they're all children. I think the youngest was like 14 up until 18, or up until 17. I want to say under 18.
That's not true at all.
And some are women as well.
Well, and also even if they're children, I don't know if I care that much. I'm just because they've all been convicted of like certain crimes. Like there have been
convicted under military law. As opposed to Israeli law.
Sure.
Right?
Okay.
They're held to a different standard, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Just as a real quick point, they're not all children. They're 18-year-olds, and it's under 19, which is what they did, and some of them are 18-year-old males who have been convicted of terrorist activities.
Gotcha.
So what does terrorist activities mean?
On AP News,
what is the definition of terrorist activities?
One example could be like walking up to a person and stabbing them in the back. Another example could be convicted of attempting to explode themselves, like in a suicide bombing.
Real quick, I see that in exchange, 150 Palestinian prisoners were released by Israel, mainly teenagers detained over the past years for rock throwing and other minor offenses. So that's an AP News article. I don't know how reliable it is, but just as a...
No, there's certainly a decent amount of them who are detained without conviction, and there's certainly a decent amount of them who were just detained for rock throwing. That's not all of them, and there are...
Okay, I'm curious, one case of one of these 150 that was convicted of trying to blow themselves up or trying to stab somebody. Sure. Just one name.
Yeah. No.
Wait, do we have a list of names of these people?
There's a list of 300 names. Yes.
How are there 300 names when 150 are being traded?
Because the agreement is it can keep going. Whereas for every one Israeli hostage released beyond the 50, the Israelis will release 3 additional on a day-by-day basis. So it goes up to 100 total hostages released by Hamas.
Huh.
Yeah, I've seen a list of the ages, the names, and the offenses. I don't have that on hand, but I'd have to get that. But when I did see that, of course, both sides. One side will show the part of the list that only looks at the rock throwing, and the other side will only show the list that looks at the terrorist convictions.
Let's look at. I'm curious to see that list and seeing how much were actually convicted of murder, or again, any kind of attack, stabbing that didn't result in murder, and how many of those were actually just like minor offenses, like waving a Palestinian flag, throwing a rock, gathering in a group of more than 10 people, anything like that.
Just as a heads up, I don't know if these people are confirmed as part of the release deal or why they're saying these people could be released. It could be that the news articles are just guessing, or they've got like a list of the names. But like here's two. One was a Palestinian woman disfigured in attempted suicide bombing, and the other one was a woman who was convicted of stabbing her neighbor. But go ahead.
Yeah. Exactly.
Although I think it is worth noting, though, that was said was if these people are convicted via military tribunal, that conviction word means a lot different than what it means in the United States, which is like through fair court and trial with a beyond a reasonable doubt, conviction by a jury of peers. Well, I don't know how that works.
The stabbing was on video. I think the stabbing was on video, though. Pretty sure.
Okay, it might be. Okay, sure. I'm trying to listen. I'm doing my best here. Fuck you. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
You don't have to look at these now. I was writing 2 examples. But yeah. Okay. Go.
No. So out of the 150, I'm curious to. So first of all, to your point, they're all going through military court. They have different laws for different people there. So if you throw a rock as an Israeli settler, you're not going to go to prison for 10 years. Okay. One, and how many of those prisoners are being held without trial, not for months, for years? I mean, it's clearly an unfair system, right? You're under occupation, right? It's fucked. That's one. And I mean, you're pointing out this one example, like these couple of examples. I would say the vast majority of these prisoners are, again, for minor offenses, as stated by AP that you just read. I think harping on those, like, the most extreme cases is unfair.
Yeah, this might
And
not be representative.
regardless-
I was just like finding examples because Avi brought these up and I was curious.
Yeah, and another thing is, like, again, it goes back to armed resistance.
We should assume it either way what the proportion is until we actually go through the list. I mean, because
I'm going based off of what Destiny just said in the AP, saying that a majority of minor offenses. That's what I just heard. I don't know. Maybe I'm like mishearing things.
Yeah, I don't know what minor. Yeah, I'd go through the list. I mean, look, majority. It could be, maybe it is 60%. It makes a big difference with like 90. If it's like 95% to 90%, like throwing stones. Like that, it's a big difference between like 55% threw stones, and then you have like all these other ones that like stabbed, planted bombs and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't know the proportions. I do know that there's clearly certain examples of egregious actions. And they're not all minors, at least in the way that we understand that term. They're certainly not all in what we would understand as "quote-unquote" children.
Were they minors when they were actually convicted of these, or when they were arrested for these crimes?
Yeah,
I'm actually curious about that. Like, if you're 19 and you got arrested when you were 12, like it's kind of
I just what's being claimed is that all of the released ones are currently either women or children. Like and that was the understanding of what it would be until like it was found out later that by minors we really mean like under 19 and 18 is okay even if you're male. So not exactly children.
Sure, okay. Yeah, so I know we're almost at time, but I do want us to eventually go over these military orders that the Palestinians are subjugated to, and I want to give you plenty of evidence of the IDF fucking up civilians pretty bad intentionally, and them getting off basically scot-free. I mean, I don't even know if you have to spend time on that if you disagree with that's happening.
I know that it's happened. I think you've even shown me at least one example of it happening.
Yeah, so I can show you tens of examples of this happening. But if it's a waste of time, then I'm not gonna do it.
What would be the point of that? What are you trying to prove there?
A reason why they have the right to resist, right? A reason why this is so fucked in the head. And I'm also going to get to how in the past 15 years there's been zero attempt by Israel to like think of a solution, and why there's been several attempts by Arabs and Palestinians to try to come up with a solution.
Oh, okay. Well,
then
here's two questions. Okay, so one, would you say the majority of the violence in the Second Intifada was justified?
Okay, right now I'm focused on the last 15 years. Period.
Okay, well, we can't go 23 years. Well, because I think the Second Intifada is probably pretty heavily dictates the last, like that's our launching point probably for the Gaza Strip, being militarized by Hamas. Yeah, go ahead.
Look. Let's pin this. Let's talk. I want to talk through the Second Intifada with you too. Like, what was the reason they started it? What was the goal? Was it just? We can talk about all of that.
Okay.
Just looking at the facts right now. There's a population, and even like night raids that happen in the West Bank where they just fucking break into people's houses at 2 a.m. Soldiers to take pictures of kids. Like, I can send you pictures of that.
Sure.
Like,
there's also night raids where they break in to try to find like stashes of weapons that are going to be used for terrorist attacks that are going to be happening in the future as well.
I mean,
right?
soldiers themselves say that they break into these with like zero intelligence, and it's like something they call make their presence felt. And this all happened after the Second Intifada, I believe. This started after the Second Intifada, so it's important that we talk about that. But yeah, occupation is fucking fucked. The past 15 years, there has been absolutely no attempt at peace for the Palestinian people. And it seems like now that they're talking about, like, you see Biden talking about it, I mean, you're just making the case for Hamas. Like, see, now that we've been violent, now they're talking about a state again. Whereas in 2006, when even Hamas, right, they were like, hey, we agreed to a 67 borders. We agreed to a 50-year truce with Israel on these 67 borders and move, like, there's been no attempt, is what I'm saying, in the past 15 years to actually solve this. And Netanyahu went as far as saying, we're happy to create a Palestinian state as long as Israel can continue building settlements there.
Where
completely unhinged.
I don't know what, I would have to see the quote on that.
Absolutely. If you go to the peace process and go through the Wikipedia article from Madrid conference all the way till today, anytime in the last 15 years.
Oh, wait,
he's sent
no, wait.
enough
On that last
content-
statement, Madrid Conference is 91. I'm curious what Netanyahu has said. We want to build more settlements on a Palestinian state.
Sure.
I'm curious.
Let me. I'll dispute- okay.
Number one, and then number two, I'm curious. Can you give me something maybe for me to read onto? Can you give me one or
Yeah,
two
I'll-
times that Palestinians have pushed massively for peace in
Yep.
the past 15 years?
Abbas Peace Plan 2014 was one, and there's one from like the Arab League as well, and there's one I believe in 2013, 2014 when the Palestinians agreed to the John Kerry's parameters. I don't know if you've read through that one in detail or not. But
I've read the
I'll-
6
I'll
John Kerry
send-
parameters, which seem fine, but
Yeah, and Israeli, the Benjamin Netanyahu pretty much was like, this is fucking like, this is an attack on Israel. Like, how fucking dare they even attempt to make a state? Abbas's peace plan is one, but I want to give you specifically like where Netanyahu said that quote because I don't want you to think I'm lying. So let me try to find it. Yeah, so the 2010 talks in June 2009. I'm going to send you this article while I read. This is a Wikipedia article. Reacting to the U.S. Barack Obama's Cairo address, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declared for the first time conditional support for a future Palestinian state.
Hold on, let me check. Control.
2010 direct talks. 2010 direct talks is the title of the thing.
And what was the line you were just reading?
Literally the first sentence I started reading from the 2010 direct talks.
Okay, in June 2009, that one?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
You want me to read it or you can read it?
I'm reading it.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, this looks fucking retarded.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu has zero interest in a Palestinian state, and unfortunately, it's been this case since basically 2010.
Sure, although
there's been like
on the
zero fucking attempts.
On the front of this, okay, this might seem Weasley, but and we can go into a deeper argument if you want. I would make the argument that there is a severe difference. This is something I've noticed in studying this conflict. There's a severe difference between statements that leaders make to the world versus like what actually happens in negotiations behind the scenes. So like, for instance, if Netanyahu had come to the table with Abbas under Obama or Kerry's leadership to negotiate a plan, and Netanyahu was like, okay, well, here's the Israeli proposal. Okay, you guys are demilitarized. We can keep expanding settlements, blah, 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 blah. I'd be like, this is unhinged, right? But I'm saying that like apparently Barack Obama made an address in Egypt. I don't know what he said, but then in response to that address, Netanyahu was like, well, fine, we'll accept the Palestinian state, but we're going to do this and blah, 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 blah. That's a lot different than these were the negotiations that both sides engaged in, I would say.
No, I believe that this, and I could be wrong, I believe that this did lead to direct talks. Whether or not like the things that you say public, you're watching that Saudi Arabian whatever guy, right? I mean, it's the same thing, right? It's shit you're saying publicly. Did that actually happen behind closed doors? We don't know.
Well, no, it's that like you make statements publicly to like send messages to your citizens and to the rest of the world, but like the actual negotiations that are happening are going to be a lot different. Like, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that Sadat had made many harsh statements about Israel. And I mean, Egypt, you had the Yom Kippur War, which was a war of destruction potentially for Israel. But he was the leader that ended up ultimately negotiating a peace deal with Israel, right? The first Arab nation to do so. It was a really, obviously, a monumental deal. So even though he had made all these statements publicly to shore up support in the Arab world, to make himself look strong, blah, 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 when actual negotiations time came, it looked, what actually was being said behind closed doors was a lot different.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, there's been some fucking pretty unhinged shit coming from the Israeli government.
Sure. I don't deny. I would believe that. Yeah, I would believe that 100%. Yeah.
And like literally genocidal statements where if any other country was saying shit like that, you'd be like, okay, well, that's kind of fucking weird.
Yeah,
and
no, I agree.
There hasn't been like a country invading them, and there hasn't been like other countries trying to eradicate them. Like that was the case
recently,
in 48, right?
Yeah. I can agree with that. But I mean, like, again, just to be clear, because I'm looking for, like, this wasn't Netanyahu responding to a peace attempt, a peace negotiation by Palestinians. This was a public statement that Netanyahu made in response to a Barack Obama public statement that, like, wasn't about, like, a direct negotiation, So, I'm curious, what real negotiations...
Yeah. Okay. So let's
like as a real quick thing, I was
time.
looking at this 2013, 2014 talks, and I see that like Hamas is saying the entire time that like we reject the Kerry bullshit. Abbas has literally no legitimacy to even negotiate in the name of the Palestinian people. We're the true Palestinian government. Fuck him. So if that's the case, that like the whole of the Gaza Strip is
you're in so many different places, and I want to like bring us in. So I asked you to do a few things. I asked you to look into the history of Hamas, okay, and see when they actually started targeting civilians via suicide bombings, because there was like a shift that happened. I encourage you to read about that. I encourage you to read about like what their stances was post-election when they won, when they immediately said we recognize two-state solution. They sent a letter to the Israeli leaders and Bush. I encourage you to read through that. I think it's important when we discuss Gaza as a whole. And I encourage you to like look at peace talks in the past 15 years, okay, and try to understand what's happening in the West Bank and whether or not 67 borders is really the starting point, or should be the starting point based on the last 20 years. Because I think your research kind of stops at some point, right? So I encourage you to like dig through those a bit more, and we can talk tomorrow or the day after, or whatever works for you. If you still want to talk about this,
always just bring me stuff and we can read it on stream. Fuck it, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I think I'll leave you with this last point. I think one thing I know you're familiar with the Cave of Patriarchs massacre.
Yep.
And when that happened, actually, there was reports and eyewitness reports of Israeli soldiers shooting the people that were running away, and Hamas took that moment as an excuse to start suicide bombing civilians.
Hold on, that's all total bullshit.
I mean, read
Number
through
one.
it.
I have. I did. I believe that shooting was by Goldberg or Goldstein.
No, yeah, he was the initial.
I think it was
there
in
was
1993 in response to the Oslo Accords near Hebron, right? It was him. He did the shooting. I think there were one or two people like, oh, we might have seen IDF soldiers, but that I don't think there was any proof of that.
IDF soldier accounts. Go read the IDF soldier accounts in that same massacre. Read through it, and you'll see it. But I agree that Goldstein fucker, he's the one that did like 99% of the damage. I'm just saying.
I haven't seen any credible thing that IDF soldiers were shooting at people too. But okay.
There was IDF. So I think there was no disagreement that there was IDF soldiers nearby. One, they could have shot his ass down. Right. That's the argument that's being made. Two, some of them actually said there was shooting, but the shooting was in the air. To like kind of, they weren't sure what was happening, right? They were like kind of freaking out, like why are all these people running out? Didn't know what was going on. So,
link me that when you get it tomorrow or whatever. We can go over it. Yeah.
I feel like if you just look up the entire like Wikipedia article on Hamas, like from front to we can like talk about that. And and like they're saying like we agreed to stop targeting civilians if Israel agrees to stop targeting civilians, and obviously Israel's like fuck Hamas, we're not talking to you guys, and they're like all right, well then fuck you guys. So. And I just want to end this with saying I don't fucking believe civilians need to die. I feel like I wish that everyone in that region just lives freely and openly and like has the right to self-determination. So I don't want my words to be misconstrued in any way.
Well, yeah, but you're also a one-state cuck, so.
Well, I'm a one-state cuck in an ideal world, but I'm a realistic two-state person, right? I think that's the only real solution, even though in an ideal world, 2 states or 1 state, everyone is just like side by side and happy, and Jews can live in the West Bank and Hebron, and Palestinians can live in Tel Aviv and Haifa. Like that's obviously an ideal world.
Okay. Can I, as a broader thing, and I'm probably going to start building, because my arguments tend to be more destructive instead of constructive. Okay, that's something I need to work on. Okay, something we might do either next argument or the one after. Do you recognize that when we talk about this conflict, there's a whole bunch of lip service that goes into justifying why Palestinians might be doing horrible things, but it feels like we treat Israeli people like they need to rise above and just be held to like such a higher, different standard, despite their kind of tumultuous like history in the region as well? Or
so we can talk about that. My argument is going to be that the occupation is the starting point of this problem, like the recent problem. I think the maintenance of the occupation is breeding more violence.
Okay, but do you recognize that if you do that starting point, no Israeli person is ever listening to you because they're going to say, okay, well, you basically
forget that stuff.
Sure.
Forget that starting point. We can start in 48. We can start like because I feel like the founding of Israel was unjust to begin with. I'm happy to start as far back as you want to go, but I'm
well,
just
not
saying
that far back because the only reason Palestinians were there because of Ottoman conquest and everything too, or whatever, right? So.
Yeah,
exactly. You don't want to go that far back, right?
Go far back enough where the ancient Egyptians should come take their land back, or the Romans should come take the land back. But yeah, I agree. But I'm saying that violence is happening because of something, not for no reason, right? That's what I'm saying.
I agree. But occupation is also happening because of something and not for no reason either, right?
I disagree. I don't think occupation is happening for no reason. I think Israel in the past 15 years has showed they have no interest in giving Palestine a state, and I want you to challenge me on this, and that they have plans to annex the entirety of Palestine and make the entire thing under Israeli sovereignty.
Sure, but like, how could you ever make the argument that prior to the '67 war, like Israel was always going to invade and take those territories?
I mean, Benny Morris actually makes a lot of that argument. If you not that they're going to take over the territory, but the Israeli military was always very opportunistic. So what I mean by that is like, oh, 3 guys were kidnapped and killed in 2014, we're invading Gaza. Or,
yeah, I'm not going to deny that the military is opportunistic, but the reason why they were is because they felt like the only way they could ever win like respect from surrounding countries was through like military strength. So of course they were opportunistic because they felt like it was the only way to justify their existence.
Prior to 48, the very big pro-Zionist claim was there was a land, had no people in it, we took it over. And then after that, it changed until about the 80s. And the new claim was Arab leaders told them to leave. And then the military archives were released after whatever, I think it was like the 40-year law that Israel has to release them. Benny Morris and a bunch of the new historians came in and are like, okay, well, yeah, there was a fucking expulsion. And this shit was like, seemed to be like a lie. Nakba never existed, and Israel, I think, even tried to ban the word Nakba or acknowledge it in any way. And I also want us to eventually get to different rights for Arabs or Jews and non-Jews in Israel. Not that it really matters; shit happens all around the world, but it's still worth noting. Like, it's acknowledging that Israel is kind of like trying to maintain a state based on ethnicity is kind of wrong, always. Jews probably have the best case for it, but it's still like kind of wrong.
Wrong by what? On what definition?
On if you're not Jewish and you live in that country, you're not allowed to like live.
Or no, just like on a like that's what the worldwide definition of like why that's wrong. What is like this absolute moral, I guess, like statement of like this type of thing is always wrong. I'm just curious like why that rests on like how you
I mean, this could be just personal in my opinion, but I think like any state where one people have different rights than another people is kind of fucked.
Oh,
Whether it's a Muslim
hold on, I'm
country,
sorry.
Christian
Different
country,
rights, I would probably agree with. Sure, depending on how.
Yeah, rights. As in like I know there's, and you can look this up because I'll probably bring it up to you next time. But there's laws in Israel that prevents non-Jews from living in certain areas, and I think the JNF is probably the biggest culprit of this, where any land they own, which is 13% of all of Israel, the Jewish, what they call the Jewish character, cannot change in those areas. Also, I recommend you looking up the nation state law in Israel that gives like full self-determination to Jews. But you should look into these certain things. Now, I don't want to argue so much about what's happening inside of Israel, but I want you to know that it is kind of if we were to flip it to say like whites and blacks, it would sound much worse than when we say Jews and non-Jews within Israel. And I'm talking about Israeli citizens here. I will leave you to that. You can go look at research into. I know I just like info dumped on you, but we can talk about this more, like a concise way, or like the way we're doing and just jumping around topic to topic.
Yeah, whatever you do, whatever you bring. Yeah, you can like make a little outline, or you can have like notes and sources that we can stay on whatever particular topic you want, and yeah.
Yeah. I think the main thing I'm gonna fight you on is the 242 being a starting point, and I know you disagree with that, but yeah.
Okay.
I'll bring things. Feel better.
Yep. I love you, buddy. Be careful.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, you're still... Avi, are you actually even fucking Israeli or Jewish, or do you just do this shit to troll on Twitter?
Oh, I'm just trolling it. No, I'm Jewish.
Oh, okay. I don't fucking know. Why is it funny? How am I supposed to know that? What?
My name is Avi.
Is that a... Oh, Avi Shlam. Oh, never mind. You're right. That is a Jewish name. I don't know. Okay. I thought it was like fucking short for Avatar or some shit. Jesus. Okay. Fuck you.
My last name is Bitterman, by the way.
Oh, true. That's right. Is that a Jewish name?
Yes, I have the most Jewish first and last name. Like one of the most, like short of like Schmeckelstein or something. Like, I mean, come on, dude.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess a couple of things. I think I don't know if he was referring to the new Hamas through its documents when he talked about like.
Oh my god! I just
Hamas.
had a fucking brain blast, Avi. But sorry, I'm sorry. Just keep newer. when people argue against an ethno-state, because they think that it's bad to preserve a certain type of character or whatever, I wonder how those people feel about what do you call it when a whole bunch of gentrification? I'm so curious how they reconcile those stances. I'm sorry, that's okay. That just blew my mind apart. Okay, go ahead. Tell me what you were saying. Hamas charter. Go ahead.
No, I can touch on what you're saying, like a little bit. So wait, is what you're talking about? Well, just complete that thought that you were getting at with the ethno state, with gentrification. Like what?
So the macro level argument I would make is the reason why. Number one, the reason why ethnostates are cringe from a United States citizen point of view is because the United States has no like binding ethnicity. Like we're clearly, and Nazis can cope, but like we're clearly like a multi-ethnic, multi-background, multi-immigrant. Like there's just so much shit going on in the U.S. It's kind of hard to imagine like a demographic threat to this country. Unless you're like a 2-inch fucking neo-Nazi kid or whatever. So it's weird to imagine from the West. It's very easy to quickly say like, well, this is unethical. Why the fuck would you have ethnostates? But that's one. Number two is I think there probably actually are a lot of de facto ethno-states around the world. There's just not like a lot of people immigrating there. Like I'm sure, I could be wrong, maybe I'm being racist, but like I'm sure that if we look into a ton of different African countries, I bet that there's a really high concentration of certain ethnicities, but like you're not gonna see like 50 million people of a different ethnicity, like especially like a white or Asian or Hispanic one, try to like move into that country. But if you did, I bet that you would see a lot of people like being like, hold up, you're not gonna have 50 million people from Mexico immigrating, into fucking Ghana. We're not doing that, chief, right? They're gonna like actually push back on that. That'd be my guess. So two, there's probably a lot of de facto ethnostates. Or sorry, what were you gonna say?
You mean like what's happened, like something like Japan, right?
I don't know enough Japanese history to even say.
I think that like a huge amount of the demographic in Japan is Japanese, as opposed to like any other ethnicity, and I think they do certain things. I'm not an expert on Japanese, but I think there are certain things that they do to sort of keep things along that.
Yeah.
I think there are, I think there are certain countries that, while they may not be explicit about like, oh, it doesn't really may not be explicit about, oh, ethnicity per se, and here's like the specific, they sort of might proxy things, like even the ethnicity sort of laws in Israel are like when they say Jewish, that's strictly speaking that is the religious definition and not the they don't do a 23andMe test to see if you're Jewish or not.
Sure.
They're not checking your genes, they're not checking your heritage. You could convert, and if your conversion is through like some recognized quote legitimate conversion, you could be of any ethnicity and you get that right to return.
Yeah.
It's just the issue is that sort of proxies some sort of ethnicity in practice, and so really what's being proxied in a lot of these cases is some sort of set of beliefs or something, like some sort of value, some sort of set of beliefs with respect to how one behaves, how one acts, what one's allegiances are to a given state. And I suspect a lot of countries, if they found these proxies that were so, concordant with just diametrically opposed values that they want to have and diametrically opposed beliefs that they want people to have, and then it started really becoming a huge demographic issue, there might be more sympathies to things that we would consider ethnic cleansing or anything along those lines.
Sure.
Yeah. So yeah, no, okay. I see where that's coming. But the point is that it's what's ultimately being targeted here. I don't think is like someone's genes. I don't think it's like, well, we really care about like this base pair sequence, like, and it's like if only, or even like someone's like skin color or anything like that. I don't think that's the ultimate thing that's being targeted here. I think these things are, to whatever degree they're targeted, they're targeted as a proxy for something else, and they're just used as a proxy for something else. And what people see is like, oh, well, in practice, this just means that those features are just going to be acted upon, and that's like a really bad thing, right?
Yeah, I think I kind of agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you've read this. So one of the things I was mentioning, I don't know if this was being referred to, like Hamas's statements right after they won the election. Have you read? I think that I'm not sure, but I think I might be referring to A New Hamas Through Its Documents by Khalid Rube. I don't know if you've read that one.
Or if not, but go ahead.
Yeah, and basically, like the argument I've heard is that basically, okay, well, they signified like an agreement to like some sort of like two-state solution. it signified some. It was like basically a little bit less of a radical type of statement than their initial charter that they came out with.
Yeah, which was unhinged. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not saying much. Of course, the issue with all of that is that if you actually look at their new quote unquote charter, it's not a charter, it's their new statement.
Yeah.
There's a lot of sentiment that they're doing these sorts of agreements, and you could read this yourself and judge for yourself. It's called A New Hamas Through Its New Documents. That's the title of this. So you can make that judgment for yourself when you read it, but there seems to be a lot of lip service to like, well, we're really just doing this for pragmatic reasons, but it's like the moment like we have like this opportune time to like go for the full one state, and you know, from the river to the sea, blah blah blah, all Palestine. You know, we have that right to do so, and we will do so, basically. So yes, it's true that technically speaking, yes, they begrudgingly or pragmatically agree to this two-state solution. It's kind of like the JK type of agreement. Like, just kidding. Like, once we have the opportunity, we're going full one state.
Sure, that might be the case. I just have to. I would need to read the statements. Yeah.
Yeah. Go. Read that. That was my impression. My impression is like, okay, well, yes, you're agreeing it for pragmatic reasons, but there's also like a number of statements in there that are just like, no, we still have the right to all of this shit. Yeah. And then the other thing I just wanted to touch on a couple of things. First off, the 15,000 number you mentioned, I think we're basically there. So I don't think that number. We're at 14,854. So I mean, yeah, we're at 15,000. I don't think it's 15 or 20. So there's that. But that's whatever. It's tiny. The other thing I wanted to mention is like when people say international community, they're generally referring to the UN. And I don't think you'll disagree with this, but the sentiment of the international community of the UN, you can have like a consensus of the UN on a given agreement or whatever starting point, whatever that means. That being the consensus may play into its being pragmatic, but it certainly doesn't mean that it is pragmatic.
Sure. I don't even know necessarily if like UN statements or resolutions are supposed to even necessarily be pragmatic, right? They might just be like sending a statement or making an opinion or something known on something. Yeah.
Yeah. So like when people say this thing like, okay, well, 1967, because I'll just be honest about like my view on 1967 borders. I think 1967 borders are like, they're certainly worse borders, but the 1967 borders I think are really stupid. I don't think they're conducive to peace. I don't think they have a track record of being conducive to peace, and they also just like, from my priors, they just don't make sense. But that's a different conversation. But I think people have like an ideological attachment to the 1967 borders based on the international community, UN. But if you look at the UN resolutions in terms of how like Israel is going to look at that organization, they have a whole bunch of reasons to just see them as a hostile entity at this point. Overall, the UN the UN still does not recognize Hamas as a terrorist organization. The UN, if you look at their resolutions, unilateral condemnations, there is no shortage of unilateral condemnations of all sorts of actions of Israel. If you look at the Wikipedia page of UN resolutions concerning Israel and UN resolutions concerning Palestine, on both of them, all of the unilateral resolutions of condemnation are against Israel. There is not a single UN resolution that they were able to pass unilaterally condemning Hamas ever in the entirety of their history for any of their terrorist activities ever, even though they were voted on. Every single resolution that has tried to vote on a unilateral condemnation of Hamas, even October 7th, has failed to pass in the UN. And the only way they were able to get it to pass was by changing the unilateral condemnation of condemning Hamas to
mutual condemnation of Israel and Hamas, or
yeah, exactly.
Sure.
For October 7th, that was the October 7th resolution.
Yeah.
To condemn Israel and Hamas. So
when people say like, oh, hey, well, the reason we know like the international community has this consensus, that's where you can argue it, but that's where it is. Like that guy was saying, well, where is there? Is there the UN? Is there the UN that when October 7th happens, with the responses to condemn Israel and Hamas? Like that's where it is. Okay, maybe that is where it is. But fuck any country in that situation is going to go like, okay, well, keep it there and flush it down the toilet. Fuck that.
Sure.
So, yeah, I mean that's basically it. So you can call it whatever you want. You can dress it up however you want. But as far as whether there's a consensus on whether that's an actual practical resolution, there's two very different questions. And if the consensus is seen, rightfully so, as basically a hostile entity by one of those people you have to negotiate with, it's probably the fact that they agree to it doesn't really give much reason to believe that is a practical solution.
Sure. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. Yeah.
All right, that's about all I got for now.
Okay.
All right.
Have you ever been to Israel before?
I was conceived in Israel.
Does that mean no?
Well, technically it means yes. It means the sperm hit the egg when I was in Israel.
I guess it depends on your definition of human life, huh? Not an abortion debate. Oh no. Have you seen me tweet out anything or talk about anything that you like heavily disagree on, or?
Well, we talked about that one thing. I think you're off on those numbers with the 15,000 and.
Oh, you think so? Yeah. I don't know, man. We'll see.
We're there.
Yeah, but there's also already really heavy pressure on Israel to stop everything, right?
And they've already basically said, "Fuck you guys, we're continuing."
Yeah, I guess. I'm gonna be real curious when Israel gears up for what. Do we have a date yet on when they plan to start marching into the south?
So it depends on. So the hostage release, last I checked, is expected to happen on Friday. It was initially expected to happen on Thursday, but the problem was I think there was pushback from Hamas on letting the Red Cross. Part of the agreement was letting the Red Cross see the other hostages, just like confirm they're alive and stuff.
Yeah.
But apparently that went a little bit south, so I'm not sure what's going to happen with that. It looks like part of that agreement at least has a little bit of pressure, or at least a little bit of like floundering. I'm not sure what the result of that will be, but that got pushed off at least one day. So if it happens on Friday, the expectancy as far as 4 days. However, there will be a day added if Hamas releases 10 additional hostages. So for 10 additional hostages, they get another day of the ceasefire.
Okay.
So depending on how long Hamas wants to prolong it, and depending how many hostages they have, or how many hostages they're willing to give up, they get an extra day for each one. So at minimum 4 days until Israel goes to the south, or at least continues operations, and until they run out of hostages, I guess. But there's been no indication so far that Israel, like at the end of all was said and done, is going to say like, okay, well, yeah, that's it, or we're being friends now, like, or something like that. Yeah, so we'll see. But I think we're already at 15,000, and we'll probably be at 20,000 pretty shortly.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll see what happens. Yeah.
All right. Have a good one.
All right. Love you, buddy. Be careful.
Take care.
Crazy times. Destiny, this Nasser interview in 69 should change the way you look at the 3 no's from the Arab League.
How do you think that a settlement, you say that if a satisfactory settlement were reached with Israel, then they could be given a normal place in the life of the Middle East, is I think what you're saying. How do you propose that the settlement should be reached? What would you say of the Yaring mission, the mission of Dr. Gunnar Yaring, the United Nations envoy? Is that the way to go about it, or should there be negotiations with Israel or an exchange of declarations? What is your view of the way the settlement should be approached?
Well, of course, in order to reach peace, we have to give up, or the Israelis have to give up expansion. If they insist about expansion, there will be no peace. From the statements of all the Israeli leaders, they speak about expansion. But Jerusalem, the Golan Heights, and parts from Sinai, and parts from the Western Bank. So if we want, or if the world community want peace, they must feel that peace don't mean expansion to any party. Then after that, Israel was created by the United Nations. So in order to achieve peaceful settlement, this must be through the United Nations.
Through the United Nations?
Yeah.
Through the Yaring mission or through other means?
Any means. It is the same.
The Israelis, as you very well know, have repeatedly said that they want to sit down face-to-face with the Arabs. They prefer that method of approach, or keep saying that they do. What is wrong with that from the Arab point of view? I have just been in Paris, for example, where the United States is sitting down with the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong. What is wrong with direct face-to-face negotiations? I might add that the negotiations in Paris are not proceeding very rapidly, but nevertheless they are going on.
Well, of course, the question is different.
Israel was created by war, not the UN. I think the Arab narrative is that the only reason, I've heard a couple people give me this argument, so I'm guessing this is the Arab narrative. The only reason that Israel was able to declare independence and fight was because of the UN partition plan. I've had a couple people say that. I would say that's not true. They established themselves through war, not through the UN, but the Arab narrative, I think it's pretty important for the Arab narrative to posit at points that like Israelis are outsiders, they're established by another body, et cetera, yeah.
From the meetings of Paris. Now there is a nation, country with their armed forces occupying...
Didn't almost all countries establish themselves via war? No, not... I mean, yeah, no, it depends on how you view it. In the Middle East, after the fall of the Ottoman Empire, Britain and France established mandates for different territories, and after a particular period of time, they would hand over control of those territories to people. That's what happened. Okay, I should just know all of these. I'm pretty sure this happened with Iraq, Jordan. There was a mandate for Palestine. I think it happened for Syria. Was there a mandate for Lebanon? Can I look up like British, French mandates, World War I. Can I find like all of these mandates? Was this just all later? Maybe this was in the Sykes-Picot Agreement. Hold on. Oh, because this is where I don't know if this is where like the actual mandates were established. We had the British mandate for Palestine, the British mandate for Mesopotamia, which was, for Iraq, I guess. With mandatory Iraq, oh yeah. The French mandate covered Syria and Lebanon. And it's only parts of the agreement on our treaty was... Yeah, so these countries, basically, the borders were outlined by, I think, like Britain and France. And then once the war ended, eventually those territories were basically given or handed over to those people. They didn't necessarily like conquer or conquest for it. They got it after World War I believe. The Sykes-Picot Agreement wasn't ever implemented. I don't know if this was like a thing that was ever implemented, but I'm pretty sure this served as the basis for a lot of the post-World War I negotiations for how the territory was to be divided up. I don't know if this was like an official treaties or agreement or something that was ever implemented, but this absolutely served as the basis for divvying up Ottoman Empire territory. Like 95% sure of that. Okay. I don't know why we can't throw this, but...
Of the Arab territories, Sinai, the western bank of Jordan, the Golan Heights in Syria. So if we sit with them on a table to negotiate terms for peace will be sitting on a table of capitulation, will be in the strong situation. And, well, they will ask, either we accept their terms, they will be in a position to dictate, or they will not leave the occupied territory. And, well, that's what they say today. They say today, either the Arabs do so and so, or will not evacuate the occupied territories. So, as I said, Israel was created by the United Nations. The United Nations was responsible about all these developments in this area, about all these troubles in this area. So we think better to have the peaceful settlement through the United Nations.
Oh, remember also when he says the UN is responsible, I believe even to his death? Did he die in 1970? No, I don't think he died. I think he expelled from the country and came back and then died under house arrest or something, right? Am I wrong on that? Nasser? Let me check. Hold on. Did he die in 1970? He might have been assassinated in 1970. I don't remember. Fuck, let me check. Or was he just in office until 1970? Oh, no, he died in 1970. The CIA killed him with a heart attack gun. Oh, wait, was this the guy that... Okay, heart attack. Okay, never mind. When he says the United Nations was involved in all of this, I believe that up until his death, something correct me wrong, but I believe up until his death, he still believes that when Israel was flying the initial sorties on June, the Six-Day War started on June 5th, right? Or is it 6th? I think it was June 5th. That on that first day, he thought that U.S. and British planes were also bombing Egypt. He thought that Israel was getting a lot of help from other people, and in the first day especially, that other planes were coming from other countries that were bombing Egyptian airfields. I don't know if he's referencing that particularly, but I think he maintained that, I think, until he died. I think that's what he thought.
Well, U Thant, the Secretary General of the United Nations, has just said in the past few days, as you know, that there has been no perceptible progress through the Yaring mission, and that he doesn't think that Dr. Yaring will wish to continue for another year and a half to make efforts at a settlement. Meanwhile, the big four powers are continuing to meet, at least on the level of ambassadors. They seem also not to have accomplished a great deal, but they are continuing to meet. Do you have any hopes from the four-power meetings? Do you support their effort?
Is that true? I have never seen any compelling evidence for it ever, and it's almost certainly not true. No.
Encourage it?
Well, we have to ask and we have to know why Uthant have said that there was no progress in Yaring mission. Well, the Israelis refused to implement the United Nations resolution. They refused to answer. They insisted only about one question in their talks with Yaring, that the Arabs have to come and sit with us, and after that we are ready to say our points of view. But on the other hand, the statements of the leaders of Israel are mainly concentrating on the point of view of expansion. They want to take the Arab land and add it to the Israeli land. Well, about the four powers meeting, this is a step which is going now from the beginning of this month for 15 days. Well, we have to wait and see how the four powers will come to end these talks.
Are you being informed regularly about the four-power negotiations?
Well, I'm not informed, but I know what's going on.
Oh, I see. You have your means.
Yes.
Good.
He's got those Discord backroom connects.
Feel that a four-power guarantee of any settlement reached with Israel...
Have you learned about the USS Liberty? Wait, Jordan, what's that? At Jordan. Destiny, Finkelstein is on with Piers Morgan. Dude, bro, I hate listening to this guy. Oh, video not available. Why are people pearl clutching at ethno-states? Aren't they basically just nation states which are the norm in the world? It's more complicated than that.
Be desirable? Do you want such a guarantee? Or do you feel the need of such a guarantee?
Well, I think if there is a guarantee to the settlement, we prefer to have this guarantee through the Security Council. The four powers are members in the Security Council.
When you say a guarantee by the United Nations, would you envision then a restoration of some kind of United Nations force in this area?
Well, of course, these are details. If we have United Nations forces in this area...
No shot would he agree to that, would he?
Forces have to be according to our consent and according to the Israelis' consent. And we think that these United Nations forces have to be astride the borders. And, well, if there is peace, really, if the Israelis agree to solve the two main problems, and the first main problem is the land, that is not to keep the occupied territory, And the second main problem is the people, the Palestinians. If they agree to give the Palestinians their rights according to the United Nations resolution, there will be no trouble in this area. There will be peace.
Where is who linked me this? Why was I supposed to? I don't understand why I was supposed to. This is the argument for the morality of Zionism as an ideology and counterpoint for the Arab blah blah blah. What is this? The just cause of Zionism pre-1948 and Arab colonialism in Palestine. Jesus Christ. Oh, this guy's going hard. Jesus Christ. Okay, no more links. That's what I did. That's what Destiny's doing. It's what anyone with a basic universe level is capable of doing to educate themselves. What are you guys arguing about? You two? Damn, you guys in Kick Chat, you really fucking go at it with each other, huh? Apparently, the IDF minister said today that he expects the fighting to continue for at least another 2 months. Oof, we'll see. I'd like you the interview to change the way you look at the 3 no's. Well, I don't understand how that changes anything of that I said before, but or why would it change my view, but. Subreddit disagreeing with Destiny. Destiny shouldn't tell you her to be very HIV. I don't think you can tell if you want. I just don't think it's a big deal. People will. This is always going to be a hot take. I know that people are always going to disagree with me, but like, let me just plant the seeds of how retarded people are over this issue. Like, you guys, people will say some shit in here. I saw a thread in here. Hold on, what was it? Oh, like people will say shit like this. If I was hooking up with someone who said they were on HIV meds, but don't worry because they're 100% sure they're taking them correctly, I would not be 100% confident how reliable they are, and I would choose to pass. The fact that you would say this is such a cope fucking load of shit, because I guarantee you that this guy, if he were to fuck a girl and he was like, wait, hold on, are you protected? Then she'd be like, oh yeah, I'm on birth control, let's chill. I'd be like, okay, cool, let's go. Bullshit. You'd be like, what? Hold on. I want to see a video of every single day for the past 4 weeks of you taking your pill at the same time. Ready? Bullshit. You would not do it. No shit. You'd be like, oh shit, she said she was on birth control. Bullshit. I don't believe it. Listen, if you have your things or whatever that you want to know, whatever, that's fine. But don't like delude yourself into thinking you're using some consistent moral fucking standard. You're using some consistent bullshit standard. It's bullshit. You're not. You're absolutely not. People are saying HIV is worse than an illegitimate child. I'm not sure. I don't know about that. I would have to think about that. I don't know what would be scarier there. I don't know if that's true. My immediate intuition is like, at least if you have HIV, that's a situation that is technically fully within your control that you could do shit over. But if somebody else wants to fucking give birth, whew, goddamn, what if it's twins? What if it's fucking twins? I don't know, man.
Yeah, someone with a hose.
Yeah, they've got water.
Okay. You never drink water? Yeah, I haven't been drinking water. You're right. Yeah, we have to do all of our note shit today. I will get to that. Are you saying kids are worse than AIDS? I'm saying that HIV is controllable with medication in a way that where it won't affect your life ever. A child is a massive change in your life. People are saying abortion. Bro, you can't make the girl get an abortion if she doesn't want to, my dude. If you're a girl, the argument changes, right? You just get an abortion, I guess. Or you know if you're taking your birth control or not. Hold on. What am I looking for? What the fuck is... What am I even looking at? Oh, I see. These are dates. Departure, return. Oh, okay. Just curious if any of the talks with people have changed your mind on anything. I'm hoping they will. I'm trying to get them to, but I feel like I'm running into this pattern. I feel like I'm running into this pattern. Sometimes people will bring up things where it's like, oh, that's a bad thing. But the bad things that people usually bring up are going to be like one-off events. Like, oh, well, here was a time where an IDF soldier did this or that. I was like, okay, yeah, these are bad. I agree these are bad, of course. Nobody disagrees. But whenever big things are brought up, like say like that flotilla incident, or when big things are brought up, like, oh, well, look at where Israel's bad. When I start reading through the records, I find that I usually side with Israel way more in those circumstances, and I start to distrust some of the people that are evaluating these things as secondary sources, or some of like the UNHCR or the Amnesty International shit or whatever. I start to, yeah. That's what's happened. I don't think I've had any like major investigations yet where after doing a big deep dive, I'm like, okay, shit, this was really, really bad for Israel here. This was a huge fuck up, right? I feel like I will say this. I've been procrastinating actually so much, like clicking stuff and doing stuff. Tomorrow will be not procrastinating as much. I should try to condense my notes today. I will say this. It could be that there are a lot of big Israeli mistakes that were made from 84 and onwards in Lebanon. I haven't done my big deep dive into the Lebanese wars yet. And I know, for instance, there's one hugely cited massacre that I think Sharon was the... Or Dayan, I think. No, Sharon, Dayan. One of these two was the Minister of Defense when the Phalanges like massacred that those Palestinian camps. There's at least that. So it might be that there's a lot of really bad Israeli activity that happened during the Lebanese wars, and I've just missed that because I haven't read through all of that. That was Sharon. Okay, I haven't read through that yet, so I could be missing something there. Right now I'm thinking that's like the thing that I'm hopefully missing the most, but I don't think that's because by the time we're in Lebanon, we're past 1980 now, right? We're talking about a group of Palestinians that were literally expelled from Jordan for trying to coup the king. It's like, yeah. And then also, I don't know why or how. I can start to see, now that I know like more of the histories of like some of these countries, I feel like I can start to see these like macro character patterns of like these countries, or maybe the people in them, or maybe not. Maybe I'm like dramatically overestimating, but like I can see why Egyptians might feel a certain type of pride about who they were, right? That coming out of like World War I and World War II, like, yeah, we're the leader of the non-aligned world. We got a massive military, big economy, a lot of people like ready to fight. I can see where like some of these personality types come from, if they even exist. Jordan is like the cucked kid in the corner. I don't know anything. Lebanon's history just seems absolutely fucked. Jesus Christ. Lebanon, I'm trying to think of all the countries I want to study next. I don't know which one it would be. Now I'm like really impartial to the or partial to. I'm partial to the Middle East now because now we've gotten some stuff here. Now when I start to remember like characters and faces and stuff, it's like it's way more entertaining hearing them all engage with each other. Saudi people seem really cool, but I'm very biased towards Saudi Arabia. One is a U.S. ally. Two, I think they explicitly try to be like more Western friendly. It's like Saudi Arabia seems interesting. Okay. I feel like going up to Iraq is going to give me a lot of good history on like Iraq and Iran. And the Kurdish people, though, which might be more interesting. Also, probably foreign stuff, too, because of, I think in 1995, there was the Baghdad Agreement. Did I say 95? It's 55. I don't know if I just said, is it 50? I don't actually know. Oh, yeah, the Baghdad Pact or whatever, 55. So I might get more international stuff here. Lebanese history seems ultra fucked. Lebanese history, just, I don't understand anything. I read it, and it sounds like basically in Lebanon, they wanted to make a Christian majority country for some reason. And then there's like 3 or 4 different groups of people that live here that have essentially been like, if you think Israel-Palestine is bad, I don't know why nobody cares about Lebanon, or maybe we just don't hear about it, but it's like unbelievably fucking unhinged. Like this whole country is like, the whole history is just fucking unhinged. I don't know why it's not talked about internationally more. I thought Lebanon was just like a chill place because I always heard like, oh, Lebanon, they must be chill, I guess. And Israel-Palestine is like the crazy place, like, holy fuck. But I also want to know more about Iran too, because they're like Persians. They're like kind of separate from all of this, but not really, right? It's like the Arab League plus Iran. And Iran obviously has a lot of interests relating to Israel today and like to the West and the United States. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck, I don't know. We'll see which one. But I do need to do the condensing of notes. You could probably talk with Nassim Taleb. I feel like I've seen tweets by this guy that just seem really weird sometimes. I can't tell if he's like really smart or if he just is like edgy Fedori or whatever. Happy Thanksgiving, Big D. Don't forget to rest your voice. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, I don't know. Why do you like pro-Western governments better when the West has a hand in fucking up some of these nations like Iraq? I just think Western-style democracies and nations are like pretty cool. I do think there was a very interesting argument, though. Oh, shit. Did this come from Irk? I might explore this, like, line of reasoning. I think Irk gave a very interesting argument, like an anti-democracy argument. It might not have been Irk, though. Fuck. No, fuck, it wasn't Irk. Or maybe it was. I feel like it was Irk, but maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was somebody else. But somebody gave me a really interesting argument that in some ways democracy actually sucks shit, because when you look at a lot of the historical actions of Israel, it's actually the anti-democratic people. It's the Minister of Defense. It's the, these closed-door discussions where they're really trying hard to adhere to Western values, to win the support of the international community, to not attack and invade. But it's all of the anti-democratic elements of the government and the military that are trying really, really, really hard to maintain like their status in the world as not being unhinged. But as soon as more and more democratic elements are introduced to Israel, it's all of the voting people, it's all of the democratically led things that end up fucking ruining everything for the country. And that in some ways, maybe you could argue that the democratic parts of Israel are actually the more fucked ones. And if you would just make it, the autocratic, military leaders, whatever, if you had them like doing diplomacy and all this shit as well, maybe the country would be like a more moral place. I don't know. That's turned out. Fuck, I wish I could remember who made this argument to me in DMs. I thought it was Irk, but maybe it wasn't. If Gisticle made it, he'd be spamming in chat with joy that I referenced it. I don't know if that's even a good argument though. I just think I thought it was really interesting. I thought it was a really interesting argument to make. One of those gruesome terror attacks in the history of Israel in 79. I don't know anything about this. Was this first Intifada? God, fuck, bro, this first one, who cares? I always mix this up so much. No, 80s. 87 to 93 is the first Intifada. What is happening around here? What was the initiation on this? There was a stupid truck thing. Okay, maybe it's just general Palestinian discontent, I guess. It must have been. Okay. That's why I don't have like, this doesn't like stick in my mind as a strong point anywhere. Led by 16-year-old Samir Kuntar. Jesus. He was a child, though. Wait, why was I linked this? 3 Israelis were killed, or 4? This book outlines what you were talking about? Oh, interesting. I also think that like this is kind of like an anti-Western thing, or it's kind of not cool, I guess. But like from I see why like movies talk about like kings and shit. I think from like a narrative point of view, it's really cool to watch these figures that lead countries have personalities and take their countries in certain directions. Whereas I feel like for democratic countries, it's so not the case. Like we have a presidential leader for at most like 8 years. And like when I think of Egypt, like I think of like Nasser and Sadat. Like I think of these figures. When I think of Iraq, I think of Saddam Hussein. I think of like the Assads for Syria. I think of all of the Hashemites, all the little there's like different royal families for all of these Gulf states. You know, I think of like Dayan and Golda Meir and all of these like big name figures for Israel. And then for the United States, like, well, we have a democracy, so every 4 years we have like a new dude, basically. And it's like, oh fuck, well that's kind of lame. That's just like we have like the United States. We don't have like, oh, this was like the U.S. dictator for 17 years. Like, okay, let's see what do we do. You know, I mean, like obviously, I think democracy is probably a more moral form of ruling. It's probably a better way to represent the will of the people, but it's so much less interesting. You know, that's like, okay, well, here's president comes and goes. Here's another president comes and goes. Here's another president, you know, it's like whatever. Did you ever cover the Munich massacre? Yeah, that was fucked. I have debate tomorrow with a Jordanian taking a pro-Palestinian stance, taking the position that Israel having the right to defend itself. He doesn't seem super clear on what he wants the debate to be on, so it'll jump around. What would you recommend are the topics? I don't know. I'll have better. I need to just make questions. I'll do this. Yeah. When is the Ben Shapiro debate? Sometime in January, hopefully. People are saying remove the 2-term limits for U.S. president. I think the problem with the U.S. president is the reason why term limits on presidents are probably really important in the United States is because something you have to keep in mind is, especially if you're a Euro fucker, our president has a lot of power. Our president has a lot of power. It's not like in a lot of European states, you've got this like cucked prime minister that has to like walk around and take like at least 7 different dicks in his ass to form a fucking majority government and all this and make all these cringe blah, blah, blah. Our president is like, sorry, my legislative bodies are passing shit I don't like. Veto, get fucked, right? Oh, also, by the way, I'm the leader of the armed forces, so I'm just going to do what I want. You don't think I have authority for it? Well, I'm pretty sure I got like an authorized use of military force like 30 years ago, so fuck you. Or, oh, you don't want to fund my military? Well, I'll just sail our Navy halfway around the world and we'll see if you want to fund and bring them back, motherfucker, right? Our president has a lot of power. So having term limits on the United States president is probably pretty important. It's not like a prime minister where you can like vote a no confidence them away or do like weird cuck shit. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like, I feel like the US president probably needs term limits, yeah. People are saying the UK prime minister arguably has even more power. Does he really? I don't believe you. Fuck you. Does it, like, can the UK prime minister do things that are equivalent to like the US like executive action or unilateral control over the armed forces? Is that like a thing? I actually don't know. I truly don't know. Maybe they do. Do you glaze the founders of the United States? I bet if I did more research on them, I would. The little bit that I do know of the founders, I glaze the founders heavily. I think the founding of the United States was a truly unique and super special moment in human history. I think that the formation of our Constitution and all the principles of our government and everything, I think we're ultra, super, omega based. But I also feel like on a macro perspective, like if you believe that the Jewish God allowed Israel to succeed in the Middle East, then you must believe the Christian God allowed America to succeed in the New World, okay? Because it feels like the whole world was kind of like stuck in this feudalistic kingdom bullshit, and the economies were all slowly, like, we had this mercantilistic shit, and everybody's kind of looking around, and you had the weird religious bullshit of the king wanting, like, divorces and annulments and all this cuck shit or whatever, and then you get a group of people who happen to be all 184 IQ certified. I've seen the tests, number one, okay? Number two, the best powdered wigs, okay, and the best outfits come over to the United States. They have a whole new territory to work with, number one. They're the smartest and brightest dudes in the whole world, ever, okay? I don't know if people know this. The only reason why Einstein was as smart as he was a direct descendant of Benjamin Franklin and some unknown Ashkenazi Jewish woman, okay? But that's for another time, okay? All the best people. They made the best constitution, the oldest living one still in use in the world, by the way. Get fucked, Europe. You guys think you have old shit? Our constitution is older than all of yours. Suck a dick, okay? And then we had like a whole territory to expand to. So we got to do everything we wanted on our own. We even got to fight our own civil war without other people invading us. Okay? We had the whole stage to it. We had like the main character, okay? We got chances to build everything. We got chances to construct our shit. Our government was cool. We did slavery, which kind of sucked, but then we got rid of that eventually. And then, like, you guys in Europe were still trying to, like, figure yourselves out. You were so ass mad that, like, you just, like, you were bombing each other. You were so mad. You look at the U.S. and, like, God, how do these guys all work together? This is so cucked. And then you guys start going to war with each other, blowing all your shit up. We're chilling on the side, like, okay, I guess. We'll just, like, sell you guys shit and go fuck some shit up. And it's just, like, so good. The United States is so cool, okay? It's a good-ass place. Someone say the oceans neighboring us are really important to this as well. I agree. That's why I said it was like a perfect moment in history, right? Like, if it would have been the case that like America was like attached to Japan, or like it would have been like a 100-mile swim instead of the enormity of the fucking Pacific Ocean, then it probably would have played out a lot different. I agree, yeah. Oldest constitution. The United States of America has the oldest in-use constitution of any country in the world. This stupid cuck shit of, I don't know, what are they counting, the fucking Magna Carta? That's not your fucking constitution. Get the fuck out of here with this bullshit, with this cucky, no, fuck off. This is bullshit. No one cares about this. That's not the constitution that your government is currently using for your bullshit. Get out of here, Brit fucks. You, embarrassing. Actual embarrassment, all right? Okay. Refute San Marino. Hold on. Okay, well, you know what? Let's find out. The Constitution of the Republic of San Marino is distributed over a number of legislative instruments, of which the most significant are the Statutes of 1600 and the Declaration of Citizens of 1974. Get out of here. The current legal system. Oh, look at this. Sorry. Look at this country's name. The most serene Republic of San Marino. Are you allowed to add adjectives? What is that? What can I be like the glorious states of the USA? What is this? Can you do this? Does the UN recognize countries like that? Well, I guess it was a 1600, so no, I didn't. Cringe. United is an adjective? No, united is a proper noun, motherfucker, okay? We are, it's all part of who we are. Cringe. Okay. Let me use the restroom real quick, and then we'll. I think my voice should be okay for a couple more hours. It's 4 o'clock. I'll probably stop at like 6 today. And then tomorrow will be 1,000,000%. I think my voice is like decently okay today. Okay, I'll be back 1 second. Look up the head of state title of San Marino. Capitani Reggenti. The practice of dual heads of government. Oh, interesting thing. I've got Qatari and Saudi Arabian people emailing me about their fucking monarchs and shit. Damn, I didn't realize how much people didn't like the Qatari government. I'm gonna be honest. Like all the Saudi people, not Saudi, all the Arabian Peninsula people, the Gulf states, they all just kind of like blend together. I just assumed you guys were like, I thought it was all like the same fucking family. Like Jordan had their shit, the Hashemites, and then it was all like fucking Saudi shit. I'm sorry for the Arabian erasure. I think it's just Qatari, not Qatarian. Every time I think of Qatari, I think of Qataro. Does anybody else do this? What does she say? She always says it. On the Qataro. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Bro, shit. They turn into wolves, motherfucker. Oh, but anyway, the explanation given to me about kings in Saudi Arabia is that in Saudi Arabia, you've got the king and then you've got the crown prince, who is the king's son or next in line to become king. Fuck, I forgot this. But apparently in Saudi Arabia, kingship doesn't generally pass to the next heir. It passes from person to brother. And when the brother becomes king, because of how old it goes and because it's passed from brother, not to son, generally like the kings are like pretty old. So this is why the king is like the ultimate authority. But effectively, the crown prince ends up exercising a lot of power because sometimes the kings get really old and then the crown prince is like the one that's running around doing everything. And the king is the only check on the crown prince, but... Okay, let me use it real quick, 1 second. When you're gonna learn Arabic, I genuinely thought about trying to learn a foreign language now that we're all added up. But I feel like if I learned another language, I feel like it would have to be Spanish. If we learned Arabic for Middle Eastern shit, do you have any idea how unbelievably powerful we would be? If you can read Arabic, can you read Hebrew? Or are these languages like totally fucking unrelated to each other? Not at all. Hebrew and Arabic are different languages, so even though there are many similarities, there are many differences. Oh. Well, that many similarities and many different. You're describing like everything ever. If I learned Hebrew, oh my god, dude. I would never beat the Mossad allegations. Oh, it would be so great. I would love it, bro. My crowning life achievement would be having a conversation with George Soros in Hebrew. I don't know if he even speaks anymore, but... Or could you imagine like me streaming do you have to do a bar mitzvah to make your transition to Judaism? I should just convert to Judaism. No, because I'm like, obviously I don't give a fuck. So I think to convert to Judaism, you have to be religiously Jewish. You can't like culturally convert. You have to actually like go through the bullshit process and all that. Yeah. Oh shit, and I'd have to get circumcised. True. Oh god. I could just marry a fucking big booba Jewish chick though, huh? It's true. Is that all for your creativity? I don't know. If you learn Spanish, the next arc would have to be solving the cartel situation. If we learn Spanish for South American history, that'd be super interesting. I watched a YouTube video offline. Bro, I'm such a fucking loser nerd for like everything history right now. Like even when I'm offline, I'm like watching and reading shit. I watched a really interesting YouTube video that talks about the narrativation of history and how it's interesting that different countries have like core concepts that are related to understanding the history of the country. And for instance, like for the United States, South America is not a core concept. Or maybe your guys' education was different, but I don't know if we learned about a single South American thing in my entire high school education, ever. Like at a single time. I don't know if we ever mentioned a single country ever in the history of South America in all of U.S. education. But I think the guy was making the argument that if you're in South America and you study history there, like if you go to school, like U.S. intervention into South American countries, these are like core points for South American histories for certain countries. So it's interesting that like the core concepts of some countries, the core historical narratives might involve other countries who don't even see it as like a core part of their narrative. Or for instance, like for the Mongols or whatever, I think they were, fuck. Hold on, let me make sure I'm about to say some fucking retarded shit. Yes, okay, Genghis Khan. I was making sure it's not like Genghis Khan, Destiny, he was the leader of the samurai. So I'm just making sure I'm not on some retarded shit. But like for Genghis Khan and shit like that, like he's seen as kind of like a side note or whatever for Mongolian history. But like for the rest of the world, that's like every time you say a Mongolia, they're like, oh my God, you mean Genghis Khan and all this shit? Yeah. Fuck, I wonder if I could find this video. It was actually really interesting. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Fuck. This is such an interesting video. I don't know if it had a lot of views though. Wait, pre-modernist.
Well, it's that time of year again. Happy Genghis Khan Day. A year ago...
Is it really pronounced Genghis Khan? Oh no, are we jiffing Genghis Khan's name?
Well, it's that time of year again. Happy Genghis Khan Day.
Fuck. Okay.
A year ago, I made a video on Genghis Khan Day talking about a certain aspect.
I don't even know where I got linked this fucking video from. I must have been on a YouTube deep dive. It's good to look at history as an event, experience, and myth. What happened today? How do people think about it? Yeah. Well, this is also another reason why, because I recognize this too. History from like, like the 1800s onwards is so cool and interesting. From like I'll say the late 1800s is interesting because there's so many documents, there's so many archives, there's so many descriptions. We've got video, pictures, all of it is so cool. Like, cause you can what actually happened. History from the 1500s is what did the kingly scholars write, and it's cringe. I don't even know if any of this, there's some narrativizing, blah, blah, blah. And then prior to the 1500s, it's whoever decided to write shit down. You literally have Jesus Christ is the history of the 0 to 100. Fuck, this cringe. It's super cringe when you get into early history and it's what happened in 1940? Well, in Auschwitz, we've got picture evidence of all these, mass graves from cremated Jews and blah, blah, blah. And it's oh, cool. What happened in the year 130? Well, we dug up a fucking pot and there was a piece of shit smear that probably came from Ptolemy, the fucking philosopher. And he wrote a poem about how a king had a 72-inch dick. But what we think that actually means is he probably had 15 heirs. And one of them, became Cleopatra after they had a surgery. It's just I don't know. I feel old history is cringe, and reading about it is cringe, and reading about the sourcing is cringe, and the documentation is cringe, and all of it is cringe. But maybe that's just me. Also, I hate history and I'm biased, so keep that in mind, okay? But late 1800s and onwards, based, okay? People will say things well, the Romans were good historians. Really? Paul F., email me a picture that they took, bitch, okay? Or video, okay? Or even just an audio recording, okay? Link me a Roman audio recording. I want to hear a Roman talk, okay, motherfucker? I want to hear a Roman talk, and then I'll believe you, bitch.
Of Genghis Khan's life. And some of the comments on that video were incredulous that there is such a holiday. That why would there be such a holiday as Genghis Khan Day, which is a national holiday in Mongolia? But, you know, people in the West, and I think people also pretty much everywhere except for Mongolia, think of Genghis Khan as a brutal conqueror. And so it's a little counterintuitive that there would be a holiday for him. So in this video, I'm going to talk about why. Why does Mongolia have a holiday honoring Genghis Khan? Let me start.
What's interesting, the Romans and the Greeks? You want to know my worst history black hole? Is I honestly God have no fucking idea, okay? I'm pretty sure one became the other. Like the Roman Empire fell and the Greeks took over, one or the other. And all I know is that for English class, I had to memorize two completely fucking different set of gods. Because there was like the Roman gods and then there were the Greek gods. And I think they were the same, but they all had like different names for each other. I have no fucking idea what in terms of like, yeah, clip it for Twitter, boys. I have no fucking idea the difference between, apparently men are obsessed with Roman history or some shit. The only thing I know about it are the summon names in fucking Final Fantasy VII. But actually, even those aren't, wait, even those I don't think are, those are based on, fuck, what's the name of it? Oh, I should know this. Oh my God. Somebody tell me. Norse gods, yeah. Wait, were the Norse gods Roman? I don't remember. Name 5 emperors. Yeah, there was probably Cassidius the 4th, Darcidius the 12th, Barthidius, Darth Sidious, and Brad Pitt. Okay, I watched that movie. It was a good movie. Roman Emperor. I feel like it was probably. I feel like if I had to, if somebody put a gun in my head, I'd probably just guess like 5 Alexanders. Is that I was like, well, Alexander the First, Alexander the Second, Alexander the Third. There's probably 5 Alexanders, right? Do you think there must be, right? There's got to be 5 Alexanders. This is a fucking. I don't know. Fuck. There isn't even one. No shot. How is there not? Roman emperors. Bro, just give me the fucking list. Oh. Oh my God, we're not even close. Augustus, Tiberius, Caligula. Didn't they make like a porn movie about this guy? Didn't you watch the HBO Rome series? Nope. Alexander is Greek. Oh, well, fuck me, I guess. Claudius Nero. Year of the 4 Emperors. Yikes. There's only 3 here. I mean, what happened? Was one of them not... Did one of them not get listed? Did one of these guys have an imaginary friend? Galba... Otho, Vitellius, and Vespasian. Oh, why didn't he get included up here? Okay. Christ, bro. Oh my God. Imagine being this chinless. Holy shit. Oh wait, it might just be the picture. Cope. Watch Rome HBO. Bro, I'm not gonna... If I watch like historical dramas, I end up like learning all that information is not even right, okay? And I don't want to learn shit incorrectly, okay? Wait, Greeks. Okay, let's find out. What happened to the... If I want like the Greek Empire or whatever, what the fuck was it even called? It's not this. Oh, Athens. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, Macedonia? Byzantine Empire? Rome conquered Greece, but ended up circle jerking over the culture so hard they ended up adopting most of it. Why did I feel like the Greek people were so much bigger? Why do I feel like I always hear like Greek philosophers and shit? Were they all just like part of Rome? Oh, well, fuck me. I'll just delete Greece from my brain and just like insert Rome wherever I thought Greece was. Or the Greeks were, I guess. I don't know. They were part of the city-states. Gotcha. Byzantine Empire is Roman that speaks Greek.
Yes. But I am more white than you. You look gypsy. I am blonde hair. Blonde hair I have. You gypsy.
That means that someone fucked your mother that is Turkish, but your father is not. Oh. Your mother is a whore and she got fucked from someone. You are weak sperm. You are weak sperm. This is the strong sperm. This is the Greek god. Okay, Greek god.
If you have Greek god, you would have win, but you lose.
Lose where? Lose where?
You lose. Why is Hagia Sophia this? Not.
Okay. Gotcha. Damn, what was that drum and bass? Holy shit, hold on.
Not.
What is this song? I need it.
Covered girl.
Holy shit. Okay, sorry. Fuck, one more. Bro. Okay, we have to stop clicking links. No more links ever. For the rest of the day.
Well, you're just talking like a Mongol.
I don't give a.
This is still one of my favorite videos of all time. Oh no. The Roman Empire. Bruh. Wait. Hold on. Syria. Wait. Asia? We can do this. Nope. Oh, what? Okay, that's okay. Never mind, we can't. Fuck. I got baited by that first. Oh, Cyprus? Bellagio? I got baited so hard by the Syria one. Baiting me into thinking I could do any part of this. Oh, Italia. Got it. Dalmatian? Epirus. Oh, Macedonia. It's got to be one of these three. There we go. Pannonia Superior. Ooh, it's a big one. Looks like this guy. Yep. Yep. Ah, Britannia. Oh my god, it's from an anime. Code Geass. Okay, fuck this. I'm good on this.
Well, you're just talking like a Mongoloid.
I don't give a fuck. I am a Mongoloid. In my heart, I'm a Mongoloid. That is what I am. We are a horde. That is what we are. Yes, we are that. We are 100% that.
That's not something to be proud of.
It is something to be proud of, because the Mongols are the ones who created civilization. And you created nothing but barbarism. You're the fucking barbarians. You destroyed the treasures of mankind. The Mongols only united it. What the fuck do you know about civilization? What the fuck do you know about pride? What the fuck do
do you have to be proud of except looting, genociding, and destroying the cultures and peoples and wealth of this world? What the f do you know, Cans cuck?
Well, you're the one here chipping out, so...
I am chipping out, bitch, because I'm a fucking human being, and you're a little soy boy cuck little bitch. You don't know who the fuck I am.
No, I see you. I think you're a Mongoloid. That's what you
I am a Mongoloid, you're right. It is what I am, and I'm proud of being that.
Well, it's an anthropological term. It doesn't actually mean Mongol.
Oh, so what's your fucking point? You ugly, disgusting, fucking ugly, disgusting, fucking barbarian, smelly piece of shit. You want to talk racism? I can be way more racist than you, Angloid. What fucking civilizations did Angloids ever fucking have? It needed the Romans to fuck all of you in your ass to give you any civilization. You never had any of your own. You want to be racist? I could be way more racist. You want to talk shit about Asians? What the fuck do you have on Asia, huh?
I have nothing on it.
You have nothing, because you're a Cans cuck, bitch. Oh wait, shit, this was the same channel. Oh my god, we've come full circle. I didn't even realize it. Okay, sorry. Watch this video. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, hold on.
By giving you a quick summary of Mongolian history. Back in the 1100s, the Mongols were divided up into lots of little tribes, and they would have feuds with each other. And then at the beginning of the 1200s, Genghis Khan united the tribes and then led them on a series of military campaigns in which they attacked northern China and attacked Central Asia. And then after he died, leadership of the Mongols passed to his sons and then his grandsons, and they continued to expand the Mongol Empire. And this is the part of Mongol history that is best known to people outside of Mongolia. The Mongol Empire broke apart into 4 pieces. Then in the course of the 1300s, early 1400s, these 4 pieces all collapsed and ceased to exist, and that was the end of the Mongol Empire. In China, in 1368, a rebellion of Han Chinese drove out the Mongols and established the Ming Dynasty. And then the Mongols continued on within Mongolia, first as a continuation of the Yuan dynasty of the Mongol regime that had ruled China. That continued in smaller form in Mongolia, but gradually the Chinggisid royal family, the lineage descended from Genghis Khan, gradually lost effective power over the other tribes, and Mongolia ceased to be a united country again. Then in the 1600s, the Manchus from Manchuria conquered Mongolia around the same time that they conquered China. And they created a new empire under their rule, which is referred to as the Qing dynasty in China. So Mongolia, the Mongol tribes were part of the Qing Empire. Then in 1911, the Qing dynasty was overthrown in a revolution in China, and then an effort within Mongolia began to establish an independent Mongolian state, which continued for a decade. And then in 1921, Mongolia succeeded in achieving its independence with Soviet help, and they created a communist country in Mongolia. And the communist regime ruled Mongolia from 1921 to 1990. And during the communist period, Genghis Khan was not regarded as a national hero. Adulation of Genghis Khan was very much disapproved of by the government for mainly ideological reasons. He was seen as a feudal exploiter. He had been one of the upper class in feudalism, exploiting the common people. And so he's one of the bad guys as far as communism is concerned. And then also, communism was internationalist in orientation. Communism typically kind of de-emphasizes the nation state and says that that's not really what's important. What's important is all the workers of the world working together. And so holding up someone as a national hero is not to be done. You can hold someone up as a communist hero, as a hero of communism, because they're a hero of the working class in general. Also, there may have been an element of just Russian influence here. The Soviet Union was very dominant in Mongolia during the period of socialism. And the Soviet Union, Soviets in general, Russians in general, had a very negative view, and still have a very negative view of Genghis Khan. They see him as a very destructive force. The Mongol Empire is supposed to have held Russia back. And so they told the Mongolians not to hold up Genghis Khan as a hero. So from the 1950s, which is really when kind of the official line of de-emphasizing Genghis Khan really came into force, From the 1950s up through the 1980s, all official history in Mongolia, any book that was published on Mongolian history, any textbook, any high school, university lecture, did not talk about Genghis Khan very much. To the extent it did talk about Genghis Khan, it talked about him in very negative terms. But still, a lot of Mongols privately considered Genghis Khan a pretty cool guy because he was a Mongol and so on. So then after 1990, when multi-party democracy was established, there was a rejection of socialism and everything associated with socialism, including the official historical narratives that the socialist regime had promoted. And there was a lot of interest among the general public in learning more about Mongolia's history. And a bunch of new books were published, a lot of books about Genghis Khan or talking about Mongolian history and then actually emphasizing Genghis Khan's role in Mongolian history. And, partly this was just a rejection of socialism's rejection of Genghis Khan. So it's a way of rejecting socialism by bringing back this hero that had been rejected by the socialist government. Partly it was a way of, kind of reformulating what it means to be a Mongolian, since Mongolia as a communist state de-emphasized the ethnicity of Mongols. Being a Mongol is not what's important, and then this new, in the 1990s, there was this resurgence of nationalist feeling, of embracing of Mongol heritage. So for those reasons, Genghis Khan became very popular again. And he was now seen as a key figure in Mongolian history. But the way Mongolian history was represented in these new books being published in the 1990s was not the same as the way
Wait, real quick. Can you guess the population of Mongolia? Bro, I have no idea. And when I have no idea, I just say 40 million. I have no fucking clue. Mongolia population. Ooh, 3.4 million. 3.3 million. Damn, that's a small group of people. That's a depopulated country. Holy fuck.
Mongolian history is presented in books in the West. And I would assume also in Japan and China, although, you can correct me if you're familiar with how the Mongols are written about in Japanese and Chinese, correct me on this, but I would imagine they also saw it in this way, where they only talked about the Mongol Empire. You don't hear anything about Mongolian history except for that period of Genghis Khan and his successors creating the Mongol Empire. As soon as the Mongol Empire goes away, the Mongols disappear from world history as far as most, world history books are concerned, as far as most classes on world history are concerned. And so what gets emphasized about the Mongols and about Genghis Khan is the conquests. That's what's interesting to a Western audience, to a Chinese audience, to a Russian audience. And so that's the aspect of Genghis Khan that gets all the attention in places like the United States and in Europe. But in Mongolia, the conquests are not of interest. Let me give you a narrow example of how history is written about, just to give you kind of a flavor of what this is like. In Western writing about the Mongols, Kublai Khan is a very important figure. He's the guy who established the Yuan dynasty in China. He was a Mongol. He was the grandson of Genghis Khan. But he also established the Yuan dynasty in China. He ruled China for a long time. He represented a kind of accommodation to Chinese ways of thought, because his idea was to bring in Chinese ideas, incorporate a Chinese bureaucracy, incorporate Chinese ideas about what it means to be an emperor, what it means to have an imperial dynasty. He took a Chinese imperial dynastic name for his family, the Yuan dynasty. That's the dynasty that ruled China in the Mongol period. He created a new capital city along Chinese lines, according to Chinese principles of urban planning. And his general idea was, if we get the Chinese to accept the Mongols as a legitimate Chinese dynasty, they're more likely to go along with our rule. Now, he was opposed at the beginning of his reign by a brother named Adik-Bika, who had a very different philosophy about how the empire should function. His idea was emphasize traditional Mongol values, don't live in a Chinese imperial palace, live on the Mongolian steppe as their ancestors had done. Don't pay any attention to what the Chinese care about. Just be a Mongol and exploit the Chinese. Sure, take whatever you want from the Chinese, but don't give up your Mongol way of life. Stay on the steppe and stay in Mongolia and be a Mongol. That was his idea. Now, in Western writing, when we write about the Mongol Empire, if you find a book about the Mongol Empire and read about it, or if you take a college class about the Mongol Empire, if you watch a documentary about the Mongol Empire, they'll talk about Kublai Khan. He's a really important figure. He's famous in the West because Marco Polo, when he visited China, Kublai Khan was the leader of China at the time. Kublai Khan figures very prominently in the history of the Mongol Empire from a Western perspective. But within Mongolia, Kublai Khan is hardly mentioned. He's a bit player in the history of the Mongols. But Adik-Bika gets a lot more attention because he was the guy who was going to stay in Mongolia and be a Mongolian. And if you think about it, this kind of makes sense because the purpose of this modern Mongolian history writing is to talk about the Mongolian nation state. The history of the nation state. You look at the map, the boundaries of Mongolia, that's the subject of interest. The Mongolian Empire is not the subject of interest. What was happening in Mongolia is of interest to modern Mongolians. So Adik-Bika is considered part of the mainstream of Mongolian history because he was the guy who was staying in Mongolia. Whereas for Westerners, Kublai Khan is considered the mainstream of Mongolian history.
Sorry, I might have brutally misframed what do you think. I didn't actually watch this part of the video. I wonder if somebody linked me this. I watched this from 11:25 onwards, so maybe I might have completely flipped with his summary of this. Maybe, or, oh no wait, I just saw Gisticle spam caps. Never mind, just kidding. Fuck you. I was correct. Fuck you, Gisticle. Fucking retard.
BLWxn is considered part of the mainstream of Mongolian history because he was the guy who was staying in Mongolia. Whereas for Westerners, Kublai Khan is considered the mainstream of Mongolian history because he was part of the continued expansion of the Mongol Empire. And it was the fact that the Mongol Empire was expanding, which is the thing of interest to Westerners. So that's, you know, I use that example as kind of a small encapsulation of this larger idea, which is that for Mongolians, within Mongolia, the parts of Mongol history they care about are not the same as the parts of Mongol history that we care about. And this thing about narrative, the way you can think about it, it's kind of like in US history, we have a core narrative that everyone in the US is supposed to learn in our, you know, elementary and high school education. You're supposed to learn certain things about US history. There's this idea that there's this core narrative of US history that everyone's supposed to know. And then there are other aspects of US history that are, you know, kind of interesting. You can know it, it's optional, but it's not part of the core story. And so when you're learning about US history, you learn about westward expansion, you learn about the sectional crisis, which led to the Civil War, you learn about the Gilded Age, the Industrial Revolution, World War I, World War II, the Progressive Movement. Those are all things that are considered part of the core of the US historical narrative. US foreign policy in Latin America is not. So whereas for Latin Americans, they might think US involvement in Latin America is a pretty big deal. Americans tend not to pay any attention. You know, people in the US tend not to pay any attention to the involvement that the US has had in Latin America. They're completely unaware of the military interventions that the US has done in Latin America over the years, because that's not part of the core narrative as far as Americans are concerned. Now, how you construct a core narrative is arbitrary. I mean, it's just a matter of what people decide to do, whether they decide to put some stuff in the core narrative or put it as part of the optional side stuff. And it so happens that Americans have collectively decided that US interventions in Latin America are not part of the core narrative. They're a sideshow. There's an optional thing you can learn about. If you're really into that particular thing, you might learn about it, but you're not going to learn about it in general. And that's what Mongol history is like. There's a core narrative in Mongolian history that you see in the Mongolian books where they emphasize what was going on within Mongolia. And there are certain things in Mongolian history that get a lot of attention, like the introduction of Buddhism and the Communist Revolution, and before that, the 1911 Revolution and the struggle for independence. Things like that get a lot of attention. But what doesn't get attention is the Mongol conquest. They're considered a sideshow. They're considered an optional extra thing. They're not part of the core narrative that every Mongolian should know. They're an extra thing, and it's always treated as foreign affairs. So you'll learn about what was going on within Mongolia, and then you'll learn about, you might, if you want, you can also learn about what was going on in foreign affairs in Mongolia in the 1200s, which includes the conquests. But the core events, as far as Mongolian historiography is concerned, in other words, Mongolian history writing, the way history is written in Mongolia, the core events going on in the 1200s was Genghis Khan creating the Mongol nation, bringing the tribes together, establishing them as a single nation, giving them a body of laws called the Yasad, giving them a writing system to give them greater unity. Everything he was doing was directed toward creating a unity for the Mongolian people, forging a nation, creating the nation state that now exists. And so that's why Mongolians hold him up as a hero, because they see him as the man who created the Mongol nation, took people who were Mongol, but were disunited, politically disunited, and forged a political union among them to make them a single country. And so this is a good reminder that there is not a single objective version of historical narrative that exists out there to be discovered. Rather, what we do is we take the millions, literally millions of historical factoids that exist, and we as a society collectively choose certain ones of those as the important ones, the ones to focus on, and say that is what creates the narrative that explains who we are, whoever we is, the nation state, the socioeconomic group, whatever it is, whatever your group is that you're creating a narrative, a historical narrative for, to explain. You pick and choose, by necessity, because you can't use all of the historical data, you pick and choose certain historical data, and you say those parts are important. They're the ones that show us how we came to be who we are. And it so happens that in Mongolia, the aspects of Genghis Khan that are focused on are the ones that relate to how modern Mongolians think of themselves as a nation state. And the Mongol Empire is not relevant to the nation state. It doesn't matter to that. And we all do this. And it's easy for us to look at a foreign country, to look at a place like Mongolia and be like, you know, you guys are ignoring a really important thing that happened. It's easy for us to do that. It's harder for us to look at ourselves, to look at the plank in our own eye and be like, wait, are we doing that? Are there things about our own history that we're deliberately ignoring because it doesn't suit our narrative? But the important thing to keep in mind is it's not a matter of picking the one right narrative that is objectively correct. Rather, it's a matter of what decisions are we making, what principles are we going with, what bases are we basing our decisions on by which we decide which historical events and processes we're going to highlight in constructing our narrative. A narrative can't help but be constructed. It's impossible for a narrative not to be constructed. Every historical narrative is constructed. It's not a matter of being like, well, they have a constructed narrative, therefore their narrative is wrong. My narrative is correct because it represents actual reality. That's not how it works. Everybody's narrative is constructed. Okay, I hope that made sense. If you are celebrating Genghis Khan Day this year, happy Genghis Khan Day. If you're offended by Genghis Khan Day, I apologize for saying happy Genghis Khan Day. I just really like Mongolian history, and this day, each year in November, gives me an excuse to make at least one video a year about it. That's all I'm doing. Thanks for joining me.
Wow. Cute. There you go. Important link for a dunk on Haas and his Mongol fetishization. No, good. I said no more links. Uh-oh. Hello?
It's just a quick one. Because I know you don't look at my DMs normally otherwise. Please don't delete the Romans from, the Greeks from your brain. I just sent you a timeline that you can look at.
Wow.
That they pre-existed by quite a while before there was a Greco-Roman period, and you know, shit, they did a lot.
Okay.
Please, it's important.
Is it though?
I sound like I'm being yeah, it is important. Don't fucking say, oh, I'm gonna delete Greece from my brain. Fuck me. The Romans yoinked like so much from Greece. It's insane. Anyway, alright, I'm done.
Have fun.
The president had available to him intelligence from all elements of the government. And the National Security Council members had that information. It was all shared, it was all supplied, and it's never certain. If it were a fact, it wouldn't be called intelligence.
Wait, what is the point of this? This is, am I faceblind? This is Cheney, right? Or is this somebody different? Oh, fuck, it's Rumsfeld. Fuck, you're right. Bro. Okay. Wait. I am not faceblind, okay? Okay, these are similar looking dudes, all right? They got the... Something is similar about these two guys. Wait, why was what was the point of this? Why did I even click this link? What was the point of this? I was trying to look for something that looked the same, they're not. Iraq, finish it. I already finished it.
If it were a fact, it wouldn't be called intelligence. The president had...
And then it ends. Isn't faceblindness a common side effect of excess mushroom/acid usage? Yeah. The thing is that when I grew up, like most of the media that I consumed, the vast majority of media I consumed was talk radio. This is why when I think of like conservative commentary that I consumed growing up, it was Rush Limbaugh, obviously. I think Billy Cunningham did radio back then. It was a lot of Glenn Beck. It was a lot of Michael Savage. It was a lot of, I think Sean Hannity was doing it back then as well. Yeah, these are like all the, so I'm used to I just like hear everything. I don't think I actually watched a lot of like news. So for like, or on TV, I usually listen to things on talk radio. Okay, we need to stop postponing shit. Here's an article of Israel undermining the Oslo Accords balance, okay? Let's have our narrator read this for a little bit of balance in our life. I read half of this last night, so.
Yossi Beilin is the same age as Israel, 75. He was born in Petah Tikva, Central District of Israel, a month after David Ben-Gurion proclaimed Israel's Declaration of Independence in 1948 and established a Jewish state that would take effect upon termination of the British Mandate. Beilin's name is forever associated with the quest for peace with the Palestinians. As Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs under
Shimon Peres in the Yitzhak Rabin administration, Beilin is
considered the architect of the 30-year-old old Oslo Accords between Israel and the Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO. Peres, Rabin and PLO chief Yasser Arafat received the Nobel Peace Prize in 1994 for the groundbreaking agreement. Balin opened a secret communication channel with the PLO and later worked with Mahmoud Abbas, the current Palestinian president, to outline a definitive peace agreement. After serving as Minister of Justice and Minister of Religious Affairs under Prime Minister Ehud Barak, he switched from the Labour Party to Meretz, the pacifist, left-wing party that he eventually led. He remained committed to promoting peace initiatives with the Palestinians, including the Geneva Initiative in 2003 and an Israeli-Palestinian Confederation proposal that was largely ignored a year ago. Talking about Oslo's failure is difficult for Balin. It was his brainchild, after all. Though designed to last 5 years and be supplanted by a permanent peace agreement, it is still in effect. He holds both Israelis and Palestinians responsible for the stubborn impasse that persists, but says that Hebron settler Baruch Goldstein struck a major blow to peace efforts when he murdered 29 Palestinians in a mosque.
This is the
settlements are also a major obstacle.
This is the Cave of the Patriarchs massacre, right? The one guy mentioned.
Obstacle. Despite the prevailing mood of pessimism in Israel, Balin remains optimistic that peace can be achieved. Question: how do you view Israel 30 years after the Oslo Accords? Answer: there is no doubt that Israel has changed. The right wing has dominated and actively works to undermine the Oslo Accords, albeit unofficially. There has been a considerable increase in settlements and settlers, which undoubtedly detracts from any potential political resolution. This has left Palestinians feeling disillusioned, with no visible political prospects. In Israel, the hope for peace has dwindled. The potential for peace is still there, but it seems like a very distant goal. The Oslo Accords are still in effect, and that is its greatest failure. It shouldn't exist after 30 years. It was meant to conclude after 5 years, on May 4, 1999, and transition into a lasting agreement instead. However, the Oslo Accords ultimately became the official agreement. No doubt, Israel's right wing exploited the international agreement by neglecting the day-to-day needs of occupied Palestinians, education, culture, and their own police force. We created a deluxe occupation that cost us nothing, with no consideration for continuing Oslo or additional withdrawals of the Israeli army. The international community hardly even makes these demands anymore. The Palestinians, tragically, have become resigned to their limited options and
Jesus Christ. Louisville shooter leaves a manifesto. Is that true? I don't care. Fuck. I'm not in a domestic mood. Okay.
and this disappointment fuels the divide between Hamas and Fatah. The situation has changed due to all the new settlers in the West Bank, waning Israeli peace efforts, and the fading Palestinian hope for an independent state. The violence on both sides intensified after Oslo, starting with the First Intifada. Did all the parties, Americans, Israelis, Palestinians, view the Oslo Accords as an initial step towards a final solution that established a future Palestinian state? I cannot speak for everyone, although I can say that it was certainly my intention. We didn't write anything about what the final solution should be, and, of course, the Palestinian state was not mentioned in the Accords. Why not? The Palestinians themselves did not want the Palestinian state to be one of the 5 issues included in a final agreement, because it was taken for granted. They said, a state, is Palestine's right to self-determination, which is why no mention of an independent state is needed at this point. It was convenient for us because Peres and Rabin were not keen on explicitly referencing the Palestinian state. They wanted to stress that it was a temporary agreement, not a final one. They wanted the public to understand that it wasn't a revolutionary move, but rather a work in progress. But it was revolutionary, because we formally recognized the PLO. Yossi Beilin at his home in Tel Aviv,
Thanks.
September 2023. Avishag Sharyashuv.
Deep.
Q. 5 years ago, you wrote, "It's not accurate to say Oslo was a failure." What did you mean? A. Failure means that the agreement's elements or the partnership were not right. So, I don't see it as a failure. However, if you ask whether it achieved its objectives, obviously not. No one can say Oslo was a victory when it didn't achieve its objectives. It's like saying, the surgery was successful, but the patient died. Q. Who is to blame? A. The blame is shared. It started with Baruch Goldstein, that's clear. After 40 days of Muslim mourning, there was a significant increase in suicide terrorist attacks. The violence escalated rapidly, particularly on the Palestinian side, but the one who opened the gates of hell was Baruch Goldstein. Then, of course, Rabin was assassinated. I'm not a judge, I'm a party to this. On the Israeli side, negotiations became difficult when people were killed. The public's anger was palpable, and people questioned our ability to engage with them. Palestinians felt Rabin didn't truly value the agreement. And Arafat's speeches, they didn't foster trust or progress either. Then, the Second Intifada began in 2000. Q. As we discuss the past, why does peace now feel so distant? A. Because of the settlements. And because of the rift between Hamas and Fatah, we feel like we have no viable counterpart for negotiations. However, I'm convinced that resolving the settlement issue through a confederation can lead to a Palestinian state with clearly delineated borders. In this solution, most settlers would participate in a land swap, while the remaining settlers would become citizens of Israel and permanent residents of Palestine. Likewise, an equal number of Palestinians would have the opportunity to be permanent residents of Israel. But no future Israeli prime minister will be willing to pay the political price of evacuating the settlements. There are at least 100,000 settlers. Q. Why has the view on peace shifted, to the point where it is seldom taken seriously? A. Before the Camp David peace agreement with Egypt and the withdrawal from Sinai, there was significant opposition. When Menachem Begin returned from signing these accords in 1979, he had the support of 70% of the population. Prior to Oslo, most Israelis were against engaging with the PLO.
Oh, sorry.
This changed after the Oslo Accords. The role of leadership is crucial in these situations. The public generally follows their lead in matters of peace and war. When we have courageous leaders willing to take risks, as Rabin did, people tend to accept it. Q. Is the Mahmoud Abbas who signed the Oslo Accords different from the man he is now? A. He remains committed to peace and opposed to violence. Unfortunately, due to his political weakness and the schism with Hamas, Abbas has become increasingly autocratic. The lack of a Palestinian parliament means decisions are made by presidential order. The situation in the Palestinian Authority is troubling. It's heavily dependent on the international community, and there is much corruption and a lack of trust in its leaders. If an Israeli leader emerges who is not beholden to the right wing and is willing to pursue peace, a genuine dialogue can be initiated with Abbas. The world would accept an endorsement from Abbas, which is a significant advantage. This Israeli leader could be someone like opposition leader Benny Gantz or Yair Lapid. He or she doesn't have to be another Moses. Q. Considering last year's elections, why do you believe Israel will change direction? A. Since taking office, this administration has consistently been contrarian. Public opinion polls frequently show that the majority supports the opposition. It's not that people have shifted dramatically from left to right. I believe that there are still good people who seek peace, but the population can be unduly swayed, occasionally too much. Q. Are you optimistic? A. I am not optimistic that peace will happen, but that it can happen. Q. And what needs to be done to make it happen? A. We will change this government. It's a government that will never move toward peace with the Palestinians because it is incapable of ceding Israeli territory.
Whoops.
Never move toward peace with the Palestinians because it is incapable of ceding Israeli territory. And that is the acid test. the whole issue is about territory. In a government that values territorial integrity above all, there is no room for discussion. Sign up for our weekly newsletter to get more English language.
Wow. The guy being interviewed here was the chief architect of the Oslo Accords. Yossi Beilin? I don't know. Somebody linked a thing. Somebody did a subreddit post about like what Palestinian textbooks teach children. I scrolled through some of this. I don't know if it's actually worth going through. It's pretty unhinged. I didn't read his like methodology, like how representative these are of like all Palestinian textbooks, but yeah. Holy Jesus Christ. Statistics is taught using a frequency table featuring the number of martyrs killed by Israel in Jerusalem. Students are asked to write down the nervous system effects on specific parts of the body from a situation presented in an attached picture. The picture depicts Mohammed al-Dura, a 12-year-old Palestinian child, moments before he's killed in a crossfire between the Israeli military and Palestinian security forces. The 72 Munich massacre is justified and explained in terms of guerrilla warfare and as a valid example of Palestinian resistance against Zionist interests abroad. Guerrilla warfare in another country? Bro, based. Holy shit. Or maybe you can use it. I've never heard guerrilla warfare used that way before, but maybe it could be. Yeah, Jesus. Textbook states Israel deliberately released herds of wild boars to cause havoc and to damage Palestinian crops while intentionally transforming Palestinian areas into dumps for poisonous refuse and polluting the Palestinian environment with carcinogenic radioactive and chemical materials. Editor's note, this is why Hamas needed all those AR-15s. Oh, good one. Well, I don't know if this actually happened or not. I feel like it's a different, but... Okay, this guy is weird. This map is lame. There was an article on this was legal or not. Fuck, August wanted me to watch this like 2 days ago.
The Joe Rogan experience.
7 days old now. Fuck, I fucked you, August. I'm sorry. This is a Zionist tabloid publication, whatever. This guy makes an argument for that the settlements aren't illegal. I don't know what his argument is. And then this is the just cause of Zionism pre-1948 and Arab colonialism in Palestine. Jesus. Okay, I don't know if I'm going to do either of these right now. We can just read these later. Hold on. Hardcore debates. Wait, is Lycan arguing with somebody right now?
Hours of love from you. All the right parts from us. With eBay Guaranteed Fit.
Rockets they use are indiscriminate weapons and are fired on civilian areas. And, you know, it doesn't matter how many times you say that's a war crime. People are like, well, you're holding water for Hamas. It's like, no, it's just on the list of war crimes, one side has way higher count than the other. And I want the side that, you know, we champion, that our nation, that our friendly nations, our allies, that we champion as the only democracy in the Middle East. You know, some people have said to me the most moral army. I don't know if that's a common talking point, but a guy I debated the other day
well, I mean, it's
that.
definitely what Blinken would say, right? Like, the whole point of the human shields narrative, like Blinken only said the other day, like the difference between Hamas terrorists and the IDF is that we don't use human shields. I mean, we talked earlier about how that's not fucking true, right? But like, it's definitely part of the narrative is that Israel and the IDF are the moral army.
Would you guys be happy to open this up a bit to Samantha? Because I know she'd like, because she's got sort of more of the military input as well, and though she might disagree.
Is that food?
Yeah, sure.
Samantha
Sorry?
Savage.
Oh, yeah, no, not food shops.
No, God.
Food shops
yes,
has
Sam,
absolutely
you know-
no military experience, okay?
Yeah, if you...
Have you seen food shops? Come on.
I don't know, being in Twitch poll can give you a middle ground on that. Sam, if you want to join the lounge or the stream
Hey, I'm a
room,
grizzled veteran at this point. But I do see something else in chat that I do want to fucking address, right? So, concluding postscript said Viv still needs to prove it is, quote, targeting, right? First off, I didn't say targeting in the conversation with Wick, no matter how much he wants to try and put words in my mouth and say that I did. But two, like, if you want to push me into the fucking argument as to whether or not they're targeting journalists, like, there are examples of them targeting journalists. We talked earlier about the March of Return and so on, and snipers taking out journalists' fucking kneecaps and shit. They are targeting journalists deliberately for arrest and harassment, right? And there are numerous incidents, especially since October 7th began, and I spoke about two of them, where it seems, and also the UN investigation, as Lycan pointed out, into Shireen Abu Akleh, where it seems like there is no other explanation beyond they were targeted, right? So I do think that Israel targets journalists. I don't have definitive proof that they absolutely 100% have targeted journalists for murder. But the evidence definitely seems to point in the direction of them targeting journalists for killing. Yeah.
Hey, Sam. How you doing? Can you hear me, Sam? You with
Yeah,
me?
not too bad. No, like the hard part is, like, I wanted to touch on the corralling thing. They have a loophole that they're using, and I don't know if not a lot of people like look into this stuff, but like, so their justification is not that they are corralling, or sorry, their justification isn't that they're like, you know, occupying and controlling just the Palestinians. Their point is that they are corralling terrorist organizations within the area. So that's kind of their loophole that they keep getting away with it on. And you know, it's kind of fair when it comes to the targeting of like innocent civilians. That's yet to be proven because they're fighting a force that doesn't wear uniforms and hides behind civilians and in heavily populated civilian areas. So it's really hard to prove that they're targeting civilians rather than just having accidental collateral.
Do you mean that in this
At least it's
particular?
very hard to prove.
Do you mean in this particular battle, or are you referring just historically as well?
Most of it historically too. Like you can even say that like, you know, like the reporters and journalists, they're putting themselves in harm's way with the knowledge that they're in a conflict zone. So they don't get to be surprised when something bad happens. If an accidental round hits them, that was an accident. In the case of, you know, the quote sniper fire.
I
You know, these are
vehemently
things that you
disagree with
know
this. How many cases do you
that
need
you
to
can
see before
disagree.
you? I mean, I disagree based on the facts. If you're hundreds of meters away from the IDF and you're a clearly marked press and you're being hit with a sniper bullet, or you're in a medic's vest and you're approaching someone who's clearly down by a sniper bullet, again, 50 to 100 meters away from the IDF, and you're taking sniper fire, you don't.
You're in the line of fire in an active conflict zone. Use your fucking brain.
It is a peaceful protest.
Obviously not peaceful.
The March of Return was the March of Return was not peaceful. Let's be clear about that.
In what ways? There were people who were doing violent shit, but for the most part, I mean, are we going to go to the BLM like argument where it's like, well, you know, there were some that were disruptive, but well, that paints them all bad.
It does. Welcome to reality.
It's not reality.
I mean, I disagree with I disagree with Samantha pretty vehemently here as well. But like, no, I mean they were throwing Molotovs and rocks in slings and shit like that. That's not peaceful.
Sure, but it's what is the threat, right? From what distance? What is the threat actually posed?
Fuck, what is it? Well, they're throwing Molotovs, but like.
Wait,
you know,
I'm sorry.
really,
So if I show
yeah,
you the
just
video of the guy
gigantic,
throwing
bro.
rocks at a guard shack, and you're going to say that they sniped him from the guard shack, and that was justified? That's not how that works.
I'm sorry if you.
No,
if you fucking
that's not how it
force
works.
no,
When
no,
you're
no.
dealing
If
with
you- are you-
civilians,
hold
I'm
on,
sorry,
hold
both
on, dumb
military
fuck.
are no.
Hey,
You don't get
no,
to come in
hey,
here and act like a
hey,
complete
guys,
ass.
guys,
Guys,
Yes, I do.
talking over each
Get
other,
fucked.
like one at a time. One at a time. One at a time.
All right,
One at a
listen
time.
here, Lysard. If you
fucking
walk up
God.
to a
One
cop
at a time.
and fucking punch him in the dick, do you think you're gonna walk away from that?
Alive?
If
Yes, you
walk up to,
are.
like, the military-
Yeah, you are going to walk away alive from it,
Like,
unless
you-
your
I think-
civil rights are going to be fucking broken. Yeah, you don't get to murder the
probably
person
should,
on the
but,
spot.
Like, most people have the common sense. Hey, if this person is an authoritative figure who has weapons and is telling me to sit the fuck down or go away, the option of like hitting him or throwing shit at him or attacking him is
Okay, but
probably
wait,
the
wait,
stupid
wait.
option that
We
would
are-
result in a higher percentage of you getting hurt or killed.
Okay, whether or not the person is stupid for engaging in this behavior is not the argument being made here. It's whether or not the cop is justified
It's
in shooting that
justified.
person. Well, if you think the cop is justified in shooting that person, that's fine. That's your own personal opinion.
Don't attack people like that. Like, don't attack
but,
cops. Don't attack military. Use your fucking brain.
So who are the medical people?
Allow me to finish, please. Right? That's your opinion, and it's probably the opinion of some cops because cops are fucking assholes, right? But it is not the opinion of like the International Criminal Court. It's not the opinion of the U.S. Supreme Court, right? It's not the opinion of most liberal Western democracies' legal systems, right? The force used to stop somebody assaulting you has to be at least somewhat proportionate, right? So
Not necessarily
you
when
can't
you're
just
outnumbered.
shoot. Okay, but we were just talking about somebody walking up and punching a cop in the dick. All right.
And I never said it's smart. That's the other thing. I never said the shit was smart. I never said that's a good idea. In these protests, the military does not have the justification to shoot medical people. Wait, I'm sorry. You came in here. Beckett came in here lauding your military status. So from one military person to another, do you have a right to shoot a clearly marked military?
Oh God, what was your MOS? You were probably fucking supply, weren't you?
I'm sorry. What were you?
11 Bravo.
Okay, I was 2621. Suck my dick.
That's cute.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, this.
So instead of doing the MOS, instead of doing the medical, or instead of doing the military dick measuring contest, we can just read some human rights law. Customary and conventional international humanitarian law requires that medical personnel be respected and protected. Similar protection is afforded to journalists and children who do not take part in hostilities. The commission found that the Israeli security forces shot paramedics, journalists, and children who had not lost their protected status. Israel is thus in violation of international humanitarian law. Now, unless you are a person working for the
intentional.
I'm sorry, how many times does it need to happen before it suddenly becomes clearly proof that it's intentional? When these people
It's not the amount of times it happens, it's each incident you have to prove that it's intentional.
Okay, so again,
Holy
50,
fuck.
100, 200 meters away, not clearly in danger to anyone in the IDF, and they're going to provide medical attention to someone, yeah, you do not get
You
to
have to
snipe the
prove
clearly.
that they were specifically
It has been proven. It has been proven. You don't know shit about
The
this.
sniper fire was proven that it was a accident.
No, none of the sniper fire was proven to be accidental. The United Nations, in their report, shows that these were intentionally targeted people. People that were not engaged in hostilities. Do you think they just fucking took the word of someone and said, oh, okay, yep, this is bad?
Just because you are not engaged in hostilities does not prove that you were
Yes.
intentionally targeted.
No. Yes, it does. It proves that if you were, these are sniper fire. This
Hold on, if you're
wasn't
in a
people
combat
getting
zone,
caught with a
sweetie,
fucking
okay,
machine
I know
gun.
you're intelligence. I know you're intelligence, and I know that's like kind of an oxymoron when it comes to the military. But like, here's the deal: like, if you're running around in a combat zone in between like two fucking violent groups and you get popped, you weren't intentionally targeted. You were in the fucking wrong place.
Do you
wrong
think
time
that
because
get
you're a retard?
again? You're getting popped by sniper fire when you were approaching a person who is wounded on the ground.
What, do you think bullets just magically stop because it's a sniper or a regular shooter? With
No,
like
when
an
you were being
M4 or a fucking
intentionally
SCAR?
targeted.
They were deliberately targeted.
They were deliberately targeted. You don't know anything about this. You're talking out of your ass. You haven't read jack shit on this.
They were having competitions around how many kneecaps they could take out in a day. Like,
Yeah, that's all good, but you'd have to prove that they were intentionally targeting kneecaps of non-combatants.
Well, okay.
Just because a non-combatant wasn't hit doesn't prove that they.
Just because a
purposely targeted
non-combatant had both
non-combatant.
his kneecaps blown out. Yeah.
Wait, does that not make sense to you? Like, just because they lost their kneecaps doesn't mean that they were intentionally targeted as a non-combatant.
No, that doesn't mean that they were intentionally targeted. The circumstances in which they were shot are what proves that they were intentionally targeted. These were not people engaged in hostilities, and these are people that were clearly marked. Press, medical, fucking children. These weren't fucking enemy combatants. In the UN report, they fucking talk about the situations where people who were engaged in this kind of shit were fucking done. Okay, so you have the authority.
This isn't frantic over the fucking trenches, not looking, waving the AK, firing down the street fire. This is people looking through a fucking scope, picking people out, and being accurate enough to have a competition over how many kneecaps they take out.
Okay, but that still doesn't prove that they intentionally targeted these people as non-combatants.
Well, then how about you go ahead and you read the UN report yourself, and then you can come back and you can tell me where you disagree with the authoritative body on this. They did the deep dive investigations, did the fact-finding missions, and determined that, yes, Israel was, in fact, intentionally targeting these people.
Let's the authoritative body, like when all of you fucking...
No. Let's instead come here with emotions and just say, oh, well, you know, generalized statements about, hey, if you're in an area where there's some bad stuff happening, you totally lose your authority. Yes, you do not lose, you lose your protective status. You're fucked.
Samantha, you gotta fucking chill out and start talking, like engaging in this conversation like an adult, please. I can't deal with the constant shouting over each other shit. Like, I'm fine to have a back and forth, but like honestly, I'm pretty fucking tired tonight.
Let's do one at a time.
We just take it down a fucking level, please.
Yeah, I'll actually be good and step in for a little bit. Right, okay. Let's do like in the slam, okay?
Sure.
I'm gonna grab myself a drink. I'll be back in 30 seconds.
So I go?
Yep, go.
All right. So the United Nations did a fact-finding mission and investigated each of these incidents. They came back with a conclusion. This wasn't just based off emotions. This wasn't based off of testimony of random people that wasn't further investigated. This was corroborated with photo, video evidence, with testimony, both from the IDF and from those who were targeted and those who were around those who were targeted. And there were too many circumstances for you to just hand wave it and say, well, these are people who were targeted and unintentionally because they were in the line of fire. No, these are people that were being shot by very precise fire in the line of doing their duty and not posing any threat to the IDF. So you cannot just look at it and say, well, they were in that area and there were some people doing some bad shit and therefore they lost their protective status. That protective status was maintained. Medics who were attempting to give care, who were clearly marked with the red crescent on their fucking chest. There were people wearing the giant blue press vests who were targeted and shot. There were children who were targeted and shot. At the end of the day, you cannot contest that unless you're going to actually provide something more substantive than just the vague feelings of, well, if you are around people who are fucking around and finding out, you might find out yourself.
Well, is that not a true statement, though?
If there were not circumstances that proved it otherwise, sure, you could get fucked around and find out, but...
Okay, I'll see that, yeah. Well, I know for a fact that, like, Israel's done some pretty shitty things in the past, especially the IDF, but, like, I'm not going to sit here and say because of these incidents that have happened in the past, we can attribute every time a civilian's popped as an intentional targeting.
No, sometimes, sometimes civilians are going to get got. That happens, absolutely. But when you have documented incidents of it being intentional, or being due to disproportionate fire, due to indiscriminate fire, due to poor actions on the part of the IDF, it's important to call that out.
But we can say that for a majority, they don't intentionally target anybody, and a vast majority, they don't intentionally target wrong or innocent people.
That doesn't seem to be the case. If you go back to Operation Cast Lead, there were numerous instances where it was shown to be so prevalent that it might as well have been a matter of policy to target civilians.
We're trying to remember the time frame.
2008, 2009.
Sorry, what was the name of that operation?
Operation Cast Lead.
Because I was in Tel Aviv in 08.
You're saying it in a dumbfuck Yankoid accent. Can you spell it for me?
C-A-S-T-L-E-A-D.
C-A-S-T-L-E what?
C-A-S-T space L-E-A-D.
Oh, cast lead. Okay. Cool. Thank you. Appreciate you. Okay.
think that was. Oh, they weren't like in okay. They were besieging Gaza, and there was this bombing campaign. But that's still 150 killed. Blah, blah.
That's an
Yeah, no, I'm not
interesting
gonna-
investigation. Amnesty International's investigation found that no evidence that Hamas or any other Palestinian militant group had directed the movement of civilians to shield military objectives from attacks. It did find that Israeli soldiers had just deployed Palestinian civilian and children to shield themselves. That's fucked up, man.
Yeah, it's only okay when Hamas uses children as shields.
I think I've stated pretty unequivocally that that's a
Oh
fucking
my god,
war
let me just
crime.
make an inflammatory statement. I wasn't attributing it to you. Jesus, fuck.
Well, hey, when you're in a conversation with somebody and you make an inflammatory
I'm not
statement
Wick.
like that,
Turn off the persecution complex.
Okay. We did one
motherfucker,
night.
you're not Wick.
One night of
You
it.
are you're not Wick, but you are a colossal bitch. Okay, and
Well,
it's
true,
not
true, but
beyond.
I'm not attributing. I wasn't
And
attributing
it's
that to
not
you,
beyond.
okay?
It's not beyond your
I think
ken.
Wick got under your skin, but I'm not doing that to you.
The main thing that got under my skin with Wick was the what felt to me like an entirely fucking dishonest attack. You know.
Well, God, for me, I've never seen Wick that angry and
the
screaming.
continued fucking lying after the fact as well. Like, okay, I'm not going to say lying, right? I'm going to say the continued misrepresentations after the fact, right? Also fucking pissed me off. Like, he's going on for ages about, like, I claimed a dozen died or 12 died. And I was just like, where did you even get that number from? Like, you made that fucking number up in your fucking head. Do I want to let Destiny in? No, Destiny can go eat glass.
Wait, what? Like, who's asking if you want to let Destiny in?
Steven wants to know if he can join.
Fuck, yeah, sure. If Destiny wants to join, he can join. Like, fuck, I want to just open up. Do you want to give him... Hold on.
Why?
Well, because if we're gonna do this and, like, fucking argue it out, why not? Did you really not want him to join? Or if you really don't want to join, I won't join him.
I mean, I've dealt with years of fucking harassment because of the libel Stephen put out about me. I don't know if I have much of an interest in talking to Destiny at all. I mean, Lycan's clearly not here on his behalf, right? But I'm sure you can find any number of people that could argue the position more efficiently than somebody who found out where Israel was on a map 2 weeks ago.
Fuck me. Look, I don't mind. I mean,
Oh wait,
I'm
actually,
easy.
wait, hold on. Are we on? I'm on Twitch, but I have 2 other streams. But if you're on Twitch, Esteban cannot come.
I'm on Twitch, but I can always
Oh,
get
yeah,
a crap
we're on
over his face, so I don't really mind.
Um,
It doesn't bother me.
I still think that will get your channel in danger, to be fair. Because, and that's not just me saying it because I don't want him to be here or whatever. You could stop the stream and just host it on YouTube or what have you.
Well, real quick, before we move any further.
I wouldn't do the just put the crab over his face because everybody fucking knows who it is, man.
Yeah, and you'll have enough
Like-
people that'll fucking report because they hate him. So
Uh-huh.
real quick before that though, I just want to say, Samantha, that like you came in saying that denying IDF has ever
Yes,
done
I
that
do
shit, and then you walked it back to, well, they don't always do it.
Well, I was referring to this one, but yes, we don't have to like sit there and say that they never do it. We know that they do sometimes, but you like proof of intentionally targeting has to be proved on a case by case basis. You can't just be like, well, they've done it in the past, so they're doing it now.
No, my claim
Sure,
for now is that they're
I agree.
doing indiscriminate bombing campaigns that have cost the lives of what I assume will come out to be at least 9,000 of the 12,000, and I think that's pretty generous as civilians. Most of those 9,000 will be children. I think we're over 5,000 now. I think that speaks pretty clearly to a very reckless and poorly planned bombing campaign that is putting, especially if
I
we're
think
at
it's a
over
callback.
50% civilian living structures have been destroyed or damaged at this point. We are dealing with a force that is not acting with any sort of concern for human life and dignity.
Yeah, so, but like, I think it's a callback to like a lot of the things that Al Qaeda and the Taliban did, where it's like once they found out our ROE said you cannot fire upon a mosque or a school or anything like that, they would take those up as fire positions because they know we didn't target.
Oh wait, are they just doing like their own conversation, or I noticed Lycan didn't respond to me.
pop off things there and hope that like the people will push back, like, well, you can't shoot them back because they're in a heavy populated area and like collateral damage and stuff like that. Like you're gonna hurt civilians, and it's like they're just really upset, and the people are really upset that like Israel's saying like, well, no, fuck that.
But yeah,
Like, if we're
Israel's
gonna
not
fire from there,
supposed
we're
to
gonna
say
bomb them
that.
there.
According to international law, Israel then has to act proportionally. Do you endanger this protective status of
I mean,
a
Israel
school, of a
told a lot
church?
of people to leave a lot
Oh,
of these
Vivian's
areas,
scared.
and when you refuse to leave these areas,
That doesn't
we did the
give
same thing in
Israel
Fallujah.
carte
We
blanche
dropped
to.
pamphlets
I'm
for
glad.
7 days
I'm
in
glad
Fallujah
you
saying
brought that up.
we-
I'm glad you brought that
we
up
dropped
because
pamphlet-
we
dropped-
had 4
dropped
weeks.
pamphlets. I'm still speaking, sweetheart. Okay, this isn't your Rosa Parks moment. Get to the back of the bus for a minute, okay? You can continue in a second.
Jesus.
Wow.
Like in Fallujah, we dropped pamphlets
One
for
at a
7
time.
days saying if you are an enemy combatant, leave Fallujah. If you don't leave, we're going to treat you as a combatant, and you will be met with the force of the United States military.
Join anyway? I don't even know how I could
After 7
join.
days,
Where would I even join at?
We fucking rolled through Fallujah, and everything that breathed, we made stop breathing.
Yeah, so 4 weeks and 6 weeks of combat, and both of those 600 civilian casualties and then 600 civilian casualties. Like you said, we spent days ensuring that as many people as possible could get out. The IDF said you have 24 hours to get the fuck out, and they only changed that after the United Nations and the rest of the West said, hey, fuck that, you can't do that, that's way too fucking much. Do you think they would have changed that
They
if no one had
still
stepped
changed it,
in?
and they delayed it
Do you think
again
they would have
and delayed
changed
it
it if
again.
no one had stepped in?
Don't know. I'm not there.
Okay.
Oh, wait,
And
that's
what
right.
about
They're
the-
all
the-
on Twitch. I can't join.
The food and
Well, I don't know actually if it matters that much. If I'm live for like 20 or 30
only
minutes, it
changed
probably doesn't
after
matter that
the
much.
West
Right?
pushed back. So again, do you think Israel would have? I'm asking you, gun to your head, to make a value judgment here. Do you think they would have changed
I don't-
anything?
I don't know if they should have changed anything.
That's a
Okay, what I'm gonna say is, I'm happy to flip over to Kick. I'm quite interested because I haven't.
Oh shit!
I want to see where that goes, especially with the research.
I've seen
I'm
almost
gonna-
no fucking content from Destiny on this.
Yeah, I want to.
He's
I'm
done a
gonna
ton.
keep this. I'm gonna keep this.
Oh, I
calm.
know he's done a
So,
ton. Yeah.
um,
and I can
so what
imagine
I'm
what
gonna
his
do-
position will be. It will be whatever he thinks will piss off the most lefty of lefties.
Oh fuck. Okay, yeah, I'm actually kind of entertained to
Wait,
see where
isn't
this
that
goes.
my
Look,
position?
I'm gonna keep this fucking reasonable
Probably.
though. So I will actually start active modding. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna flip over to Kick. Like if you're speaking to Destiny, what I'll do is I'm just
Wow,
gonna
Lawson, thanks for the
drop
20 bucks.
An invite into the group chat. Can you send that over to him?
Yep, can do.
Is that all right?
Yep.
Because I don't think he's in my server. Fuck, I can message him myself, I suppose, but we'll put it in. We'll see how it goes. I am going to flip over to Kick. So for those that have it, that's fine. I'm not going to raid us out or anything. I'll be live there in like 2 minutes. Okay. Right. So I'm going to stop streaming. Go to the Kick channel. It's in the text chatty thing. Thank you, Hoz. And I'll see you guys over there.
I think I've ever even been near Kick.
It is a hell site. Okay,
I'm
cool.
not
I'm just
surprised.
I'm just flipping over.
Seeing who set the whole fucking thing up. Yeah. Not surprised at all.
So let me just do that. And then that should be good. Okay. Just pop up chat. So, see it? That would help. We're live. Okay, cool. Right, we're live on Kick. It should be fine.
Hey, what is this?
That.
Full version of Palestinian
Cool.
medic picking up a
Right.
gun, giving it to an innocent civilian to keep the fight up. What is the video?
Let me
Like?
just make sure that I can actually.
Oh, wait, hold on. Don't speak yet. Don't speak yet. I gotta fucking turn off my Kick or my Twitch. Everyone, come over to same channel, Like and Cooks on fucking either YouTube or Kick. Oh, wait, hold on. Don't speak yet. Don't
You're
speak
on
yet.
Kick
I gotta
too?
fucking turn off.
Every
Yeah,
motherfucker's
baby.
on Kick nowadays.
Everyone, come over to
Oh, of course you
same
would be.
channel,
You're
Like and
part of
Cooks
the
on
BGG
fucking.
You gotta swing
on,
over there.
fucking.
That's
Hell yeah!
great.
Well, I listen. I'm trying to catch everywhere.
Understandable.
We can multi-stream now anyway, right?
Yep.
I could multi-stream Twitch, Kick, and YouTube if I could be bothered to start streaming again. I have considered it over this shit, to be honest. I've genuine. I said to you earlier, didn't I, Becky?
Yeah,
I was
no,
like,
it's
might boot up my own stream, honestly, for the first time in a couple of years.
Streaming going. Right, cool. Like, can you good? Can people say things now without you getting muted?
Yeah, let's do it to it.
Yeah, cool. Hi, Destiny. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, pretty good. What's up?
Wait, can I say slurs on Twitch? On Kick?
This is on Kick, so...
Can I say slurs on Kick?
Which ones?
Fucking amazing.
Yeah, you can
What?
actually do that now. Which ones does it matter?
I just want to call myself a tranny faggot on stream and not get somebody's channel taken down, you know?
Awesome. Awesome. Oh, I can say faggot. Bro. Okay, amazing.
Hey!
Right, okay, we're gonna
Whoa, this place is quite good, actually.
We're gonna reset slightly. So we've got.
I do not approve of the slurs here.
We're doing Lycan. Destiny, welcome. Lycan, do you want to just take it from your last point, and we'll just sort of go from there?
I think the overall point is that civilians and press and medical staff have protected status, and I think it's very important that when there are wrongs that are done and it is proven that they have been unfairly targeted, that their protective status was violated. Like we went over with the UN report for what's her name, for Abakla. You know, I think we need to take these seriously, and that when we're talking about our ally, we hold both the Gazans and IDF to the same high standard. And just because the Hamas will fail to meet that standard doesn't mean that when it comes to Israel, we get to say, well, they put their people in harm's way and, well, they get to get targeted. No, we have to account for the fact that while, yes, those structures will lose a lot of protective status, the civilians there and the structures themselves still need to be considered when the IDF decides their course of action, which means you don't get to just drop a bomb on it. You have to choose whatever means possible to limit damage to structure and civilian as much as possible in relation to the threat posed. And the fact that 50% of civilian structures, unless we think Hamas is playing some sick game of whack-a-mole and moving from point to point to the point that at each time they move, they are a significant threat to the IDF, which isn't the case, and I don't think anyone here is willing to argue that that is the case, then yeah, the actions of the IDF in this war and wars past have been disproportionate and illegal.
I don't know if I'd say like a significant threat to the IDF necessarily, but that's kind of not the point of a military force, right? It's not about the significant threat to the military force, it's the significant threat to civilians.
Sure, and again, like what is the justification for taking out 50% of civilian structures? Is it a significant amount of death that is caused on a daily basis from rockets launched from those points? Like in the engagement of this war, we have 10-7 massacre that happens, and IDF wants to take action, and I do not fault them for that. What I do fault them for is 12,000 people dead in 6 weeks.
What should the number be?
Way lower.
What should the number be?
I mean, don't do gotchas with me, man.
Well, no, but you're saying the number is too high, implying that you know for a fact that it should be lower. So my question is, what should the number be, or what should it be around?
At this point, at the rate that, like, I think it was like 286 a week during Operation Protective Edge, where it should have been a ground invasion. So yeah, I'd say we should be probably.
Well, how many
about
bombs were dropped
2,000.
in Operation Protective Edge?
Significantly less, but again, you can't justify the use of the bombs and say, well, hey, they're all hitting military targets, right? Again,
well, do we know what the justification?
Civilian infrastructure.
Do we know what the justification?
What was the first point that I made, Stephen? What was the first point I made?
The first point you made was that there were too many civilian casualties. That's what I heard.
Right. And
so
did
I'm
you hear the part where I said,
yeah.
no, did you hear the part that I said, where I said that the bombs being dropped and the significant amount of infrastructure that is damaged, no one can reasonably say that each one of those targets was a critical point that had to be taken out?
Well, I don't know. What's an example of like a bombing that was clearly like unjustified?
You're playing a gotcha game because you know I can't speak to every single bomb that was dropped and the motivation for it, but I can make a critical bit of analysis.
Well, I would say, on the contrary, you're playing the gotcha game because you keep throwing this 50% number out over and over, which we both know is not true. I don't know why you keep saying that number. The 50% number is bullshit. You keep throwing that number out as evidence that clearly improper bombing is taking place, but I don't know. Is there any
Wait, I'm
evidence
sorry.
of it?
You sure you want to say it's bullshit? Because we went over this one on your stream together.
Yeah, initially you had said 50% of homes were destroyed, and then when we looked for the original number, it was 44% of homes were either damaged or destroyed. And then we found the original number. I think it was like 10% of homes were considered unusable, and the rest had some type of damage. If you want to find the original one and tell me that I'm completely wrong, you can do it. But you keep saying like that 50% of all residential neighborhoods.
I have gone between saying damaged and destroyed this entire conversation. So if you want to hit me with that point, sure. I will say that 45% have been damaged or destroyed. But I have the number right here, and this is from 3 weeks ago, and I think we're over 50% now.
Okay, so well, if it's a highly dense area, if you bomb one place and like a debris hits a building and like a window breaks, that would qualify as like the probably damaged building is with a window broken, right? But
and everything, yeah, sure. I mean, if we're going to say that, yeah, just windows broken, partially damaged, sure.
Yeah. So then the question is for any of the strikes.
40,000 destroyed. 40,000 housing units destroyed.
Okay, sure. Do we know for a fact if any of these bombings were completely unjustified? Do we even have an inkling of that, or are we just going by the numbers?
No, I'm saying that I think a significant number, based on the number of casualties and the number of infrastructure destroyed, I think that it is completely justified to say that these were not posing significant threats.
You're totally that's coming from nothing. You're pulling it out of thin air, though.
Okay, Stephen, define for me when you have justification to attack a civilian structure that is protected under international law or a structure with civilians in it.
If the structure is being used, dual use as a military purpose, it loses its civilian protection status, number one.
No, it doesn't entirely lose the status.
Hold on. Yes,
the
it
status
absolutely
becomes compromised.
No, that compromise means you lose it. You lose the status.
No. Do you still have to consider the civilians in when you choose how you're going to go forward with the method of attack?
Yes, but that's true of every single structure you attack. It's considered a military target, but even on military targets, you have to consider like civilian collateral damage. So
you do. And do you think that utilizing these bombs are the most effective method of attack?
Well, that'd be my guess. I haven't heard the U.S. suggest anything different. I haven't heard anybody else suggest anything different. So I don't know. If there's a more effective method, I haven't heard it yet. Everybody keeps saying there is.
The more effective method is a ground campaign, which they should have done from the first week. They do their bombings of initial key infrastructure, which is probably still going to cost a significant number of lives. But they go in after that and they do a ground invasion. You're going to lose far less people, and your troops are going to have to be far more discriminate in what they attack and how they go forward. If you're going to take out a weapons cache, if you're going to take out, a stronghold or anything like that, yeah, it's going to be a little more difficult, and it's got to be done in a way that takes into consideration the minimum loss of civilian life.
First of all, there's no obligation for minimum loss of civilian life ever. If you can find me something like that, I'd be very interested. You have to weigh the cost of civilian life. Sure, you have to weigh the cost of civilian life in military targets, but there's no obligation under any international whatever to do the
obligation
minimal.
Is that you can't put the risk on the civilian. So instead of choosing an option that might be more risky to your troops, and instead opting for something like an aerial attack, yes, in that instance, you cannot put that risk on the civilians. You cannot opt for the easier option for you and your troops. You have to put your troops at risk.
That might be true, but if you can still justify it as a military target, you can justify it as a military target. There's no, if you can blow a military target up with an airstrike, there's no obligation that, if 3 civilians are going to die, you have to send your whole soldiers in anyway. There's no obligation there.
No, the obligation is that you try to minimize as much as possible. So if you could save those 3 people by doing a targeted attack, if you've got 1 sniper sitting in a building, you're doing aerial observation, you have no reason to believe that anyone else is there, and you've got a small, 3-5 person team firing rockets, or you have to assess whether or not that is providing a significant threat. And then 2, you have to decide what is the best course of action that can limit the number of people that die in that building.
Okay, is there any example of a ground invasion that has ever played by these rules ever in the past, even in the past 25 years?
Yes, Fallujah, Iraq.
So in Fallujah, we did no airstrikes at all?
No, we did airstrikes, but we spent 7 days evacuating as many people as possible before we did it. And then we only incurred 600 casualties each time.
I could be wrong, but
we didn't evacuate. We dropped pamphlets to tell them to evacuate.
Weren't there over 100,000?
We also used loudspeakers and translators to tell people to get the fuck out from the city perimeter.
Yeah, weren't there over 100,000 people killed, civilians killed due to military operations in the Iraq War in a month? Am I wrong?
In the whole entire war? Sure.
In the war, the whole war, wasn't the whole war a month or something? Am I wrong? Hold on, I could be wrong.
No, the Iraq War was fucking 2003 to 2011 was OIF, and then
you're considering the whole occupation and everything afterwards. Okay, but I'm thinking in our initial invasion, from invasion up to deposing of Saddam Hussein, Okay, somebody in chat said 9,000 civilians were killed in the first 3 years. So we were still bombing things, right? Where we probably could have sent in ground forces anyways. But it sounds like your argument could be used to like, you should never bomb anything ever because you can always go in with ground forces.
No, you bomb key known military targets, and you do so in a way that is going to minimize civilian casualties. Usually when we're in a war against someone like Saddam Hussein, we know where the military targets are. We're bombing bases, we're bombing airstrips, we're bombing weapons caches on military bases. But we're not bombing the middle of cities with no significant issue. I think we might have bombed the Parliament building, perhaps. I'm not sure. But for the most part, we are bombing key strategic targets. And so my point with Gaza City is that it might take some time. It might be protracted, but Israel is now in a heightened state of alert. The chances of another 10-7 coming over the border are significantly lower now after 10-7, and that the threat that they have to minimize is going to be the threat of significant death to civilian or military in any grand capacity. And then you use ground troops and you come in and you neutralize key targets from that point on.
Like a question. So like with how we did things over there, right? So if we had ground troops in there, we still did bombings with ground troops, right? Because we call in casts, right? So like, of
course.
Okay, so ground troops isn't going to stop bombing. It's going to do just more targeting, like localized targeting. You're still going to end up with civilian casualties.
I'm not arguing against it.
They're still going to take fighting positions in buildings full of people because this is what they do. And
Literally
we're going to have to
nobody
call in
has
a
said-
JDAM or something on there.
Literally nobody has said that no civilian casualties should be incurred at all, ever. And if you kill a single civilian...
So you're fine with civilian casualties. You just want other people there to be able to up the amount of casualties that would be in the area.
No. That the force incurring those casualties should take whatever means necessary to minimize the civilian casualties while attaining their objective.
Okay, that works great when you're fighting an army that has rules of engagement and tactics, not when you're fighting a terrorist group of jihadists who love to run into heavily populated areas to do the fighting in hopes that we won't return fire.
Okay, so if you have a bunch of fucking terrorists run into the middle of New York, then dropping a nuke on New York to get rid of those terrorists,
Nobody's
fucking
dropping
bad.
a nuke.
Very fucking
That's like
bad.
a
I never said
horrible,
they were.
example.
Never said they were, right? But we're talking about ridiculously disproportionate means of wiping out those terrorists, right? Like, obviously, everybody would view that as a moral abomination, right? So there is at least some fucking bar here that you and I both agree you can't do just to kill the terrorists because they've walked into a built-up area or whatever.
There is going to be some bar. I think we all agree with that. If like 1 million Palestinians have been killed so far, we'd be like, this is insane. But we also, I think it's important to understand that does everybody here agree that Hamas...
14,000 now, isn't it?
Yeah, that Hamas by design is trying to maximize civilian casualties? Do we all agree with that or no?
I mean,
I mean, I don't know if okay. Depends how we're using the word maximize here.
Yeah.
Yes, like when we're talking about Islamic terrorism, generally speaking, we're talking about like targeting of civilian targets as opposed to military ones because if it's impactful, and this is like pretty well laid out in the literature anyway. But there's a historic precedent with this of like the targeting of athletes. For example, because you know it's going to have the effect. And generally speaking, it's the same reason we don't see terrorist groups attack things like energy grids much, because they're not looking at infrastructure or military damage, they're looking at effect to public consciousness. So yes, by design as a terrorist organization or a militia, their modus operandi is going to be different from a normal military.
Do we all agree on that, or do we disagree on that? We should start there. Do we all agree that Hamas, maybe I won't say maximize, but Hamas wants as many civilian deaths as like they reasonably can?
100%, yes.
I could concede to that. Yeah, sure. They know that there's going to be a PR benefit to more civilian deaths.
Okay, so does Vivian agree to that or no?
I'm not 100% sure. I think it's possible, but I can't fucking read them. When October 7th happened, I went on this tour of like talking about the fucking Zarqawi method and how jihadist terrorists try to show the face of evil to the West and then the face of utopia to the people that they want to recruit, right? That's the sort of TLDR Zarqawi 101. But like, one thing has disturbed me so far is that we haven't seen brutal execution videos of hostages, right? Which is something that I'd expect to see from an Islamic jihadist group that is using this this kind of propaganda tactics. Do I think that Hamas are okay with civilian targets being hit and a lot of civilians being killed because it's like it works out good PR for them? Yeah, I think they probably are.
Wait, just as a quick question, has Hamas ever done videos of executions? I thought that was like, I know ISIS does. I know I've seen others from, obviously.
Oh yeah, Al Qaeda and
yeah.
So Al Qaeda and ISIS are the groups that you would most typically associate with Zarqawi. But like since then, obviously, a lot of other kind of groups around the world have learned from Zarqawi, right? Even going to like the base in the United States, you know, the fucking weird ass neo-Nazi group, right? So, but it's just that if they were following this particular method of propaganda, I would expect to have seen some executions of hostages by now, like videoed executions of hostages by now. That's not something I've seen. Maybe they're out there. I don't know. Maybe I'm not aware of them yet, but I haven't seen any so far. But anyway, what I will say in response to your question is, I think they're probably okay with civilian max casualties. Are they specifically trying to maximize casualties? I don't know. It's possible. That's what I'll say.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. We might add one other person.
Oh God, fucking who now?
Somebody who's apparently IDF. Ugh. Could be helpful.
Wait, not fucking Rafi.
Wait, what? Do we need another pro-Zionist person here? Do we need that right now?
I don't know if we need it. Like we'll see how this is going for the Zionist side. I don't know if Zionist is.
I mean, we're not really even arguing Zionism or anything like that.
No,
we're just
not
arguing
really.
about whether or not the military actions are justified.
I mean, at base, is there any common ground between anyone here that, when looking at the actions, going, what is justified then? So, at what point, for those that are condemning the actions of the IDF after October the 7th, are you like, okay, well, that was too far? Was it like the immediate retaliatory bombing? Was it the ongoing incursions? Was it the blockades of water, gas, and power?
I mean, it was, yeah, sure. It was the, now, someone in Stephen's community continues to say that they did not give them a 24-hour notice to evacuate the strip. I have yet to find a counter source to this, and I've searched it every time that point's been brought up, so someone can please provide me that link. Very much appreciated. But I will say, until I provided that link, the 24-hour warning, get the fuck out of Gaza, where I do not believe that Israel would have ever changed their mind on that if it hadn't been for any sort of significant Western pressure. The continued blockade, or the escalated blockade of food, water supplies to Gaza, and the initial airstrike, I'd say about 48 to 72 hours into Israel's retaliation, they had gone too far. The significant number of death in relation to any threats posed, yeah, I think that's a pretty big issue. And then I have another. Go ahead.
Would you say that about other wars though?
In what case have we committed that kind of an immediate civilian slaughter?
Afghanistan.
We
were there within 18 hours, dude. Come on.
We were there, but again, we weren't bombing fucking the middle of Kabul city. We were bombing mountains. We were looking for Taliban and
civilians
Al-Qaeda
didn't live in mountains
strongholds.
too. Like, you have to understand, like, we did that, like, very quick, disproportionate, like, not disproportionate, we did a very quick response to Afghanistan. There were civilians living amongst the Taliban in the mountains. Korangal Valley had, like, it was the
Not
Taliban
by any
stronghold,
significant
but it was
measure,
also
sure.
had a ton of civilians.
not by any significant measure.
So
I'm
then, what
looking
is
at
the number
time
that's
frames of
acceptable to
these.
you?
Listen,
What is
I
the number?
said
So
that
we
if
have
this
that kind
is
of
going,
response, but now you want to shift to like, well, it's a number.
I'm not shifting
not in that
anything. What I'm
scale.
saying is that, yeah, if you look at 6 months and not 12,000 people dead, most of which are going to be civilians, half of which are going to be children, yeah, I'm going to take a huge issue with the time frame. Take your fucking time, be strategic. If you want to go after this enemy, absolutely do it, but do it in a way that takes into consideration international humanitarian law and the lives of civilians.
I honestly don't think that. I think that whatever response Israel did, like the world would be up in arms and fucking crybaby bitch shit over.
If Israel didn't have a history of disproportionate response and
so
horrible bombing
like,
campaigns, yeah.
What would have been okay? So I think this leads back to like the earlier conversation about the military occupation versus kind of air force striking.
If I'm just wondering, right? Like, if some nut job militia came out of fucking Alabama or whatever, right, and started murdering random civilians in neighboring states. What fucking states neighbor Alabama? I don't fucking know. But started murdering people in neighboring states, right, and then went back to Alabama. And they're all sort of like hiding out among the town or whatever, like, and the U.S. Air Force did to Alabama what Israel's done to Gaza. Like, would you be okay with that?
Wait, hold on. Before anybody gets it, Vivian, I'm gonna say that this is a horrible analogy. Can you guess why?
I can guess why. It's the point that I'm going to argue with you about. But do you have an answer to the question first?
No. The analogy, I'm going to reject the analogy, but I'm curious if you'll know why I would reject the analogy, because it's a ridiculous analogy, and you've made like 3 of them so far. I'm curious if you have any idea why, or if you are truly thinking these are good analogies. I'm just curious what you'll say. If I'm going to reject the analogy, why would you think I would reject any of these analogies?
Well, I think you're probably going to reject the analogy because you're going to say that that Alabama's like part of the United States, right? And those are American citizens, as opposed to Gaza, who are ostensibly under the governance of Hamas.
No,
and
not even
not
close.
Israeli citizens.
What I'm
No?
gonna say is you're pointing out one lone shooter or one lone gunman in a state that the vast majority of the state would probably heavily reject and would probably cooperate with the rest of the federal
No,
government.
it said some nut job militia came out. Right, I'm talking about.
Even a
decent
nut
amount of
job
people.
militia. Notice how you have to phrase that nut job militia. What if you made it
Yeah,
more accurate?
like
What
the
if you
nut
said?
job
What if you
Hamas
said?
terror.
What if you said that? What if you said that Arizona was being invaded by the LAPD? That the LAPD grabbed 50,000 officers. They would cross the border into Arizona to shoot and kill people and then go back to California. And that when the federal government was like, we need to see these shooters, and they go, sorry, we're a sanctuary city. We don't cooperate with the federal government. And then these attacks continued for 20 years. At that point, and let's say that the citizens of LA were like, they haven't held elections for a while, but, we did vote them in, and we do think that we need to be violent against Arizona because it's fucking Arizona. Jesus, who likes Arizona, right?
But also the LAPD was funded by China,
No,
Russia.
we don't even need that part.
North
We don't even
Korea.
need that part. We don't need
This
that
is
part.
difficult for me because my knowledge of American geography is about as good as Stephen's knowledge of geography. in general.
Okay. One at a time.
Stephen, so with that analogy, or we can go with like Tijuana and the
Wait,
cartels, right?
No, wait. Hold on. I want Vivian to engage with that. I want Vivian to engage with that. The police force.
Right. So
of
you're
a
talking
neighboring
about
state-
the length of the situation, right?
No, I'm talking
Okay,
about
but
the
what's
fact that it's the representative police force of a region that ostensibly has some kind of support from the citizens and is like operating in a territory with said citizens, then they're going over and doing terror attacks on a neighboring state.
Okay, cool. In that situation, would you be okay with the response from the American government?
If the
Being the
American
same as
government
Israel.
said, if the American government went to California and said, California, you need to turn these people over, and California says, not only we're not going to turn these people, if you try to come in and get them, we will fucking kill you, and we're going to start hiding these cops in like civilian houses and shit. If at some point these attacks continued against Arizona, the U.S. government's like, okay, well, we're going to start marking houses and bombing parts of your cities if you're not going to do anything about this. Yeah, I think that there is a stronger argument for the federal government there to do violent intervention. Yes.
Okay, because I mean, like mainly my point with that is that they're still, that these people are at least to some extent the responsibility of the Israeli government. We're not really talking about a war between two foreign powers. Like it's almost a civil war.
How is it a civil? It's not a. How is it a civil war?
Well, because Israel occupy Gaza, right? And a military occupation.
Does an occupied territory become part of a civil war if it's an occupied territory?
I said it's akin to a civil war.
It's not
right?
akin to a
It's
civil war.
not
A
the
civil
same
war
as,
is two of the same people fighting against each other. Pretty sure Palestinians would rope you if you called it a civil war, because I mean that's because they're the same people as the European settlers that came in.
A civil war is not. Okay, a civil war is not necessarily two of the same people. It can be two different ethnic demographics, definitely. Two different religious demographics, definitely. Right? It's that these two people are united under one government, right? Which is essentially the claim that I'm making, is that at least to some degree, Israel governs Gaza, right?
Israel does not govern Gaza. They have blockades and stuff, but it's not. They're not governing it. There was a separate government. There is a separate.
There is a separate government. You're absolutely right. That's why I said to some extent, Israel has control over Gaza. Right? Israel is a governing force in Gaza because it controls certain things about the way people get to live in Gaza, especially what resources they can have, but also where they can go, what they can do, etc.
Sure. I mean, if you want to do it akin to a civil war, I mean, if that's the case, then you probably would expect to see this level of destruction. Then, right? How many didn't over 500,000 people die in the U.S. Civil War? Like, there's a lot of. I mean, if that's the comparison you want to go with, but
yeah, to put it in super simple terms, like I think Israel has as much responsibility, or nearly as much responsibility, for the citizens of Gaza as they do for their own citizens, right? The people they would actually consider their citizens, and especially even more so in the West Bank, right, where they're still fucking murdering people.
And also where Palestinians are murdering Israelis and other terrorist groups are murdering Israelis as well, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Palestinian terror groups are murdering Israelis, and Israeli terror groups are murdering Palestinians, and the Israeli state is murdering Palestinians, and the Israeli state actually has appointed ministers within its administration who are members of terrorist groups, or who were members of terrorist groups that have murdered Palestinians. Yep, and in Gaza, you have a devolved government, let's call it, right, in Hamas, who are terrorists who've murdered Israeli citizens, etc., etc., etc. Right? But my point is
fine.
that,
and the leader of
Israel,
the leader of the PLO, the moderate Palestinian government that the rest of the world is hoping to hand shit over to. Okay, Abbas, his PhD dissertation was literally talking about the relationship between Nazism and Zionism.
Nobody has any fucking faith in Abbas. Everybody's like, fucking Abbas is useless, right? Even in the West Bank, nobody has any fucking faith in Abbas. Anybody proposing Abbas to take over is a fucking idiot. All right, but like,
okay, that's a trend, by the way, in Palestinian leadership, that nobody can lead them because they're all fucking terrorists or insane. That's not like a unique thing with Abbas.
As
a pretty broad statement to make about all Palestinians.
I said Palestinian leaders.
Well, most of them have been involved in politics for a really long fucking time and have seen multiple wars, right? So yeah, I mean they're going to be militants. Generally.
Oh well, then that's an excuse for Israel as well, then too.
So my question is,
in multiple wars as well. Yeah.
I never said it was an excuse. It's just a reason, right? Like, I don't know why you're trying to keep pigeonholing me into like, oh, you're supporting Hamas, blah blah. Fuck Hamas. Absolutely, 100%. Fuck Hamas. Okay, fuck Hamas. Fuck any act of terrorism which deliberately targets civilians. The only reason that I'm talking about Israel targeting civilians is because that's what this conversation is currently about. If you want to have a conversation about what happened on October 7th and talk about how fucking awful and disgusting Hamas are, I'm completely fine to do that. I just don't think it's particularly useful, because what's happening right now, right, is that Israel are leveling half the fucking Gaza Strip. They're forcing the population to move further and further and further south. They've cut off, we now have a situation in which people are living on fucking starvation rations, don't have access to electricity, water, whatever, right? And we're looking at a massive humanitarian atrocity, and the attitudes of people in the Israeli government are what matters to this. not the attitudes of people in Hamas, except maybe with regards to like how long you can make a ceasefire last. But I don't think that the Israeli government want a ceasefire to last.
Of course
right?
they don't, because they want to get rid of Hamas.
Yeah,
because
they
all
want
the
to
people that
completely
are
obliterate
screaming,
Hamas.
No, they violated ceasefires before to continue to stoke it because they want their military to seem much more superior in the region, to use their
I
deterrence
mean, they have, but I
capacity.
think they do. I think they do really need
And because
to,
they
they've
want to
set out-
stall the political process. They do not want Gaza or Palestine to become a state. They don't.
I think
the
they-
Likud Party does not want Gaza to become a state.
Wait,
with or
wait,
without
hold on.
Palestine.
Firstly, literally everybody violates ceasefires. Okay, number one, everybody fucking violates ceasefires. Number one, and number two, I mean, right now they probably don't want them to become a state because who the fuck would even lead that Palestinian state?
But they haven't for years, so we can't just look at it now and say, well, now who would want it? Because they've been doing this for years.
I actually think, like, and there's like a difference in policy now, right? Because I think that previously there is this all-out attempt by Netanyahu, except for the small period where you have like a more left-wing government in Israel. There's this all-out attempt by Netanyahu and the people who sympathize with him to stop the idea of the establishment of a Palestinian state at all costs, right? But since October 7th, Israel has made its position very fucking clear that its military objective in this fight is to eradicate Hamas, right? And I don't think that they can continue doing what they've been doing, essentially focusing on suppressing the ideas of the establishment of a Palestinian state. I don't think they need to, right? Because I don't think anybody's in a position to establish a Palestinian state right now, right? I think they do genuinely just have to now try and follow what they said their objective was, which is to try and wipe out Hamas, right? So they're like, this ceasefire isn't going to last. It isn't going to be any lasting ceasefire. So we as the international community, not us here on this panel, because who really gives a fuck what we say or think generally, right? But our governments, at least, right, have to be placing pressure on Israel to abide as much as possible within the confines of international humanitarian law. In order to make the humanitarian crisis that is fucking inevitable, that is already ongoing, as small as possible, right? As less harmful, less people die, less people suffer, blah blah blah.
I mean, at base, this kind of like conversation, I think, twisted to like, what are the options, right? So, because when this came up in a debate for me like months ago, I think I said something similar to kind of the fact of just mitigating civilian casualties, and got accused of just being in support of ethnic cleansing. And it's the same question around the occupation in some regards, because I feel like if, from an ideological point of view, if you sat there going, well, military occupation is the obvious answer to that, and then you either remove or curtail the government or do what the West always does, which is kind of try and force democracy as a top-down system, it doesn't seem to work anyway. So when this has been going on, and most of the debates I've seen, they don't seem to address the core issue that this is a recurring factor in the region. And unless you've got like unless there is a clear fix for that, I think what annoys some people about the debate is it ends up becoming a question of, well, this is the good ideological stance, so this is what we should support, but it's not a realistic, pragmatic stance for a long-term resolution. And we can be outraged at things. I don't think that's an unreasonable want, but at the same time, it's like, well, what do you do in that situation? And I think as well, like watching a lot of people talk about, talking about the propaganda that's coming out of it, it's quite shocking, I think, to see the amount of people who are prepared to use images from Syria. Now it's convenient as propaganda in the Israeli conflict, right? So clearly it's not like cut and dried from a Western perspective.
Yeah. I think it's weird that we've gone here from what we were originally talking about, which was like whether or not like attacks on journalists and possibly civilians were like deliberately targeted, and the accountability for war crimes and so on, right? Because I think that's what, like, broadly, the left wing of this argument wants is at least some sign that there's going to be some fucking accountability and that we can rein in some of the excesses of the Israeli government when it comes to committing war crimes against civilians, right? And Israel and me and Lycan talked for a while before this on the long history that Israel has with committing these war crimes and the limited accountability that exists for them.
How many UN resolutions have there been against Israeli war crimes?
What do they do?
I'm just,
How are UN resolutions accountability? That's just a bunch of people going, "Hey, we don't like this. Please stop."
Oh, okay.
Like,
I thought, well,
what
because I was going to say, I'm pretty sure
fucking,
there have been.
What was the result?
Well, the point I'm pretty sure is there's been quite a few UN resolutions against certain Israeli actions. I don't think there's ever been a single UN resolution against the actions of Hamas. I think that even when they tried to get one recently over the October 7th, well, I mean, at some point, it's probably going to damage Israel's or unilateral resolution against Hamas. I think at some point, it's probably going to damage Israel's trust or care for things like what the UN says, because, well, why the fuck would they care? The UN is basically there to.
They already don't
because
care.
Israel is part of the United Nations, right? Hamas is not part of the United Nations. Like a UN resolution to a UN resolution to Israel means nothing. A UN resolution to Hamas means fucking less than nothing. Obviously, the UN don't approve of the.
Okay, but if you say like the UN and everything means nothing, well then why the fuck are we talking about war crimes? What does that have to do with anything? Who cares?
Because we're talking about the lack of accountability, right? The fact that a UN resolution means nothing is a source of great frustration to those people who see civilians being hurt, suffering, and dying, with no fucking accountability for people who could reasonably be said to be not, at least, and couching my language very fucking carefully here, at least not taking the greatest care in avoiding that death and suffering, right? Like, the theater of war needs to be heavily fucking policed. Like when there are war crimes, people need to be held to account. Just as in Russia with Bucha and shit, right? We want to see the war crimes tribunals for that, and it seems.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm just saying
they're
that
putting
like
together a fucking case for it, but it doesn't seem like anybody's putting together a case for it.
I understand what you're saying, but like one, I don't think Israel's even signed on to some of these like international criminal court things. I don't think the United States has either, right? Why would Israel...
Sure, neither was fucking Coney, but he was still tried in the ICC.
Why would Israel sign on to these if the enemy that
Wait, was Coney tried in the ICC?
I have no idea.
Whatever.
If I don't know if you tried individuals in the ICC or countries or states. I'm not even sure. But if Israel or the United States are not a party to these, and they know that their enemy's not a party to it, why would Israel care?
I mean, are we saying why should they care from like a legal standpoint, or are we talking from a moral standpoint?
I'm saying in terms of why would Israel try to conduct itself in a way that puts it like above board for every single possible like war crime or I'll say every possible war crime
in the ICC.
Whereas if they know that their enemies aren't held to that standard whatsoever, why wouldn't they just rely on their own internal metrics or military justifications? Why would they ever submit themselves ever?
Why would we hold water for that when they continue to do egregious things in the name of whatever actions they want to take and against internationally recognized human rights law? Why would we hold water for that? Like, fuck whatever reason they decide they're not going to do that. Why should we not, as civilians of the world who look at these actions, why shouldn't we have issue with it? Why would we defend that? Why would we try to find excuses for why they don't do it?
Well, the first question is do we feel like Israel has a right to not care about submitting itself to the authority of the international courts if their enemies don't?
I don't care about whether. I mean, first of all, they refuse to do so.
Because they're
they
members
know they'll
of,
get fucked if they do, but
they're members of
international
ICC. They're members of international. They're a member of international organizations that come with certain benefits and privileges. They're seen as the democratic arm of the West in the Middle East, right? Which also comes with certain privileges. Our nations provide diplomatic cover for them and send them financial aid.
Okay,
right?
wait. So hold on, real quick. Israel has no benefit, I don't think, from UN shit. Israel is a huge benefit for being right now like an ally to the United States. So it seems like at the end of the day,
look bad. Does it make us look bad?
It could. Yeah, that might be why
held to the standard.
Well, that might be why Biden is pressuring them, right? But I'm saying from an Israeli perspective, they don't have any like motivation or there's no reason for them to submit themselves to third-party international courts because Hamas obviously isn't, and neither is anybody else in the region that hates them. So the only thing at the end of the day Israel's probably thinking about is like, wait, well, what keeps the Americans on our side?
Is their ability to remain part of these international coalitions and to continue receiving support from Western nations, both diplomatic, financial, and in terms of like soft power, right? Like, I just
wait.
Don't
What are we
want...
talking about right now? Hold on. Or I don't understand what you just said.
Okay, well, because they are part of these organizations, they have to, at least ostensibly, agree to some of the rules of being part of these organizations.
Sure,
right?
but like, here's like a question I genuinely don't know. Okay, you could shoot massive dunk on me because I really don't know. What has Israel gotten from the UN in the past like 75 years? Do they get anything from the UN? Like, what is the beneficial status there for them?
I mean, probably their largest ally in the world, the United States, is a permanent member of the Security Council, and so they get to have a certain influence on certain resolutions.
Yeah, but that's the United States, not the UN.
Right, and the United States pretty much always votes in favor of Israel in the UN, right?
Yeah, but we already said that like UN resolutions mean nothing, which is I think is probably generally we agree on that. UN resolutions won't do much, and if the United States is an ally to Israel, it doesn't matter if it's a 14-1 or whatever fucking vote against the United States in the UN. It's not like the U.S. is pulling support from Israel because of the United Nations. So why again should the Israel ever give a fuck about what the UN thinks about what any of it does?
Because UN resolutions are supposed to guide policies of member nations.
Okay.
And I mean, at the end of the day, the UN is the most, if not the second most authoritative body on international law. If they're going to make assessments like this, it doesn't matter if they've been charged, a resolution has been passed. They put distinguished people on these panels or experienced people on these panels. They have multiple people that run the panel, and they do fact-finding missions with deep investigations, whether it's forensic evidence, whether it's gathering testimony, video footage, and they do analysis and they make assessments. And they say, we find that this has been done in violation of international humanitarian law. These were war crimes, whatever. I mean,
okay, but so
why
what?
are we working so hard to undermine those bodies? When
I'm not trying to undermine the bodies. I'm just saying that these bodies are like clearly are preferential to the adversaries of Israel. Israel obviously doesn't give a fuck about what these third-party bodies say. So like we can scream all day about like war crimes, blah 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 blah. But there's like if these international tribunals or whatever, or if the UN or all of these other larger third-party institutions don't hold any of these surrounding states accountable for anything, or don't hold Hamas accountable for anything, why the fuck would Israel try to play by that rule book?
I mean, if we're going to go by that rule, then we can hand wave whatever Hamas does, right? Like, if we're going to say that for Israel, then it's like, well, fuck
it already is hand waved.
Yeah, fuck it. There are no. Fuck it. There are.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. What did you mean exactly by that? Like, what would we hand wave that's not already hand waved? Everything is already hand waved for Hamas.
Wait, the Goldstone report explicitly calls out Hamas and calls out their war crimes.
What does it do? What happens when they get called out?
Again, the same citations I make about the Goldstone report for Israel, I'm saying they make the same claims against Hamas.
Yeah, but who cares?
So I'm saying the point is that a governing body with again authoritative power over these kind of or an authoritative understanding of these international laws has made an assessment, and it says Israel has done this, Hamas has done this.
Yeah, when you say authoritative, what does that mean? They don't have any authority here. They have authority to like make statements.
No, authoritative in understanding the laws and how to investigate them.
Yeah, but like, what's the end result of the UN slapping Hamas on the wrist? Also, the Goldstein report. Hold on.
I mean, UN investigations can form the basis of prosecution. Manage to extradite people for trial at The Hague, for example.
Goldstone.
Which.
So just quickly, because I want to take a bit of a middle ground, because otherwise we're going to end up looping. Okay, so broadly speaking, the UN serves a couple of purposes. It can be a meeting point, and we saw this with kind of other ceasefires and kind of resolutions to conflicts, where it becomes essentially a neutral ground. In the case of the Israel-Palestine conflict, or Israel's existence itself, that's a bit more of a harder push, because Israel has been roundly denounced in the UN for multiple years, so much so there's a joke about the fact it's kind of the international place of just bitching at each other, essentially. It doesn't have much meaning. The UN has a kind of secondary meaning use to it, which is the pooling of military resources and decisions for things like the use of certain weapons, what shouldn't be developed, the risks of certain developmentals, like one of the big ones at the moment is like things like swarm warfare,
and artificial intelligence in warfare. Like the UN's a big leader in the research in those areas. But yes.
Wait, what does that?
ultimately,
Hold on. What does that mean? The UN is a big leader in research. Are you telling me the UN has its like own institutions, its own schools,
No,
its own?
it funds research.
Oh, okay.
It funds
Okay,
and
gotcha,
pulls
gotcha.
military kind of documentation. So, like for instance, a lot of American generals will contribute to papers with other countries, like say South Korea,
Okay.
when they're kind of the
But it's
development.
supported by like top legal scholars in the world when it
Yeah,
comes to
and so-
these issues.
Well, supported and
Yes,
contested. Not every single thing the UN says is like a supported statement, especially around Israel Palestine. There's a lot of contested stuff here.
Yeah, but it's important to see what the contestations, what's being contested.
Yeah,
it's a difficult one with Israel Palestine. I agree with Destiny on this because as opposed to other nations where there's a bit more balance, a lot of people. So, for instance, you'll find that Britain often abstains or has in the past voted against Israel in UN resolutions or condemnations because Britain's concerns are with kind of our oil-based counterparts, to put it politely. So there's a lot of politicking, particularly around Israel in this region. So whereas I think the UN can have huge effects with other nations, I'm not sure whether that's the same for Israel because of how they've been treated within it. Though I do agree, like the compiling of information and data for use in kind of post-conflict trials or prosecutions is really it's something the UN has shown that it is valuable for. But as with all things, it depends on the conflict. It depends on the winners and the losers. And it's things like Rwanda, for example. Like when you've got UN troops in Rwanda, obviously there are atrocities committed there. But because of the nature of how Rwanda ended up dealing with its post-Civil War period or post-massacre period, it didn't prosecute in the same way that we'd see, post-Nuremberg, for an extreme example. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, like the claims of war crimes are not just hand-wavy things. They can have long-standing impacts. So right now we're seeing in the US, for the first time, kind of the vote turn against Israel, at least within the populists. We're also seeing that in Europe. Even amongst right-wing voters, there's an awful lot of sympathy for Palestine. And that does impact how politicians and governments are going to introduce that issue to the voting demographics because they want to win elections. And a lot of this is to do with where that money and lobbying and support comes from. So in the long term, having a load of accusations of humanitarian and war crimes against you could have an impact to Israel's support, yes. It's not just as simple as a hand wave, just a longer case study, basically. Does anyone disagree with that? Like, does anyone think it really is pointless to, like, put anything as war crimes? Because Destiny, I've seen you say this a few times.
Well, I mean,
I feel like
everyone
the
commits war
UN
crimes.
declaration is kind of pointless. I feel like what people probably don't like are the underlying things. I think that's probably the big thing. Maybe a UN declaration can matter in certain circumstances, but for the most part, I think people are going to be upset. Like when people talk about like the idea of like shooting and killing a reporter, I don't think people care that it was like a war crime or not. They care that the underlying action was really, really, really bad. They're not waiting for like a UN resolution on that to feel horrible about it. You know, that's my guess.
It's not about feeling horrible. It's about seeing accountability, right? Which is where like.
Yeah,
the
but war
ICC
crimes
and
don't
other
do this. There's no
institutions kind of-
accountability from the UN in this region for this shit. For
No,
nobody here.
not from the UN, but from the ICC. There can be, potentially.
What has the ICC done to hold anybody in this region accountable for anything?
In that region? I'm not sure. I don't think.
Because
there's been
I'm not
so
aware
far.
of anything. Maybe there is.
As far as I know, there's currently an investigation going into the killing of Shireen Abu Akleh at the ICC. I don't know what the outcome of that will be. I imagine there's been other investigations by the ICC into Palestine, Israel. I can't imagine why they'd.
Sure, but I don't think anything I don't think they can do anything to hold them accountable. Like Israel's not even part of the ICC. I don't know what the ICC can do a third-party investigation, which apparently at this point just means asking Hamas about what happened. But at that point, I don't think that like the ICC can hold them accountable for anything.
I mean, nobody's like part of the ICC. Coney wasn't part of the ICC. Still stood trial in The Hague for war crimes, right?
I thought the ICC has members, has signatories to it. Is that not true? The International Criminal Court. It's like I'm pretty sure. Like, I thought I saw a map where like the United States and the and Israel, I believe, are not signatories or whatever too.
I mean, if you're talking about signatories to the Rome Statute.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what you were
crazy.
talking about.
Yeah, when I look in the Middle East, it seems like nobody here really, nobody here is really, except for fucking Jordan. Nobody's really a signatory to this. So then, yeah, so.
Cool. Did the Lord's Resistance Army sign the Rome Statute?
I don't fucking know.
They didn't. I don't even know if they. I don't know if. Oh, they definitely existed when it was signed, but I find it very difficult to believe that they would have signed the Rome Statute. But Coney still tried in the ICC, right?
I don't even know if that's true. I have no idea what that even was. That true?
Yeah, Coney cases, Joseph Coney.
Let's see. Coney is a Ugandan militant who founded the Lord's Resistance Army. Oh, he's from Uganda.
Yeah.
Kenya, Uganda. That's this country here. Uganda is a signatory to the Rome Statute, so that makes sense.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Okay.
So then they
even best case scenario for your ICC example, like I think Israel wouldn't care about giving up a few leaders in exchange for like the fact that they would win.
I will fully admit, right, that I don't know like everything about the internal workings of the ICC, right? I don't think any of us fucking do. But like, I'm not the only person suggesting that the ICC could potentially intervene in the case of Israel-Palestine, right? Not only are they investigating the case of Shireen Abu Akleh, but I saw something yesterday, I think, about South Africa adding themselves to 4 other. It was either 4 total with South Africa or 4 other nations that are calling on the ICC to open a criminal investigation into Netanyahu. So like whole ass fucking nations.
Would they open up one into Iran, into Pakistan, into Hamas, into Hezbollah? Like there would have to be some level of consistency here. Like what are their thoughts on October 7th? Like what is the UN stance on October 7th?
I would like to see absolutely anybody who's fucking committed war crimes be held accountable, right? We're just not talking about those people.
These groups don't think these things are like an illegal or bad thing to do in war. These are just standard tactics.
Let's skip forward to all of this, okay? Because none of this matters. Fuck the war crime shit, okay? So obviously we want a truce or a ceasefire, or whatever. What should Israel do right now? For the people that are calling for a ceasefire, let's say they do a ceasefire. What's the next step?
I mean, they're already doing a ceasefire, right?
It's a temporary one for hostage releases for days. What's after the ceasefire?
4 days. I would hope they use the period of the ceasefire to enter into some kind of negotiations. Honestly.
Yeah, but I'm asking what comes after. What are they? Because they want Hamas gone. Hamas is not going to leave the Gaza Strip. What happens next?
The next step is that you lift the blockade. You secure the borders of Israel. You start to work on the 2-state solution. You bring the people to the side of Israel. Let them see that, okay, Israel's now opened up the borders. Our economy is no longer crippled. Our government's allowed to actually work. You work with the PNA to help, again, generate support for the people, to support the PNA instead of Hamas. And you start the long, difficult road to actually giving Palestine statehood, creating good relations between Israel and Palestine, and turning the people against Hamas. You can't fight an insurgency like this by just going to war.
Though.
Right, so the step one,
neither does the fucking war in Iraq or Afghanistan. We learned that you cannot just go in and kill a bunch of people.
I mean, what happened to the Taliban?
Achieve this end.
Like, they're not exactly doing terribly right now, are they? The Taliban.
No, they went to their hidey holes, and then the moment that we couldn't continue to do the protracted nation building, which again, Reuters, yeah, no shit, you know what I fucking mean. And now reading this fucking Reuters article where experts are saying, or I'm sorry, this one's Haaretz. The Reuters article where experts are saying that Israel's looking at an Afghanistan-Iraq insurgency situation. So yeah, we've seen this time and time again, and we learned in Mosul, we learned in other places in Iraq and Afghanistan that if you want to actually successfully fight these people, you need to bring the people to your side. And you are not going to do that when you have a crippling blockade that is a giant human rights violation that is detrimental
there
to
is
the
another
existence
way.
of the people in Gaza.
Well, the blockade
There is
would
a-
have
there is a-
helped in
there is
Afghanistan
another
for
way.
sure, because even if they came back from their hidey hole, there would have been a blockade to go through.
Okay, wait.
Yeah,
Can
and
we
then
also
what? So-
argue? Hold on. You're picking examples where this worked. Okay. Couldn't we find the total opposite examples? Like, should we have played the appeasement game with Hitler, or that didn't seem to work? Should we play the
No,
appeasement
we're not
game
talking
with...
about appeasement. We're not talking appeasement.
You are talking appeasement. You're talking about because they did October 7th. Now
Well,
we're
no,
going to
'cause
relieve the blockade.
appeasement was
No,
allowing,
no. If you want
was
to go
allowing
ahead,
Hitler-
Should we have
you
done
wanna
appeasement with Al
disregard-
Qaeda? Should we have done appeasement with ISIS? Like, are these groups that if
We're
we
not
just give
talking
them...
about appeasement. We're not talking about appeasement. We're talking about working with the people. Are you saying that no, we actually, because this is what I want to talk about when she brought up her Alabama example, when you turned it to the LA police one. Like, to what degree are you willing to damage the lives of 2.3 million people? Like, what's the number of people that have to be dying per year for you to say, no, this is okay?
I'm not
Give me a
sure,
number.
but when 70% of them are...
No, give me a number, because you tried to push me to a number of how many fucking people
Okay,
dying.
what's
was
the
an
number?
Okay
What are
number.
you
Give me a
asking?
number. How many people a year need to die for you to say, okay, blockading and doing what we've done to Gaza, what Israel has done to Gaza for the last 17 years, 2.3 million people, 1.5 at the start of the blockade, for all those years, doing what we're doing to them, how many people have to no longer be dying a year for that to be justified?
How many?
Give me a number.
How many people have to? Are you asking what is like the yearly deaths? Is this during combat operations or not combat operations?
No, non-combat operations, civilian deaths. How many people have to die, Israeli civilians? How many people have to die a year? And then you want to cut that number to a certain point and say, okay, this is justified to damage the lives of 2.3 million people to an excessive degree.
How many Israeli citizens need to die for how many Palestinian? I'm trying to follow this question. You're asking me
2.3 million people under the blockade and the effect the blockade has had on them, right?
Yes.
Okay. You understand that's horrible and it's been significantly detrimental to the people of Gaza, right?
To some extent, it must be, yeah.
To an excessive extent.
I don't know if
So
that's
I'm
true, but
asking
to some
you-
extent, it clearly is, yes.
So let's say before the blockade, 70 Israeli civilians a year are dying, right? We'll say after the blockade, how many of those civilians, like how much do you want to see that number go down to justify? Is it all 70? It's like, fuck, if we don't lose 70
I don't think I would
a year,
ever
that
measure
justifies
this
it?
in civilian deaths. I would measure it in what's going into the Gaza Strip.
No, but that's what exactly Israel has done. They've said that, hey, we've cut down on the suicide bombings. Hey, we've, the rocket attacks. People aren't able to get as many rockets in, so we're not having as many deaths.
Yeah, but
That's
the blockade
justification they use for the
isn't.
blockade.
No, the blockade is not. We need to bring this number down to this. The blockade
And it's also
is,
we need to
the blockade is
delegitimize
that
the government of Gaza.
No. The blockade is that.
Call me wrong on that, please. I would love you to do that.
The primary justification for the blockade is that materials can enter the Gaza Strip that are used to attack Israel. That's the goal of the blockade, is to inhibit those things coming into the Gaza Strip. That's the point.
No. It was to delegitimize Hamas after their election, and it was to provide security. There were two. It's twofold. It's
Why was
political
it to
and it's
delegitimize
security.
Hamas?
Because they no longer wanted Hamas to run it.
Because why?
But the point is, it's
Wait, no, wait. Why didn't they
political-
want Hamas to run it?
I'm sorry. Do we want to go through the history again?
It was because Hamas was a fucking terrorist organization that was bought up and attacking Israel.
So
Yes, that's the whole point.
So wait, hold on. 2014. Did Hamas agree to renounce violence? Did Hamas agree to acknowledge Israel as a state? Did Hamas agree to operate under all other previous negotiated accords with Israel?
I'd have to check, but wasn't this
The answer
same,
is yes.
Hold on. Was this the same year in 2014 when Hamas said the PLO doesn't speak for us, the PLO can't represent any of our things, and we're going to negotiate as a totally separate entity? Are you sure, 100% sure about that?
100% positive.
Oh, fuck, I gotta find. I literally just read this earlier today. Was this before or after Protective Edge?
This was before Protective Edge.
Wait, is anybody else